Наша цель ясна. Она не изменилась. Мы расширяем границы науки, чтобы предоставить лекарственные препараты, способные изменить жизнь. В наши дни наука развивается как никогда быстро. Не отставать и держаться на равных – непростая задача. Мы должны продолжать добиваться новых результатов. Оставаться лидером. С помощью нашей коммерческой деятельности, с помощью нашего бренда. Вот из чего мы созданы. Сила научных достижений.
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Джонсон и Джонсон. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope. In 2021, we come together to celebrate where we have been, what we're doing, and where we'll go next. To celebrate 125 years. To celebrate all of us. To celebrate the future. We come together to celebrate life.
We are here together to celebrate life.
Каждые 2 секунды у кого-то в мире диагностируется рак. Это не просто статистика, это близкие нам люди. Поэтому нет ничего более срочного или более личного, чем наша цель – найти способы излечения от этого смертельного заболевания. Но мы знаем, это чересчур грандиозная цель, чтобы справиться в одиночку. Мы сотрудничаем с научным сообществом, чтобы открыть новые методы лечения, используя силу реальных доказательств для более точного действия наших препаратов. Сотрудничаем с группами защиты прав пациентов для поддержки и расширения прав и возможностей людей, которые живут и борются с раком. Взаимодействуем с организациями здравоохранения для предоставления доступа к нашим лекарствам тем, кто в них нуждается. Вместе мы достигли значительного прогресса, но наша работа далека от завершения. Рак забирает миллионы жизней каждый год. Чтобы превратить истории потерь в истории надежд, мы все должны объединить свои усилия. Чтобы найти способ победить рак, мы все должны объединиться.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более 100 миллионов долларов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальным температурным режимом и морозильными камерами для хранения активных фармацевтических субстанций и вакцин. Датчики контроля взаимодействуют с центральной диспетчерской службой. Это позволяет осуществлять круглосуточный контроль температурного режима, мгновенно реагируя на любые изменения. Транспортировка наших лекарственных средств осуществляется валидированными авторефрижераторами. Мониторинг безопасности препаратов ведется и после его доставки.
Процессы производства поддерживаются инженерными системами мирового уровня. Системы электроснабжения, теплоснабжения, водоподготовки и воздухотехники обеспечивают безаварийную работу предприятия.
В нашей компании работают высококвалифицированные специалисты. Для повышения уровня профессиональной подготовки сотрудников на предприятии реализуется четко организованный план по развитию и обучению. Мы взаимодействуем с крупнейшими медицинскими вузами страны для подготовки молодых кадров.
Миссия нашей компании – обеспечение населения нашей страны безопасными, эффективными и доступными лекарствами.
Наша приоритетная задача – это сохранить и приумножить здоровье нации, создавать рабочие места и быть активным участником развития своей страны. Быть лучшими не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами.
penumbra, and greater dose optimization than traditional pencil beam scanning systems by shaping or blocking any spot at any depth, while eliminating the need for manual apertures and adjustments.
Channel 2 English, checking on Channel 2 English, 1, 2, 3, check. Channel 2 English, checking on English channel, 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3, check.
We could talk about our company using key facts and figures. We can tell you that today we're around 5,000 people worldwide, with 4 production and 4 research and development sites. And that we sell our medicines in over 100 countries. We could also tell you that our annual turnover is over 3 billion euros. And that last year, we dedicated more than 445 million euros to research and development for new and innovative treatments. While these are all important and illustrate how strong we are, the quality of our research, the efficacy of our treatments, and our global footprint, they don't capture what's really important to us. It's patients who inspire us to get up every morning. Patients living with cancer, rare diseases, and neurological disorders. It's Ronnie, Janice, Diana, Nadine, Misha, Yugan, and Steve. Working in partnership with the healthcare community, we aim to support them and their families throughout their entire journey. That's what's really important to us. Improving patients' lives. We are relentless about making a difference. At Ipsen, we focus together for patients and society.
Hello dear users. In this video, you will learn about the CAS-CS mobile application. Next, we will tell you how to use this application and what features it provides. The application is available for download in the App Store and Google Play Market. To use the application, you need to complete the registration procedure. In the window that opens, you need to enter your registration data, such as email address, mobile phone, last name and first name, city, organization and position. For security purposes, you must create your own unique password containing at least 9 characters. After registering, you will be taken to the main page of the application, which consists of the following sections: upcoming conferences, past conferences, and the other resources section. In order to take part in the upcoming conference, you need to click on the banner you are interested in, and in the window that opens, confirm your participation by clicking the Participate button. If you closed the registration offer and later decided to join the conference, then when you click on the conference banner again, you need to click on the button with a heart in the upper right corner of the screen. By going to the conference you are interested in, you can see the list of speakers and event organizers, as well as find out of the number of participants. In the speakers section, you can find out date and time of the speech of the specialist you are interested in. You can get acquainted with the conference program when choosing the day of the conference and specific hall. Also, by clicking on the video camera icon, you can go to the online broadcast of the selected hall. When you return to the main page, at the bottom of the screen you will see a set of icons which we will discuss in more detail. In the icon with hearts, you will find a list of conferences in which you are already participating. After clicking on the conference window, you will see a section with a personal QR code by which you can attend the conference in person. In the icon with doctor, you can find the necessary specialist, information about him, and contact him in a way convenient for you, via instant messengers, social networks, email, or by phone number. In the icon with document, there is a current news feed. By clicking on the profile icon, you will enter your personal account, where you can add or edit information about yourself, which will be displayed when searching for your profile in the specialist section. Here you can edit profile photos, links to social networks and instant messengers, as well as block access to them. In the profile section, you will be able to change the language and the ability to delete your account. CAS-CS application version is updated automatically. Turn on the auto-update feature in your mobile phone settings. We hope that this information was useful for you and the experience of using our application will be simple and convenient for you. Thank you for your attention.
Kazakh Cancer Society and the Kazakh Institute of Oncology and Radiology, together with the International Gynecologic Cancer Society and the American Eurasian Cancer Alliance.
Саммитке Қазақстаннан жақын және алыс шетелдерден 300-ден астам онколог, гинеколог, онколог, сәулелік диагнозшылар, терапевт, патоморфолог мамандар қатысуда. Сондай-ақ саммит аясында денсаулық сақтау министрлігінің, халықаралық ұйымдардың, ғылыми зиялы қауым өкілдерінің және Қазақстан жатыр мойын обырын жою мен паллиативтік көмекке қол жеткізу проблемаларын шешу саясатын қалыптастыратын көшбасшылардың қатысуымен дөңгелек үстел форматындағы пікірталас алаңдары ұйымдастырылған.
More than 300 Kazakh and foreign oncogynecologists, oncologists, radiation diagnosticians, radiation therapists and the pathologists are participating in the summit. Besides, there are roundtable discussions involving policymakers from the Minister of Healthcare of Kazakhstan, representatives of international organizations, scientific community and practitioners of the elimination of cervical cancer, and the cost and access abuse to palliative care activities in Kazakhstan.
Саммит жұмысына Қазақстан Республикасы денсаулық сақтау министрлігінің басшылары, дүниежүзілік денсаулық сақтау ұйымының қатерлі ісікті зерттеу жөніндегі халықаралық агенттіктің, Еуропалық медициналық онкологиялық қоғамның, Біріккен ұлттар ұйымы тұрғылықты халықпен жұмыс жасау саласындағы қорының, хоспистік паллиативтік көмек көрсету, дүниежүзілік альянсының және басқа да көптеген ұйымдарының өкілдері қатысуда.
Kazakhstan Healthcare Minister officials, representatives of World Health Organization, the International Agency for Research in Cancer, the European Society for Medical Oncology, the United Nations Population Fund, the Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance, and many others taking part in the summit.
Саммит қатысушылары көп жылдар бойы онкологиялық қызметті дамытуға мемлекет тарапынан көңіл бөлініп, дәрігерлерге жан-жақты көмек көрсетіліп келеді.
Dear participants of the summit, for many years the Kazakh government has been devoting a lot of attention to the development of oncological care, and doctors are getting comprehensive support.
Сөз кезегі Қазақстан Республикасы парламент сенатының депутаты, медицина ғылымдарының докторы Альназарова Ақмарал Шәріпбайқызына беріледі.
So now we'd like to give the floor to the Senator of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Akhmaral Alnazarova.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар, құрметті саммитке қатысушылар, қадірлі әріптестер. Қазақстан Республикасы парламенті Сенатының атынан Евразиялық саммитке қатысушыларға табысты және тиімді жұмыс тілеймін. Елдегі онкологиялық аурулардың бүкіл әлемдегідей өзекті және әлеуметтік маңызы өте зор. Біздің заңнамаға сәйкес Қазақстан азаматтарына онкологиялық көмекті мемлекет толық қамтамасыз етеді және қолдайды. Статистикалық деректер бойынша Қазақстанның денсаулық сақтау бюджетінің 5-тен 1 бөлігі онкологиялық науқастарға көмек көрсетуге арналған шығыстарды қамтиды. Главой нашего государства наш президент Касым-Жомарт Кемелович Токаев самое пристальное внимание уделяется постоянному повышению качества человеческого капитала. Граждане Казахстана являются самым ценным достоянием страны. Государство большое внимание уделяет охране здоровья женщин, которое невозможно без борьбы с онкологическими заболеваниями. В свою очередь, парламентом проводится соответствующая работа по обеспечению законодательного закрепления всех инициатив для реализации целей устойчивого развития, Организации Объединенных Наций, обеспечения здорового образа жизни, содействия благополучию для всех любого возраста. Мы движемся в сторону всеобщего охвата услугами здравоохранения и обеспечения доступа населения качественными, жизненно важными, самое главное, доступными услугами здравоохранения. Наша страна развивается в соответствии с мировыми трендами, которые декларируются Всемирной организацией здравоохранения. В стране реализуется комплекс мер по борьбе с раком во всех направлениях, начиная от профилактики, ранней диагностики, развития специализированной противоопухолевой терапии, реабилитации, паллиативной помощи, развития кадрового потенциала и науки. Онкологическая помощь и сохранение репродуктивного здоровья женщин – две взаимосвязанные задачи. В Казахстане 25% от первичных случаев рака в возрастной группе от 30 до 70 лет приходится на рак шейки
result is about cervical
Пятилетняя
cancer.
выживаемость
The
при
5-year
РШМ по
survival,
итогам 2022 года
based on the results
составила
of 2022, total
61,2%, тогда
61.2%.
как в экономически развитых
Although
странах,
in
на
the
которые мы
economically advanced
продолжаем
countries,
ориентироваться, этот
which are
показатель
kind of
приблизился
guidance
к
for us, this
90%.
one approaches
Тяжелым
90%.
бременем для семьи
The
и для
heavy
общества
burden for the
являются
family and
случаи,
society
когда рак
are the
выявляется у
cases when
беременных женщин.
cancer is
Ежегодно от
diagnosed
15
in
до
pregnant women.
17% женщин со злокачественными
15 to
новообразованиями
70%
погибают
women
в
with tumors
репродуктивном
die
возрасте.
at their
И это
reproductive age.
невосполнимая утрата как
And
для
this
семьи,
is the
так и
loss
для
that
государства в
cannot
целом.
be recovered in any for
Профилактическое
both the
направление
state
в борьбе с
and
онкологическими
families.
заболеваниями является и должно оставаться наиболее приоритетным, как наиболее.
Prophylaxis should be one of the most effective ways of dealing with oncological diseases. Despite the well-known vaccines and their availability and success achieved through the massive immunization programs in various countries, globally millions of children and adults annually die from diseases that are preventable with the help of vaccines. The human papillomavirus vaccination is the effective ways of protection against such disease and can seriously reduce the risk of cervical cancer and other diseases. The Senate of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, from its side, is ready to provide every support to establish the solid legal environment meeting people's needs. We all must play an important role in ensuring one of the key principles of the Sustainable Development Goals: no one should be left behind. And this principle should become a basis for the entire activity of the system of healthcare. Public health, national security, economic stability, and human resource development are integrally connected, and we should remember about this at all times and must continue within our powers, must continue with the work to achieve goals set by the key strategic mechanisms of the global health.
Саммит нәтижелері бойынша онкологиялық қызметті дамыту және қолданыстағы мәселелерді шешу бойынша нақты іс-қимылдар жасалатынына сенімдімін. Саммит жұмысында және қойылған міндеттерді іске асыруда барлықтарыңызға үлкен табыс тілеймін. Назарларыңызға рахмет.
I'd like to wish you success in this Central Asian Summit.
Құрметті қонақтар, сөз кезегін Қазақстан Республикасы парламентінің мәжіліс депутаты Елеуов Ғалымжан Алмасбекұлына беруге рұқсат етіңіздер.
Dear participants, I am honored to welcome Deputy of the Majlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ғалымжан Елеуов.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті Евразиялық саммитке қатысушылар. Сіздерді Қазақстан Республикасы парламенті мәжілісінің атынан бүгінгі іс-шараның ашылуымен құттықтаймын. Және өзім дәрігер ретінде осындай маңызды жиынға қатысып отырғаныма қуаныштымын. Осы басқосуды өткізу еліміздегі онкологиялық аурулармен одан әрі күресу қажеттілігінен туындап отыр. Good morning, dear participants of the Eurasian Summit, Modern Approach and Management of Gynecological Tumors. Let me greet all of you on behalf of the Majlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Онкологиялық аурулар әлеуметтік маңызы бар аурулардың қатарына жатады және қазіргі заманғы денсаулық сақтау саласында басым бағытты бірі. Өйткені оны емдеу экономикалық және әлеуметтік дамуға айтарлықтай ауыртпалық түсіреді. Бүгінде мемлекет онкологиямен ауыратын адамдарға тегін медициналық көмек көрсетеді. Хирургия мен сәулелік емдеуде инновациялық технологиялар қолданады. Ісікке дейінгі патологияны ерте алдын алуға арналған онкологиялық скринингтік бағдарламалар іске асырылады. Сондай-ақ ауылдық жерлерде денсаулық сақтауды дамыту және онкологиялық көмектің қолжетімділігін арттыру үшін жасыл дәліздер құрылуда. Алайда онкологиялық аурулардың ішінде жатыр мойының обыры қауіптілігі жағынан 5-ші орында. Өкінішке орай күн сайын шамамен 2 әйел осы аурудан қайтыс болады. Цитологиялық скрининг жүргізудің 10 жылдық тәжірибесіне қарамастан, жатыр мойны обырының сырқаттану мен өлім көрсеткіштері жоғары. Осыған байланысты Қазақстан үкіметі онкологиялық аурудың алдын алу қажеттілігін сұрайды. Гинекологиялық қатерлі ісіктің жоғары әлеуметтік маңыздылығы бар. Мәселен, жатыр мойны обыры негізінен бала көтеруге қабілетті жастағы әйелдерде болады. Бұл аурумен ауыратындардың ең жоғары деңгейі 40-44 жас. Дегенмен бүгін алдын алуға болады. Сондықтан да Қазақстан жатыр мойны обырын жою жөніндегі іс-шараларды жандандыру қажет. Құрметті саммитке қатысушылар, халықаралық ұйым өкілдері, онкология саласының мамандары. Сіздерді саммит нәтижесі бойынша еліміздегі жатыр мойны обырын жоюға байланысты бірігіп іс-қимылдар жасауға және дөңгелек үстел қорытындысы бойынша тиісті шара қабылдауға шақырамын. Назарыңызға рахмет.
Құрметті Ғалымжан Алмасбекұлы, саммит қатысушыларының атынан сізге алғыс білдіреміз. Құрметті қонақтар, келесі сөз кезегі Қазақстан Республикасының денсаулық сақтау министрі Гениат Ажар Гениатқызына беріледі. Экрандарға назар аударайық.
Құрметті әріптестер, уважаемые гости, участники Евразийского саммита, от имени Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан
On behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan, personally,
уважаемые гости,
distinguished guests, distinguished participants of the Eurasian Summit, on behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and personally, I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the Central Asian Summit, modern approaches to management of gynecological tumors. Today, oncological diseases, cancer in this country are one of the very frequent reasons for death. In Kazakhstan, we often identify thousands of new cases. About 14,000 people pass away per year. We have officially registered about 100,000 patients. There is a number of issues that still require some urgent attention and radical measures to ensure accessibility and quality of oncological treatments, especially in women's health. Despite 10 years of screening for cervical cancer, we've been still noticing the increase in the number of cervical cancer. Over 2,000 new cases are registered annually. There is poor efficiency of cytological screening, especially in the remote areas of this country. There is a very high degree of identification of the late forms of cervical cancer. More than 100 pregnant women who find various types of gynecological tumors causing some lethal results in mortality. So dealing with oncological diseases is one of the priority tasks of healthcare in this country. In his pre-election campaign Fair Kazakhstan for everyone and for all, our country's president paid special attention to the entire system of healthcare, and especially to the development of oncological assistance to patients. So, in the light of this, the ministry is now drafting and going through the approval of the new comprehensive plan to deal with oncological diseases for the year 2023-2025. In line with this new plan, we identified some of the future perspectives for the enhancements and improvement of oncological assistance in this country. All of the initiatives related to women's health have also been included into the draft of this new plan and are in line with the latest international trends as part of the implementation of the roadmap to accelerate and eliminate cervical cancer, which was adopted by the WHO and signed and supported by multiple countries, the Republic of Kazakhstan included. So in this regard, we are planning the implementation of the primary prophylaxis of cervical cancer and vaccination of young ladies starting from the year 2023. We'll also do optimization, modernization of cytological screening programs, specialized human papillomavirus
стандартам.
screening
Уважаемые
procedures in line with
участники,
international
уверены,
standards.
что
Distinguished
Евразийский
participants, I'm
саммит
confident
послужит
that the Eurasian
отличной
Summit will
диалоговой
serve as a
площадкой
good
для
dialogue
обсуждения и
platform for
продвижения
discussion
мер
and the
по
promotion of
диагностике,
measures for
лечению рака
diagnostic
шейки матки и
and
достижению
management of
целей
cervical
к 2030
cancer, to
году
achieve these goals by the year
90-70-90.
2030,
Важно,
90-70-90.
что в
What's
обсуждении
important is
указанных
that in the
направлений
discussion of
онкологии
these topics
принимают участие сегодня представители Всемирной
we have
организации
participating
здравоохранения,
the representatives of
Европарламента,
WHO,
депутаты
the
парламента нашей
Europe
страны,
Parliament,
Международного
members of the
агентства
parliament of this
исследования
country, the
рака,
International
Европейского
Cancer
общества
Research
медицинской онкологии,
Agency,
Фонда
European
ООН в
Society
области
for Medical
народонаселения,
Oncology,
Международного
UNFPA,
общества
the International
гинекологического
Society of
рака, Американского евразийского
Gynecology,
онкологического альянса, Международной
Eurasian
ассоциации
Oncological
по
Alliance, the
профилактике
International
заболеваний
Association
шейки
for the
матки,
Prevention of Cervical
ведущие
Cancer.
мировые
Basically, all
эксперты,
of the leading
Ассоциация
international
онкологов
experts, the
Республики
Association of
Казахстан,
Oncologists
научные
of the
и
Republic of
медицинские
Science
работники
and
нашей страны.
medical
Мы очень благодарны вам,
circles of this
что
country. So
участвуете в
really
таком
appreciate
важном
that you
форуме.
participate in this
В
important
завершении
forum.
своего
In conclusion
выступления
of my
хочу
brief
пожелать
remarks,
всем
I'd like to
участникам
wish
Евразийского
all of
саммита
the distinguished participants of the
плодотворной,
Eurasian
успешной
Summit, the
работы,
highly productive and
творческих и
successful
профессиональных
work,
контактов,
creative and professional
здоровья,
contacts,
удачи
good health,
и
good luck,
всем вам
and
хорошей встречи
and
и
enjoy
благодарю
your
за
meetings here
внимание.
in Kazakhstan, and thank you for your attention.
Құрметті Ажар Ниятқызы, жылы лебізіңіз үшін алғыс білдіреміз.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech will be given by the Dr. Keiji Fujiwara, President of the International Gynecology Cancer Society.
Келесі сөз кезегі халықаралық гинекологиялық қателесі қоғамының президенті доктор Кейчи Фудживара мырзаға беріледі.
Hello everyone, my name is Keiichi Fujiwara. I'm a GYN oncologist in Japan and I'm serving as a president of the IGCS, International Gynecologic Cancer Societies. I'd like to celebrate all of you to hold this fantastic meeting here. And as the president of the IGCS, I really want to show my gratitude of the invitation to this beautiful countries, and also the most grateful hospitalities. And I honestly, I have fallen in love with this country. Okay, so I'd like to mention briefly about what the IGCS is. So the concept, basic concept of the IGCS is to achieve the global health equity for all over the world. So we have accomplished many educational programs and the partnership with the patient advocacies, and I'd like to show you what we have done. So far, we have now more than 3,800 members in 118 countries. And if we look at the doctors and nurses or the patients who have reached our societies is more than 15,000 people. And if you look at the allocation of those people in the worldwide, the number one is Asia Pacific regions, including this country. So followed by the North America and Latin America. And also we have the IGCS Strategic Alliance Partner Groups. I can show you the logos of those countries. They're working together, sharing the resources for the education and training. And the countries representing the Strategic Alliance Partner Program is 40 countries. I'd like to show you a little bit of the part of our educational programs. This is one of the most significant achievements that has been already made in a pre-invasive disease program, which was held yesterday here too. And also, we are now focusing deeply about the palliative care certificate program, and our palliative the care program. The members are working so hard to make the great the educational curriculum. And we are now updating, and I have just saw Dr. Stephen Connor today, and it will be our great opportunity to working together with him. Oops, sorry. And the one of the most important the achievement is our Journal of International Gynecologic Cancers. The chief editor-in-chief, Bedro Ramritz, did a great job and raised our impact factor to more than 4.66. And also, we have the great honor to collaborate with the UICC as a membership. And also, we have the collaboration, a strong collaboration with the AAGL, where the Dr. Jubilee Brown is the past president of this society, and she will make some presentation here today. Today or tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. Oops, sorry. So we also have the benefit for the IGCS members to have the discount, the contract for the up to date, which is the very useful handbook for your daily practice to make your clinical decisions correctly. We also emphasize the importance of engagement with the patient. Yeah, this is our customers and our consumers and whatever you say, but our goal is to make their life as happier as possible. So also for the young doctors who really want to contribute to the diagnosis and the treatment and the follow-up for the gynecologic cancer patients, we have the very nice global gynecologic oncology fellowship programs. So we can do the partnering, and we can do the virtual training and hands-on training, evaluation, and the certification of the completion. Here's our achievement. I do not have the time to specific numbers, but our programs are growing, and we are having an excellent the fellows that graduated from our curriculums. This is another metrics. You can see a lot of the young educational, the trainees and the trainers has been contributing to make our patients happy. Yeah, so please feel free to make contact with us if you're interested in to participate as a member of IGCS. I'm emphasizing to the young doctors. Now, I'd like to announce that our global meeting this year will be held in Seoul, Korea, in November the 5th to 7th this year. So I'd like to invite you to this global meeting. And before I'm closing the opening remarks, I'd like to invite Dr. Wendell Norman. He has a very important information for you.
So preventing cervical cancer has really been a goal of mine. It is one of the most horrible diseases striking young people. And in speaking with my Eurasian colleagues, one of the barriers has been the price of the vaccine. So I took it, I negotiated with GSK on behalf of the IGCS a steeply discounted price for the vaccine, which will allow this to be rolled out, that price will not be a barrier. They have written offer back to the Ministry of Health, and I hope this will spur some discussion about a global vaccination program in Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable contribution. Dear participants, it's an honor for me to welcome Dr. Mary Aiken, Chief Executive Officer of the International Gynecologic Cancer Society.
Келесі сөз кезегін халықаралық гинекологиялық қатерлісі қоғамның бас директоры доктор Мэри Эйкен ханымға беруге рұқсат етіңіздер.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I echo Kichi's sentiments about this country. Everyone here is so warm, friendly, and welcoming. It's very, very appreciative. On behalf of the IGCS leadership and our membership, thank you for all that you're doing here in this region. We're thrilled to have negotiated, as Wendell said, with GlaxoSmithKline at a significantly reduced cost for the vaccine here in Kazakhstan. We hope that over 600,000 women will be eligible for this program, and we look forward to rolling this out together with the work of Dilara and others. We believe this is a model that we can use globally, and I'm indebted to Wendell for his work on this. I was first here in Kazakhstan in 2017 and was so warmly greeted by everyone here. Kazakhstan was one of the first countries to join IGCS as part of our Strategic Alliance program. And since then, our program has grown to most recently in 2022 in New York, working with our Georgian colleagues under the leadership of Dilara, we were able to sign them as part of our Strategic Alliance program as well. Thank you to Dilara, who is now a board member of the IGCS. She plays an important role in representing Central Asia and Oceania. We have 2 seats on our board for this region, and Dilara was elected last year and has done a tremendous job in representing this part of the world at IGCS. Thank you, Dilara. Again, stressing the importance of our relationship, and I know we've seen this yesterday a little bit, but cervical cancer is real in this country. It's taking the lives of women, and we must work together, and through this vaccine rollout, we believe we will make a difference over time. This is the current membership within the region. Again, thank you to Dilara and her leadership, along with the American Cancer Eurasian, and Sophia Michelson. We have really established a footprint in this part of the world. Azerbaijan National Center of Oncology, the deputy director is here, and we'll be signing an MOU later today with them as well. As I mentioned, the Georgian Society in New York, we had a signing ceremony where we welcomed the members from the Georgian Society of Gynecological Oncology. And of course, my friend Sophia, thank you so much for your guidance and help as we continue to broaden our presence in this region. It's not often you meet people that you start at a professional relationship and then become friends over time. And I feel with Dilara and Sophia, I have been very fortunate. I'll just quickly say, this was a save the date that we did almost a year ago, and now here we are today putting on this program in the region and helping support the education. We do a Project Echo Tumor Board in the region, which Wendell Nauman, along with Flor Backus from the US, our chair, Our Project Echo Tumor Boards reach everyone in the region, and collaboratively, monthly, we have over 40 to 50 people from the region attending our tumor boards. As Kichi mentioned, palliative care is a very important part of IGCS. We continue to make inroads into this program, starting with our certificate program. And as Kichi mentioned, we look forward to working with Stephen Connor and others so committed to this. Our pre-invasive disease training program will begin to start to roll this out in the region over the course of the coming months. 2 of the 3 components are online. The 3rd component is a hands-on program where we will train and use specimen, and then we will also work with patients as the final component. I'm so pleased that Kazakhstan has had such an impact in the Every Woman study that we are co-sponsoring with the World Ovarian Cancer Coalition. There are 10 sites within Kazakhstan collecting patient data, better understanding patients through their journey of diagnosis of ovarian cancer. Kazakhstan will also be involved in the World Ovarian Cancer Day, which is declared May 8th of this year. And trophoblastic disease, something that is, I think, underrepresented in this region for education. We'll begin to work with parts of the region on highlighting the importance and treatment of trophoblastic disease through our partnership with the International Society for the Study of Trophoblastic Disease. In New York, we were pleased to have a Eurasian session chaired by Dilara and her colleagues, and we will have another one in Seoul, November 7th, 2023. Thank you again for having me and inviting me, and on behalf of the IGCS leadership, you're doing amazing things in this region, and we are honored to be partners with you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Aiken, thank you for raising such important and relevant issues.
Құрметті қонақтар, назар аударыңыздар, сағат 10:00-де екінші қолда радиология сессиясы басталады.
Dear guests, please pay attention. The radiology session will start at 10 o'clock at the Hall 2. Dear participants, we would like to bring to your attention the Executive Director of the American Eurasian Cancer Alliance, Dr. Sophia Michelson. Dr. Michelson, welcome.
Сөз кезегі Америка Еуразиялық онкологияға қарсы альянстың атқарушы директоры доктор София Майклсонға беруге рұқсат етіңіздер.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of American Eurasian Cancer Alliance partners and supporters, I would like to welcome everyone at this Congress. I would like to thank Kazakhstan government and oncology leadership, represented by my dear friend and colleague, academician Kaidarova, for this absolutely outstanding hospitality and for your willingness to host, I would say what's called an Oscars party of Eurasian gynecologic oncology services here in Kazakhstan. Thank you so, so much for everything. Would like to bring to your attention just a few slides about American Eurasian Cancer Alliance, the history of the alliance, the mission and the purpose. American Eurasian Cancer Alliance was formed in 2001 and represent unity of premier United States cancer centers and Eurasian cancer centers in cancer control efforts. Our mission is to pool best intellectual and scientific resources of the member institutions to further research and discovery of cancer prevention, treatment, strategy, as well as palliative care. There are 3 areas of focus of American Eurasian Cancer Alliance. Number 1 is strengthening global cancer research, promoting research training and education, and supporting innovation and policy in programs. In the United States, the coordinating cancer center that does all the coordinating activities is at Fox Chase Cancer Center in Philadelphia. However, the cancer centers that are engaged are throughout all states of the United States. In Eurasia, we are focusing in Central Asian region, Caucasus, Central and Eastern Europe, the Balkan Peninsula. In terms of strengthening global cancer research, there are various programs that are of interest to each partnering institution that are under development. And we are focusing at the moment on female-male reproductive system, urological hepatic cancers, radiation oncology, pathology, and palliative care. Those are a few interesting publications as an outcome of our partners where we publish, just to glance over for you, and all the respectful peer-reviewed journals have accepted member publications. And member publication, I mean, it's not United States or Central Asian, it's joint publications that we are focused on as a research outcome. In terms of training and education, we're offering professional courses, tele-mentoring exchange, multidisciplinary research training fellowships, train-the-trainer programs, research facility and medical center site visits. For supporting innovation and policy in programs, National Cancer Control Plans Assistance, which we have started in 2015 in Tashkent and have been very successful with engaging Central Asian countries with development of national cancer control plans, cancer screening guidelines, tobacco cessation legislation that took place in the first between 2000 and 2001, palliative care policies that we have jointly worked with Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries, as well as countries in Caucasus and Central Europe, national HPV vaccination campaigns. Those are just few cancer centers in the United States that right now are engaged in work of American Eurasian Cancer Alliance, as well as the society. Some of the representatives of these cancer centers and societies are here, friends, colleagues, and partners. Wanted to mention a few upcoming American Eurasian Cancer Alliance in conjunction with Kazakhstan Cancer Society events. Stopping a little bit at ASCO, I have also a very important announcement, as we are here at the announcements, is Kazakhstan, represented by Academician Kaidarova, will be first time is engaged in International Committee of American Society of Clinical Oncology. So this year, Kazakhstan will be one of the countries represented on a panel of International Committee. We look forward to the upcoming event that is also first time launching Best of ASCA in Central Asia and will be hosted with Kazakh Cancer Society led by Dilara Kaidarova. Another event that American Eurasian Cancer Alliance jointly with Kazakhstan Cancer Society will be launching by popular demand. We had very successful event on Eurasian session in New York and the platform within a framework of AGCS annual Congress. It was very well attended, and in fact this year we are expanding it in International Gynecological Cancer Society global meeting, launching Eurasian session. And that will be a little bit broader than a previous one. So we'd like to welcome everybody here to join us in Seoul. And one more slide. It's only my perhaps 60-second summit. I never pause the slide because I always say thank you. But for this Eurasian summit, I would say more than thank you. I would like to show everyone who is involved in organizing this absolutely spectacular event. Thank you so much. I want you to see their faces, from Dilara Kaidarova, Oksana Shatkovskaya, Yerlan, Raihan, Ulpan, Alima, Dauren, as well as all the staff of Kaznior. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been 40 weeks, full-term pregnancy. We were developing this Congress, so now it's time to deliver. Thank you so much for all of us. Bye-bye.
Dr. Michelson, thank you for an enlightening presentation. And now, we'd like to present a video lecture from Dr. Nina Berzuli, Director of the Division of Country Health Programs at the Regional Office for Europe of the World Health Organization.
Құрметті қонақтар, назарларыңызға дүниежүзілік денсаулық сақтау ұйымы Еуропа аймақтық бюросының денсаулық сақтандыру бағдарламасы бөлім директоры доктор Нина Берзулидің видео баяндамасы ұсынылады. Қабыл алайық.
Good morning, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings from the WHO Regional Office for Europe in Copenhagen. Thanks for inviting me to address the issue that is very close to my heart, cervical cancer. We already know what causes cervical cancer, how to prevent it, and how to treat it, even in resource-constrained settings. And in this context, not investing in cervical cancer elimination, inequitable access to game-changing HPV vaccination, inequitable access to screening for precancerous treatment is unacceptable on ethical, moral, and social grounds, and financial grounds as well. HPV vaccination and cervical cancer screening have been designated as best buy intervention. Immediate returns on investment include reduction in prevalence of highly oncogenic HPV types, high-grade precancerous lesions and cancers, contributing to reductions in mortality rates. We know that investment in cervical cancer prevention can not only save thousands of lives in the European region over the next 10 years, but can also pave the way for the broader fight against all cancer, as investments in health systems across cervical cancer care continuum addresses bottlenecks and challenges for other cancers. In 2020, the World Health Assembly adopted a strategy aimed at eliminating cervical cancer worldwide. The global strategy identifies that cervical cancer would no longer be considered to be a public health problem when all countries reach an annual incidence rate of 4 cases per 100,000 women or less. This should happen within the lifetime of today's young girls. The targets set by the global strategy are 90% of girls vaccinated against HPV by age 15, 70% screened by 35 years and again by 45, and 90% of women with precancer treated. In WHO Euro, more than 66,000 women are newly diagnosed with cervical cancer, and more than 30,000 die from it each year. The majority of these deaths occur in middle-income countries, and this disparity is primarily due to the differences in the access to and suboptimal quality of services for cervical cancer prevention and control. These sub-regional specificities required adopting the global strategy to the regional context in a way that responds to the needs of all member states in the region. Let's look at the data. Annual cervical cancer incidence varies between countries in the region from 3.4 in Switzerland to 26 per 100,000 women in Montenegro. Mortality rates also vary by sub-region, from 2.0 deaths per 100,000 in Western Europe to 2.2 in Northern Europe, 2.3 in Southern Europe, 6.1 in Central and Eastern Europe, and 7.0 in Central Asia. The risk of a woman dying from cervical cancer is 3.5 times higher in Central Asia than in Western Europe. An underestimated driver of these disparities in mortality is late-stage diagnosis. And we know that in order to achieve the elimination, we need to achieve 4 incidence of 4 per 100,000. As of 2020, HPV vaccination has been introduced in 45 out of the 53 member states. In the region, 34% of countries have organized population-based screening programs, but uptake of the screening program varies. Barriers to cervical cancer screening in the region include out-of-pocket payments, fragmented service delivery, and other barriers of complex healthcare systems that Sometimes it's very difficult to navigate distance and the travel cost, language, notably for migrant, displaced and refugee populations, and stigma. There are huge disparities in cancer outcomes as early stage diagnosis varies from 40% to 80%, and 5-year survival rate ranges from 54% to 80%. This is due to the fact that the quality of care in some areas is suboptimal. And we know that the effective management of cervical cancer at tertiary care level requires a well-educated and trained specialized health workforce and multidisciplinary and well-organized cancer system. Already before the pandemic, we have been facing challenges in cervical cancer prevention and control. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly affected cancer care in the region. HPV vaccine uptake declined by 10 to 24% in some countries. 47% of countries indicated some level of disruption in screening and 41% in treatment. But despite these setbacks, the COVID-19 pandemic provided an opportunity for fast uptake of innovations. For example, pandemic accelerated the acquisition of molecular testing capabilities in major diagnostic laboratories for coronavirus testing. Molecular testing capabilities built up during the pandemic can be used for HPV PCR tests to match the demand of screening programs. Countries also were forced to rethink its approach to cervical cancer screening when non-emergency healthcare stopped. Sweden, for example, employed HPV self-sampling, sending test kits to homes to women. The country saw a dramatic 10% increase in population test coverage from 75% to 85% in just 1 year. With the new measures against HPV, Sweden predicts that cervical cancer elimination could happen now 5 years from now. If the pandemic had not occurred, it would have been much, much slower. Let's look at the roadmap to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer as a public health problem in the WHO European region, which was adopted by all 53 member states in 22 at the WHO Regional Committee in Israel. The roadmap is based on global strategy, but contextualizes the strategy's priority actions to regional specificities. It lays out the regional landscape and strategic actions that are needed to achieve the global targets by 2030, to be on a pathway to achieve elimination. It offers a framework for providing access to HPV vaccination and appropriate cervical cancer screening and treatment services across the 53 member states. The critical elements presented on this slide form an action framework of the roadmap that will support and guide the member states in developing or updating their national action plans for cervical cancer or their national cancer control plans. The roadmap defines core principles to guide national plans, which includes the people-focused, engaging the target populations in the development and implementation of interventions, live course-based, promoting and ensuring access to early interventions from HPV vaccination of adolescents to organized cervical cancer screening of women, multisectorality, equity-based, adopting strategies and designing specific interventions targeted at underserved populations, refugees, migrants, minorities, people living with HIV, and other key populations in order to ensure equitable access to services. And of course, evidence-based and research-driven. The roadmap also identifies 5 region-specific strategic pivots to facilitate the implementation across the 53 member states. That includes the strengthening health systems governance and care pathways for quality and coordinated care, ensuring to have the competent and trained health workforce to deliver high-quality integrated care, evidence and behavioral cultural insights use to inform the policy and communication strategies to reduce the disparities. Use and strengthening use of data, surveillance, monitoring, and evaluation to demonstrate the impact, and investing in responsible innovation to accelerate the elimination agenda. Let's look at the pillars of the roadmap. The first pillar is the HPV, increased HPV vaccination. The WHO European region has highest HPV vaccination introduction globally. Many countries have demonstrated vaccine impact on the prevalence of HPV infection, incidence of cervical precancerous lesions, cancer in young women. However, as you see on this slide, the coverage varies. There are only few member states that have achieved the global target for vaccination coverage. But good progress has been made. In December 22 also, the WHO issued an updated position paper on HPV vaccine, a single-dose quadrivalent HPV vaccine which delivers protection against the virus that is comparable to a two-dose schedule. This could be a game changer for the prevention of the disease and over the slow introduction of the HPV vaccine into immunization programs and overall low population coverage. As a single dose of the vaccine is less costly, less resource intensive, and easier to administer. Furthermore, within the European Immunization Agenda 2030, we are working with the member states and partners to develop tailored programming to increase the HPV vaccination uptake, tackle the misinformation and the disinformation about the HPV vaccine, strengthening the health system, routine immunization health system, and devise the local solution to local challenges to increase uptake of HPV vaccination. If we look at the second pillar, which is the organized screening and treatment for precancerous lesions, we see from the slide that the cervical cancer screening coverage also varies across the region. Less than 50% in many European countries and below 30% in most Central Asian countries, the uptake of the cervical cancer screening. And not all the programs are population-based with well-functioning quality assurance mechanism. Screening must be the part of a well-defined pathway linking organized screening to diagnosis of lesions, treatment, and monitoring. European Cancer Inequality Registry of the EU collects data on disparities and inequalities between the member states and the region, and we see from this slide that the prevalence of cervical cancer screening uptake varies by women's education level and income. In every country, with the exception of Slovenia, Lithuania, and Malta, on this slide we see that the women with the lower income reported higher level self-reporting of never having cervical smear test than women with a higher level of income. Recommendations for screening and treatment clearly state that HPV DNA detection is the first choice screening test for better detection of precancerous lesions. Existing programs with quality assured cytology as a primary screening test should be continued until the HPV DNA testing is operational. Ensuring screening for vaccinated and unvaccinated women in all their diversity begins at 30 years of age and again every 5-10 years when using HPV DNA detection as the primary screening test, or every 3 years when using visual inspection or cytology as a primary screening test until 49. And for HIV-positive individuals, screening should start at age 25 and be repeated every 3 to 5 years. Establishing the diagnostic methods to use for screen-positive women having colposcopy, biopsy, and endocervical curettage available and accessible, establishing quality assurance programs and strengthening laboratory capacities. The third pillar in the strategy and the roadmap is access to quality treatment for cervical cancer and palliative care. The quality of care in some areas we know that is suboptimal due to the limited knowledge among healthcare providers and lack of medicines or treatment options. Effective management of cervical cancer at tertiary care level requires a well-trained, specialized health workforce and health systems that has well-functioning referral mechanism, which has to be bidirectional, with well-functioning primary health care that has to be a part of the clinical pathway, the well-defined scope of work of healthcare providers throughout the cancer continuum to ensure all levels are properly staffed, educated, and trained, and that responsible providers are adequately informed of updated guidelines and evidence-based practices. Furthermore, it is critically important to have multidisciplinary tumor boards to guide invasive cervical cancer treatments, pathology, surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and palliative care, adherence to clinical guidelines, and equitable access to high-quality diagnosis with adequate staging based on clinical, pathological, and radiological examination, and appropriate high-quality treatment that includes surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and palliative care, as well as the survivorship care, regardless of stage, to support appropriate treatment. Mental health support and psychological support and human resources such as doctors, nurses that are equipped with basic palliative care skills are very important and critical components of the care pathway. Dear colleagues, successful implementation of this roadmap requires effective partnership. Partnership of government, civil society, patient groups, academia, professional societies, private sector to strengthen the linkages and help spread lessons learned so that we may better implement the solutions we know work. Implementation requires strong political commitment with investments in health systems governance and multi-sectoral and participatory approach. Engaging the target audience in the design and implementation of interventions, investing in evidence-based and clear communication and education, using behavioral and cultural insights tools to identify barriers and facilitators to participation in screening programs is key to countering misinformation and improving uptake. We must invest in improving the collection, analysis, and utilization of data to enable monitoring and evaluation of our efforts to accelerate the elimination and ensure that no one is left behind. The WHO Regional Office is convening the Regional Multi-Stakeholder Committee, which will promote the highest level of political engagement to ensure that cervical cancer elimination stays at the top of national health agendas. We will also support a regional information and knowledge exchange platform to facilitate the functional links between national focal points, the WHO Regional Office, and the partners and other partners engaged in cervical cancer elimination. This mechanism will help the member states to anticipate the challenges and connect with other member states to learn from their experiences. We will continue and accelerate, together with the partners, the policy advocacy through policy dialogues, as well as technical assistance to member states, including to increasing the uptake of HPV vaccination with the focus on underserved and at-risk populations, developing organized population-based screening, strengthening clinical pathways, and service delivery models to improve the access to high-quality diagnosis, treatment, and integrated palliative care and survivor services. Dear colleagues, elimination of cervical cancer is possible. We have solutions in our hand. We have solutions that work and are highly effective. Failure to use them and use equitably is an injustice. It is an injustice to girls to young women who are at risk of cervical cancer. Let's do everything possible to make elimination of cervical cancer our legacy. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I congratulate the organizers of the Eurasian Summit, the Kazakhstan Cancer Society, Kazakh Institute of Oncology and Radiology, for putting together this Eurasian Summit, and I wish you all the best and fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Dr. Birzuli, thank you for your extensive effort.
Dr. Birzuli, thank you for your welcome address.
Head of the Early Detection, Prevention and Infections branch of the International Agency for Research on Cancer, to the stage.
Құрметті қонақтар, келесі сөз кезегі халықаралық қателіктерді зерттеу агенттігінің ерте анықтау, алдын алу және инфекциялар бөлім басшысы доктор Партабасова беріледі.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank Professor Diliara and her colleagues for inviting me to this beautiful country. You have just listened to my colleague from the WHO Euro, that WHO recently came out with the advice that the countries may go for a single dose of HPV vaccine. I am going to present the evidence based on which the WHO came out with this advice. One of the major studies that provided evidence to this particular recommendation was the study that is ongoing in India, and it is being implemented by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. The study has a little complex design, so I'll spend a little time to explain to you. In 2009, the study was initiated as a randomized controlled trial to compare 2 versus 3 doses of the quadrivalent HPV vaccine in 10 to 18-year-old unmarried Indian girls. If you remember correctly, that time the standard recommendation was to give 3 doses of the vaccine. So we wanted to see whether 2 doses will be as effective. Now, the plan was that in one arm, 10,000 girls will get 2 doses at 0 and 6 months. In another arm, the 10,000 girls will receive 3 doses at 0, 2, and 6 months. By April 2010, we have completed nearly 90% of the recruitment when the government of India stopped vaccination in all studies because of a few deaths happened in another study. Though these deaths had nothing to do with the vaccination, but because of the pressure of the anti-vaccine lobbies, the government said no longer any vaccination in trial. And because of this abrupt stoppage, we landed up with a situation in which in one arm, girls received 3 doses as per protocol. In another arm, girls received 2 doses as per protocol. In the third arm, girls received 2 doses at 0 and 2 months out of protocol. And in one arm, girls received a single dose. And when you compare the numbers, you can see the numbers are almost evenly matched. And when we compare the socio-demographic parameters, all the arms are equally matched. No ethics committee would have allowed us to do this study at that point of time. Though the government stopped vaccination, but then we continued follow-up of the girls. So over the last 13 years, the girls now who are women, they are being followed up every year. So when they get married, we collect cervical sample from them yearly for 4 consecutive years. This sample is tested for HPV genotyping. And when the girls, they reach the age of 25 years, and if they are married, we screen them with HPV test, and if the HPV test is positive, they go for colposcopy and biopsy. Now, you can understand from our design, we didn't have any unvaccinated cohort. So as a post hoc, we recruited about 5,000 age-matched, married, unvaccinated women as controls. So we have 4 arms in the study who have been vaccinated and 1 unvaccinated arm. The 0-2 and 2-month dose group doesn't have any clinical relevance, so I'm not going to present that data to you. Now, we looked at the antibody response to the targeted HPV types. So what you see in the graph is the antibody, the binding antibody or the total antibody titer following vaccination. The top graph, the top line in each graph, it is showing the antibody titer after 3 doses. Obviously, there is a very robust response, and then after 2 years, it comes to a plateau, and over the 10 years, it remains a straight line. Now look at the graph, the blue line, which is for the single dose. In the single dose, yes, the antibody titer is inferior, but once it reaches the plateau, over the 10 years, we are not seeing any dip in the antibody titer. In fact, at 10 years post-vaccination, more than 95% of the girls or the women, they have detectable antibody. And some people may say, oh, we are interested in neutralizing antibody. This is the graph showing the neutralizing antibody titer. Exactly the same thing. Over 10 years, no reduction in antibody titer for the single dose arm as well. Now, this table is a little busy. I don't want to take you through this whole table. This is just showing that if you look at the single dose arm, that out of the 4,949 recipients of single dose, now we have very good compliance to providing of samples, and samples have been provided at the median of 1.2 years. And if you compare single dose, 2 dose, and 3 dose, there is no difference between this compliance. Now, so now we have data for protection against incident infection. Though, as you know, incident infection is not much of clinical value, but then still, if you look at all the vaccinated women, among them, 3% of them have incident HPV 16 and 18 infection detected over the last 10 years of follow-up. When you compare the unvaccinated, the number is 3 times higher. But what is most interesting is, if you look at the single dose, HPV 16 and 18 incident infection, 3.2%. 3 doses, 3.0%. 2 doses, 2.6%. Exactly comparable when it comes to incident infection. Now, what is more, of course, from clinical point of view is the persistent infection, because that is the real precursor to the development of high-grade CIN and cancer. Now, when we look at among all the vaccinated women, very few have HPV 16 and 18 persistent infection, 0.1%, which is 27 times higher in the unvaccinated women. And again, when you compare the persistent HPV 16 and 18 infection in 3-dose arm, 2-dose arm, and the single-dose arm, exactly the same. Only 0.1% of the single-dose recipients, they have HPV 16 and 18 persistent infection. When you look at the cross-protective types of infection, HPV 31, 33, and 45, again compare 3 doses versus 2 doses and single dose. There is no difference in the infection rate. Based on which, we could now estimate the vaccine efficacy against persistent HPV 16 and 18. It is more than 90%, irrespective of the number of doses that the recipients received. As I said, now we are screening these women. Now, as we screen the women, as you can see among the vaccinated, the HPV test positivity is lower as we expect. And again, when you compare the HPV test positivity in 3-dose arm, 2-dose arm, and single-dose arm, they are all comparable. But then look at the column that is the 4th column. Those who are HPV positive, we tested them with another HPV test, which was very totally independent of the genotyping test we did. And again, with this independent HPV testing, we see the exactly same thing as we have seen with genotyping. 0.1% of the single-dose recipients, they have HPV 16 or HPV 18 infection. These women are still young. We don't expect too many CIN2 or CIN3 to happen. But still, in the unvaccinated women, we see 5 cases of CIN2, CIN3 associated with HPV 16 or 18, 0 cases of HPV 16, 18 related to CIN2, CIN3 in the vaccinated women. Obviously, in the single dose, there is no such CIN2 or CIN3. Now, moving on from IARC trial, there is another randomized trial implemented in Kenya. In this, so IARC trial used the quadrivalent vaccine. Now, in the Kenyan study, 15 to 20-year-old women, they were randomized to receive either a single dose of quadrivalent vaccine or a single dose of 9-valent vaccine. The third arm was a control arm. They essentially received placebo, meningococcal vaccine. So they followed up the girls exactly the way we have done. They have collected cervical specimen to analyze the incident and persistent infection. And now here you can see HPV 16 and 18 efficacy in 9-valent vaccine, in bivalent vaccine, exactly the same kind of persistent infection we have seen, they have also seen. 0.17% of the recipients, they have persistent HPV 16 and 18, and based on which they have estimated the vaccine efficacy more than 90% with the Cervarix as well as Gardasil 9. And then this is, again, protection against the 7 types that are included in Gardasil 9. Again, you can see 90% efficacy. Finally, this data was supported by the data coming from real-life programs. Australia was the first country to introduce the HPV vaccine in 2007. And over the years, many of these girls, they have become eligible for screening. And because they have excellent linkage between the vaccination and screening registry, now they can assess the impact of vaccination on screening. So when you compare the unvaccinated women, they have a rate of CIN2, CIN3 as 7.6 per 1,000 women years. And when you look at 3-dose arm, 2-dose arm, and single-dose arm, there is a significant 40% reduction in CIN2, CIN3 in those women, and you can see again there is no difference between the dose arms. So why is this happening? This particular vaccine requires very little antibody to neutralize the virus. Unlike coronavirus, which gets into the cell in few seconds or few minutes, this virus needs a break in the epithelium, has to sit on the basement membrane, and it sits there for a few hours. And that is enough time for the exudated small amount of antibody to neutralize the virus. That is why such a small amount of antibody can be so effective with single dose of the vaccine. So this is the recommendation from the WHO. It is not only saying that you can give single dose of the vaccine to the girls, but also to boys. And then we can extend the age to 20 years, which allows countries to go for a multi-age cohort vaccination. So increasing the coverage, ensuring the gender-neutral vaccination, and increasing the MAC age cohort up to the age of 17 or 18 will certainly accelerate elimination of cervical cancer. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Пленарлық сессия бойынша сұрақтарыңыз болса, қолдарыңызды көтеріп, микрофон әкелуін күтуді өтінеміз.
The task of timely vaccination is very relevant for our region. Thank you for your considerable contribution, Dr. Basu. If you have any questions for the speakers during the plenary session, please raise your hands and wait for the microphone to be brought.
Any questions? Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what happened when the Indian government stopped recommendation and it resumed?
Yes. That's a very interesting question. Yes. So they stopped vaccination in the trials, but they never stopped vaccination to be sold in the private market. As you know, India still does not have the vaccination program. This is a very I'm ashamed as an Indian because we are contributing to the largest global burden of cervical cancer. But then they allowed vaccination in trials after about 3 years or so. So after that, we could do more trials with the vaccines.
The reason why I ask this question is the Japanese government make the same mistake.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is not the, I would say, not the knee-jerk reaction that causes problem. The problem is the what should I say, the stand of the government. If it is not clear, same thing happened in Japan. The government stand was not very clear. Same in India. They are saying, oh, we are allowing now vaccination in this thing, but we are not recommending the vaccine for a program. So that is more problem. Yes,
Dr. Narma?
Thank you. So with this level of protection, what are you going to recommend for the screening of these women who've been vaccinated with such great protection against 16 and 18?
So at IARC, we are now going to look at the new quality assurance guidelines on screening for Europe. And in that, we are going to look at the evidence on how best to do the risk stratified screening based on the vaccination status of the women. So there is already a large study ongoing. It's called risk study. And we are going to look at that. At the present moment, if you see globally, there is no specific recommendation how the vaccinated women will be screened as compared to the unvaccinated. But then my understanding is definitely they will require much less frequent screening. Number two, if at the age of 40 or 45 they are found to be HPV test negative, there is no point going on repeating the test. But then we are still waiting for the evidence as we start working on the quality assurance guideline for Europe.
Have they done cost analysis on this in terms of the return on investment for the vaccine?
Absolutely. So that analysis has already been done by the WHO using the C4 costing analysis, and then it shows it's a huge return of investment, which is like $1 if you invest, you get return $5 and more. So that's a huge argument in favor of the vaccination. But then yes, within our project as well, we'll look into that.
Можно вопрос?
May I ask a question? Hello, dear colleagues. We have listened to wonderful message of the professor from India. So I'd like to say that we are from Uzbekistan, in a country where vaccination covers 95% of population, of child population, of girls. And our government in Uzbekistan is very attentive to this. So we have joined this global system of eradication of cervical cancer. Very interesting research has been done by a professor from India, and these results are of big interest because in our country, in Uzbekistan, in 2008, we have vaccinated some 9,000 girls as a pilot project, and since 2019, this is calendar vaccination, routine vaccination. So I'd like to ask from the professor, the cases of HPV positive and CIN2 in the cohort of girls that were vaccinated before the start of their sexual life, how do you explain them? Although their frequency is 3 times less of HPV positive, but how do you explain these cases?
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. You see, our definition of persistent infection was detection of the same HPV genotype in the woman at the gap of at least 10 months to 1 year. Now, we know that some of the even the persistent infection, which is there for 1 year, they may clear in the long run, number one. Number two, what we are now going to look at is that there can be variants of HPV 16 or HPV 18. So we are still, now we have only 4 or 5 cases of infection, but we are waiting when we accumulate certain number of infections, we'll do the sequencing and try to see whether the first infection and the second infection, they are from the same HPV or there was some sequence variation that may cause the breakthrough infections. And another important thing we are looking in our study is that as we accumulate these infections, persistent infections, we will be able to look at the immune correlate of protection. At the present moment for this vaccine, we don't know what is the immune correlate of protection, how much antibody you will require. But now in our study, we'll be able to do that as we get the breakthrough infections.
Большое спасибо. Спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Dear guests, please bring your attention to the screens. Now, our speaker is Professor Philip Harter, Director of the Clinic of Gynecology and Gynecological Oncology.
Құрметті қонақтар, экрандарға назар аударыңыздар. Сөз кезегі гинекология және гинекологиялық онкология клиникасының директоры профессор Филипп Хартерге беріледі.
Dear colleagues, dear organizing committee, I would like to thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk about guidelines and updated approaches to gynecologic cancer management. You can see my conflicts of interest. What are guidelines and what kind of guidelines do we have in gynecologic oncology? So a guideline is something that can be used to help you plan your actions or to form an opinion about something. This is what you find if you look at the internet. And you also find that guidelines are available for multiple aspects of life. But guidelines are always recommendation. This is not a law. And the aim of a guideline is to improve the quality. So guidelines are usually developed by a round of experts, partially also especially in medicine, including patients. Maybe you know the guidelines from the past. This was good friends sitting together. But nowadays, most of our guidelines are discussed at formally defined consensus conferences. We have defined methodologies, how to identify the participants, how should we manage the literature research, and also how to develop the statements, how to vote on the statements, and also regarding the writing process. We also have very often our guidelines so-called quality indicators. They could describe or check a process, for example, the rate of primary debulking surgery compared to interval debulking surgery, or study participation, or just focusing on outcome like complications. In Germany, we have a National Quality Assurance Program of the HGO study group called QSOVAR. This is a voluntarily academic nationwide initiative started in 2000 to analyze the treatment quality of patients with ovarian cancer in Germany. The primary aim was to improve the treatment quality of our patients with ovarian cancer. All hospitals in Germany were asked to provide data of all consecutive patients with first diagnosis of ovarian cancer in the year of interest in the third quarter. Data of diagnosis and treatment, including follow-up, were collected in 2004, 8, 12, 16, and now 2021. However, the analysis of the data from 2021 will start mid of this year, so we are nowadays in the data cleaning process. I will share with you the data from before and also from 2016, where about 65% of all patients with first diagnosis of ovarian cancer in Germany were included. So, for example, if you have a look for the guideline regarding the management of patients with early ovarian cancer, the aim of surgery for early ovarian cancer is to resect the tumor and to undertake adequate staging, which will provide prognostic information, will define whether chemotherapy is needed, and may unmask occult advanced disease. Non-fertility sparing surgery should consist of median laparotomy, cytology, BSO hysterectomy, multiple peritoneal biopsies, infracolic, at least infracolic omentectomy, appendectomy in cases of mucinous carcinoma and pelvic parotid lymphadenectomy up to the renal veins. I think this is a very uniform recommendation of multiple national and international guidelines without any major changes in the last 20 years. We just published the quality of surgery in patients with early stage ovarian cancer in Germany. You can see, for example, here in 2004, only 20% of the patient surgery was done as recommended. This is a very low number. However, in 2016, we have improved our quality on a nationwide basis with a little bit more than 50%. However, still a high number of patients is not operated optimal, which means there's still room for improvement. And very interesting is if you have a closer look which surgical procedures are missing, then you can see, for example, something like cytology was missing 2004 at about 20%, and now it's still about 17%. And cytology, this is not you don't need a learning curve for this, it's just you have to think about it. I think maybe the story is a little bit different. For example, if you look for parotid lymphadenectomy in 2004, this was missed in about 60% of the patients. So maybe you agree, in 2004, not all hospitals were able to provide systematic parotid lymphadenectomy in routine for all patients with ovarian cancer. However, this rate has improved dramatically. Nowadays, only 20% of the patients have still no parotid lymph node staging. This is much lower than compared to 2004. And also, for example, if you look at peritoneal biopsies, about 50% in 2004. This has also improved to about 23%. But I think this is more an issue that you have to think about it. And we could also show in our quality assurance programs that patients live longer if they get the proper surgery with adequate full staging compared to patients with suboptimal staging procedure. So clinical guidelines are helpful in treatment planning, but are always at least 1 or 2 years behind the most recent data. Therefore, it is really essential to be aware of presentations and publications. So please remember, for example, the long-lasting and still somehow ongoing discussion regarding the use of bevacizumab in advanced ovarian cancer based on 2 trials which were published now already several years ago regarding the primary endpoint progression-free survival, namely GOG 218 and ICANN 7. However, in 2018 and 2019, 3 trials were shown which led to very fast approval and reimbursement of new drugs. This was, for example, olaparib for BRCA-positive patients. According to the SOLO-1 data, we have approval for niraparib according to the PRIMA data, and for BRCA-positive, HRD-positive patients also for the combination with bevacizumab and olaparib according to the PAOLA-1 trial. This is really high-speed development of new drugs, what we have experienced here in the last years. So please let me conclude. Guidelines are essential to improve diagnostics and treatments of our patients. It is impossible to know all relevant literature. Guidelines are consensus of high-level expertise. However, guidelines also reflect local capacities, availabilities, and resources. It might be difficult, at least for some aspects, to transfer a guideline from one region of the world to another, e.g. HRD testing primary ovarian cancer, which is not available so far in all countries worldwide. But guidelines are always a little bit behind most recent evidence. So my personal recommendation, so number one, become a top expert. That's the most easiest way. But if you would like to know something about what is now the most recent treatment, what are the recommendations, so check national and international clinical guidelines. So look for ESMO, ASCO, or NCCN guidelines, and check thereafter PubMed for published phase 2 and 3 trials of the last 2 to 3 years. And then you are sure that you have read all the literature you need to know for the treatment of our patients. Thank you very much.
Professor Harter, thank you for presenting your cutting-edge ideas and approaches to treatment of gynecological cancer. Dear participants, the next speech will be given by the Chief Executive Officer of the Union for International Cancer Control, Dr. Kerry Adams. Please bring your attention to the screens.
Назарларыңызға обырға қарсы халықаралық күрес одағының бас директоры Керри Адамс мырзаның видео баяндамасын ұсынуға рұқсат етіңіздер.
Hello, my name is Kerry Adams, and I'm the CEO of the Union for International Cancer Control, based here in Geneva, Switzerland. I'd like to say thank you very much for including me in the Eurasian Summit, and my apologies that I cannot be there myself. The last time I was in Kazakhstan was 2019, when I met so many wonderful people from the country and the region who are committed to improving cancer control in their own countries. Cervical cancer is something that we can do something about. I remember early discussions with Dr. Tedros at the World Health Organization back in 2017, when we were discussing whether or not we could take on cervical cancer and eliminate it in future generations. That manifested itself in 2021 with a call to action from WHO, which is supported by member states globally, that we really could address cervical cancer through vaccination, early detection through screening, and improved treatment and care. I do believe that this is something that the whole community can pull together. The 1,200 organisations in UIC's membership, its partners across 173 countries are now behind that call to eliminate cervical cancer. From UIC's perspective, we will include it in all the work that we do: World Cancer Day, World Cancer Leaders Summit, the World Cancer Congress, and our capacity building. We will continue to advocate at a national level that every government should take seriously the opportunity to eliminate a single cancer. Imagine the buzz we will have around the world when we see government by government, civil society organisation, academics and institutions committed to address this particular challenge. Yes, it may be many decades away, but time flies in cancer. It's a long-term challenge, and I'm sure we can make a difference. So I thank you for all the great work that you do. I can assure you that our members in the region, we will support you through this endeavour, and I do hope at some point in the future we can report back that every country has plans in place to vaccinate young girls, to put in place the appropriate screening, and to ensure that treatment and care is there for every single woman who actually develops cervical cancer. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to meeting you sometime in the future.
Dr. Adams, thank you for your involvement and support. Dear participants, let me present the Director General International Cervical Cancer Prevention Association, Dr. Philip Davis.
Құрметті қонақтар, келесі сөз кезегі жатыр мойын обырының алдын алу жөніндегі халықаралық қауымдастықтың бас директоры доктор Филип Дэвиске беріледі. Доктор Дэвис, сахна төріне шақырамыз.
Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be at this meeting and to come to Kazakhstan. The last time I was here in person was, I guess, in probably about 2010, I guess, when I came here in person. But I've also participated remotely in the previous conference. So what I'd like to do today is to present the results of the second UNFPA survey of capacities for cervical cancer screening in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The first UN survey was conducted in 2016, and so this was a follow-up to provide some updated information about what's happening in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Now, in this survey, then, the second survey was conducted, that's supposed to be 18 countries, by the way. 18 countries, territories, and entities of the UNFPA Eastern Europe and Central Asia region to evaluate their policies and practices for cervical cancer screening. Now, I use this term countries, territories, and entities because Kosovo is included, and Kosovo is not officially designated a country, it's officially designated a territory. And Bosnia and Herzegovina are included, and they have two entities within Bosnia and Herzegovina that have different healthcare administrations. So you end up with 18 countries, territories, and entities, or CTEs. And I'll use this term CTEs throughout the rest of my presentation. Okay, the full results of this survey, and it also covered HPV vaccination and follow-up and care of HPV-positive women. The full results of the survey are available online, and they're available in English and Russian. The link is there, or you can ask me later and I'll give you the link myself. Now, this is a brief summary. The survey was quite large and comprehensive, but given the time I have available today, this is going to be a very brief summary. So, of the 18 CTEs in the region, 17 have included cervical cancer screening in official strategies or plans, meaning that the government has officially recognized this as something that's important for the healthcare of the country. But all 18 CTEs provide some form of cervical cancer screening. However, only 7 of the CTEs in the region provide the full range of services free to all eligible women. So financial barriers exist in the majority of the CTEs. What we typically find is that the cervical screening test is provided free, but then various parts of the follow-up are not provided free. So therefore, the continuum of care that's necessary for cervical cancer screening to work, you've got barriers that are in place, not just financial barriers, but other barriers. If we look at the region, the main screening test is still cervical cytology, although 4 countries use visual inspection with acetic acid. And only 2 countries have actually implemented programs with HPV primary screening, although 4 other programs have conducted pilots. And I think we'll hear more about the pilot in Uzbekistan, right? Okay. Now, we talk. The WHO guidelines specify that the threshold, the minimum threshold for cervical cancer screening, should be 70% coverage. And within the region, only 3 CTEs have achieved this, with rates in the other countries starting at 2% coverage and going up to 56. So there's quite a lot of variation, and some of the countries have very low coverage rates. One thing about coverage rates that we need to keep in mind is that, as mentioned in previous presentations, data systems don't exist in a lot of these countries. So calculating coverage rates, it can be done a little bit more by guesswork, or in some cases it's done on the basis of how many screening tests are provided. So therefore, if you screen women outside the age range, or if you screen women more frequently than you should do, that increases your coverage rates. If we look at having a central screening administration, one of the things that helps to organize screening is you need a central administration that is responsible for the organization of the screening process. So 8 of the CTEs actually have designated offices that are responsible for cervical cancer screening. But the role of these offices is generally very minimal. So none of them are responsible for actually identifying and inviting women for screening. And none of them are actually responsible for monitoring the follow-up of screen-positive women. So people are going to have a screen-positive test, so they can be positive on the screening test, but then the follow-up's not guaranteed, so we don't know what happens to them after that. A screening registry, or an IT tool to manage the cervical cancer screening process, is very rare in the region. So 3 CTEs currently have a screening registry. But again, the things that the screening registry does, and I should specify, make sure that there's a differentiation here between a cancer registry and a screening registry. The screening registry records information on different aspects of the screening process and uses that data to monitor and analyze what's going on. So 2 of these registries only record the ID of the woman and the screening test result. So if you're going back to my comment about screening coverage rates, those 2 countries, okay, they can link who has been screened with the fact that they have been screened, and therefore look for women that are outside the age range or women that have been screened more frequently than they should have been. So only one country within the region has a registry that does the full range of activities. So it's linked to the civil registry for the identification of women, has access to data from the Universal Healthcare Program so that they can collect data on who has been screened and who has been followed up. So it collects the screening test results, the follow-up procedures, and can monitor women as they move through the whole screening process. And then it also has access to the cancer registry. So you can find out, you can use that for quality assurance and for audit purposes. So you can identify if a woman, if a woman's diagnosed with cancer, you can check in the screening registry part and see if she's been screened, what her screening test results were, if she was followed up properly. However, that registry is in development, doesn't have enough screening history to work properly yet, but it's in the process, it's headed in the right direction. We talked about screening guidelines. We talked about guidelines in the previous presentation. And the guidelines are necessary so that all the people who are involved in the screening process can see what their role is and what the role of the other people in the screening process are. So 11 CDs have official cervical screening guidelines, but 7 of these are more than 5 years old, and the oldest one was published in 2003. So you can see those need to be updated. There have been so many changes in what should be done in cervical screening that even 5 years old is completely outdated. Clinical protocols, again, more detailed clinical protocols of how you follow up women, what happens to them, screen positive women, when should they be referred to colposcopy, what should happen at colposcopy. 11 CTs have official clinical protocols for this, but again, some of these are very old. And coming to the quality assurance. Quality assurance is an essential component of cervical screening. Without quality assurance, it's not going to work. Only 3 CTs have cervical screening quality assurance programs, and those 3 have a very limited range of indicators, one of them being screening coverage based on data that's probably not completely accurate. And finally, looking at the barriers and enablers of cervical cancer screening, it's very important to understand what's going to motivate women to go for screening, what's going to stop them from going. Only 5 countries have actually looked into this, and that may be reflected in the low coverage rates that I presented earlier, 2%, 15%. Very low coverage, but probably because the barriers and enablers are not fully understood. So to summarize, all the countries, territories, and entities throughout the region, they recognize the importance of cervical screening by including it in official plans and strategies. But implementing effective programs to operationalize these strategies has not yet been achieved anywhere in the region. And one of the principal barriers to progress with cervical cancer screening is that none of the CTEs in the region have implemented all of the organizational elements that are required to optimize the screening process. And in particular, to ensure that screening recruitment is maximized, that all screen positive women are fully followed up so that clinically relevant disease is identified and treated, and that all of the component health services are high quality. So in conclusion, cervical screening is one of the key pillars of eliminating cervical cancer, but it's not going to work, and this is regardless of the screening test. Doesn't matter what screening test, it's not going to work unless the programs are effectively organized and quality assured. And at this point in time, that has not been achieved in this region. So thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Davis, thank you for raising these relevant issues.
Құрметті қонақтар, сұрақтарыңыз болса, қолдарыңызды көтеріп, микрофонның әкелуін күтулеріңізді сұраймыз.
Dear guests, if you have any question for the speakers, please raise your hand.
Very good. I'll be around, so if anybody wants to ask me a question later on, just let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear participants, it's an honor for me to present a speech by Dr. Tamar Hamasuridze, advisor of the Georgian Society of Gynecologic Oncology at the National Screening Center. Dear guests, please bring your attention to the screens.
Құрметті қонақтар, назарларыңызға Біріккен ұлттар ұйымы қорының Шығыс Еуропа және Орталық Азия бойынша жыныстық және репродуктивті денсаулық жөніндегі кеңесшісі доктор Тамар Хамасуридзе ханымнан видео презентация.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to join today's session and to talk about UNFPA support to cervical cancer prevention in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. My apologies for not being able to join the summit in person. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to summit organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to have the presentation at this important session. Our organization, United Nations Population Fund, is UN leading agency supporting sexual reproductive health and rights. We assist governments to achieve universal access to sexual reproductive health by 2030. And of course, cervical cancer prevention is one of our priorities for programs at the global, regional, and national level. Why? Because cervical cancer is the second deadly disease among women of reproductive age in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where the incidence and death rates caused by cervical cancer are highest in European region. We know that cervical cancer is preventable if HPV vaccination, organized screening, and timely management of precancer cases is available and accessible by all women in the countries. Our organization supports cervical cancer prevention for more than 10 years already. Our support at the global level was reflected by a publication which was produced in 2012, guiding the governments to implement the comprehensive cervical cancer prevention and control programs. Accordingly, the regional offices started their work to assist governments to develop and implement this program. In 2014, our regional office for Eastern Europe and Central Asia supported the assessment of capacities of countries to prevent cervical cancer. After assessment, we supported countries to develop some advocacy and policy documents addressed to decision makers, service providers, women, and civil society. In 2016, we developed the ECA regional roadmap guiding countries to implement the action plans for cervical cancer prevention. In 2016, UNFPA initiated the regional online colposcopy training course in English and Russian, assisting countries to strengthen national capacities for cervical cancer prevention. In 2020, we initiated the second situation analysis for countries' capacities assessment. Assessing capacities and building new programs on its outcomes, we created the ECA Regional Alliance for Cervical Cancer Prevention, which is focused on 17 countries and territories of the region. And another document, regional document, guiding the regional alliance and countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. This was the regional strategy for cervical cancer prevention, which was released in 2022. UNFPA's support to cervical cancer prevention in our region is part of UNFPA regional and country programs. At the regional level, we developed and implement the program which is fully based on countries' priorities. The country programs with duration of 5 years are based on national priorities. They are approved by UNFPA and government and implemented by UNFPA, government, civil society, national institutions. We support countries, and this support is provided at several levels. First of all, we support countries' advocacy efforts to develop evidence-based policies and programs for cervical cancer prevention. This support is also reflected in strengthening the institutional capacities of ECA countries to plan, develop, and implement organized screening programs. We provide technical expertise and training opportunities and promote exchange of knowledge and good practices. We support countries to develop multi-country, multi-sectoral partnerships, and we promote South-South cooperation initiatives at the national, regional, and global level. One of the important areas of our support is building professional alliances and technical networks with leading international institutions, civil society organizations, UN agencies, and private sector. On this slide, you see the link to our regional website where you can read more about our support at the regional and national levels. You will see fantastic examples of support provided to the countries. As I already mentioned, the Regional Alliance for Cervical Cancer Prevention was created in 2021. It was initiated by UNFPA Regional Office for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, but it was actually created by the countries. With support of our country offices, we mobilized the technical experts, decision makers, civil society organizations from 17 countries and territories of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The work in the Alliance is progressing. We are getting more experiences in cooperation within the region and beyond the region. And right now, there are 4 major areas where we see the impact of the Regional Alliance. First of all, this is multi-country, multi-sectoral cooperation framework, which accelerates the progress in the countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Initially, the Regional Alliance was created to bring policymakers, technical institutions, development partners, NGOs, and experts from all countries and territories of the region. But we are happy that private sector companies are joining and providing their support on technical issues and addressing the priorities of the countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The Alliance also harmonizes strategic approaches to cervical cancer prevention and control across the region. It helps countries to develop and implement coordinated, evidence-based action plans and programs. And last but not least, the Alliance is the engine for implementation of UNFPA regional strategy, addressing country priorities in line with the global strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer as a public health problem. The Alliance work and UNFPA strategy are fully aligned with global strategy, and I believe that with our joint efforts, our cooperation with countries, UN agencies, private sector, civil society, international experts and institutions will accelerate the progress in the region. Few words about the Alliance structure. The Alliance is led by a steering committee, which is the decision-making body. It consists of 2 representatives from each country, 1 technical expert and 1 Ministry of Health representative. The steering committee and committees of the Alliance are supported by the Secretariat, which provides coordination and technical support to the Alliance bodies. Right now, the Secretariat is based at the UNFPA Regional Office for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, but in future, we plan to move the Secretariat to one of the countries, the members of the Alliance. The active work is going in the committees. Right now, referring to the country requests and priorities, we operationalize 3 committees. First is HPV vaccination committee. Second committee is cervical screening committee. And third committee is focused on HPV primary screening. In future, we plan to add some committees to accelerate the progress of the countries, but this fully depends on countries' priorities and countries' demand. National coordination is implemented by UNFPA country offices and national coordinating committees. In this regard, in different countries, there are different structures, but I believe that through the alliance efforts, the national coordination will be strengthened. About the roles and tasks of the technical committees, the committees provide a framework of networking, building partnerships, and they facilitate the cooperation within the countries and between the countries. Each technical committee identifies data, evidences to support the implementation and improvement programs. The committees also prepare model documents related to advocacy, policy, and technical work, which are provided to the countries for further adaptation and alignment to the country's context. The committees also mobilize regional and international expertise as required to provide direct stronger support to individual countries and territories. The alliance membership, it's open for representatives of governments within the ECA region. The members are national and international experts who work in all aspects of cervical cancer prevention and control. The alliance membership is open for representatives of international organizations, development agencies, technical institutions, NGOs, all entities which are active in cervical cancer prevention and control. And most importantly, the alliance is open for private sector companies. We are really proud that several private sector companies are members of the alliance, and some of them are already official partners of UNFPA. And I'd like to take this opportunity and to express our gratitude to Roche Diagnostics for excellent cooperation with UNFPA Regional Office during the last 2 years. I'd like to underline that the alliance membership is open for new partners, and I believe that some participants of this session will access our regional website and will reach us with their suggestions to join the alliance. I believe that alliance has great future. There are annual plans, targets, and responsibilities which are prioritized by the countries and followed by the committee. I believe that very soon we'll be able to report about more results delivered by the alliance, each member country, each member institution, and individual. We believe that elimination of cervical cancer is reality for our region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Press Board, Dr. Masuridze. Dear participants, now please welcome Dr. Stephen Conner, Executive Director of Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance. The floor is yours, Dr. Conner.
Құрметті қонақтар, сахнаға дүниежүзілік хоспис паллиативтік көмек альянсының атқарушы директоры Стивен Коннор шақырылады. Доктор Коннор, өтінеміз.
Music is really dramatic. I'm glad you're all hanging in for this. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back in Kazakhstan. I've been coming to the region and working on palliative care development since 2009, and I've gotten to know many people in the region well, and But we've made progress, but we have a long way to go. We are the Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance, which is an alliance of 450 palliative care organizations in 103 countries. We work a lot with the World Health Organization in official relations and in consultative status with UN ECOSOC. One of our primary purposes is to help ensure that palliative care is included in health policies that are being developed in each country, and also to make sure that when you have universal health coverage, which is part of Goal 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, that it includes palliative care, which goes from promotion of health to prevention of illness, to treatment of illness, to rehabilitation, and also to palliative care, which is often forgotten about when planning for healthcare in every country. So hopefully I can make this work. There. So we have about 1 million people who die each week on our planet. When we publish with the World Health Organization the Global Atlas of Palliative Care, and that is a compilation of research and studies that help us paint a picture of the need for palliative care. The need for palliative care is really, I mean, now we've had the pandemic, and a lot of the people that died during the pandemic absolutely needed palliative care. But it's about 60 million people and their families who need palliative care each year. Almost 80% of those are in low and middle income countries. Over 70%, almost 80% of the services that are available are in high income countries. So we have a kind of an 80-20 problem. Only about 14% of that need is being met currently. So we describe that as the access abyss to access to palliative care. Most people are older, but we do have children who need palliative care. We can't forget that children, they have a very different sort of trajectory and different causes of need for palliative care, but the need is there. And because access to strong analgesics, opioids, is so highly restricted in most of the world, 75 to 80%, according to UN Office of Drugs and Crime and the International Narcotics Control Board, aren't able to access or have such a hard time accessing it that they suffer and die in pain, which is treatable in almost all cases. And we also, part of palliative care involves providing support to families after a death. And so we have during the last couple of years, we've had, greater than 100 million people grieving. And based on the average attendance at funerals and memorials, that's over 1 billion people a year affected. With cervical cancer, we have stats from Global Can that indicate that we have over 340,000 women dying of cervical cancer each year globally. And in Kazakhstan, cases were this is Global Skin 2020 data, 834 deaths and 1,777 cases. How many of you have seen this book, Comprehensive Cervical Cancer Control? Raise your hand if you have. Okay, not too many. This, we were successful in getting a whole chapter in this on palliative care, and this is a real important resource for you in terms of managing cervical cancer in a comprehensive way, and it's a guide to essential practice. Some of the main points in this publication are the importance of palliative care, and this is the purpose of this talk, is that for cervical cancer patients and cancer control plans, palliative care is an essential component. You shouldn't leave it out. I know there's a great focus, and we have a lot of work to do on prevention, early detection, and we would like to see all cervical cancer eliminated someday. But at this point, because of those numbers, we see a large number having having cervical cancer, and there's a lot of symptoms involved. Palliative care is care for the whole person. It's the physical, the psychological, social, spiritual, and practical dimensions of living and experience and experiencing illness. We prevent suffering by early identification and assessment and treatment of pain and other physical, psychosocial, and spiritual suffering. We talk about serious health-related suffering, and that is how we determine who needs palliative care. People with the most serious illnesses, not just cancer, of course, but heart disease, HIV, TB, liver failure, kidney failure, all of those conditions that result in organ failure, including dementia, which is a very growing part. About a quarter of the total need for palliative care is for cancer. So 3/4 of it is for other illnesses and other conditions. We use an interdisciplinary team approach, so it's the patient and family are involved in setting goals for care, and we help them achieve those goals using physicians, nurses, social workers, psychologists, and practical help, nurses' aides, and volunteers. And volunteers are an important part of palliative care because the community is involved in delivering palliative care to people who live and are in the community and have a serious illness. Access to medicine is critical, and training is critical for palliative care. We have in this chapter a discussion about, I can't get into all the details about it, but a comprehensive approach to palliative care. And we want palliative care to be integrated into existing healthcare systems. We don't want it to be a separate, standalone, sort of narrow specialization. It's really part of primary care, actually. Families do an enormous amount of care for patients. They do most of the care. We just need to help them, teach them, and support them. We manage a lot of the common symptoms of cervical cancer. We'll discuss that next. Evaluation and treatment of pain. Cervical cancer has the highest incidence of moderate to severe pain of any cancer. It's a serious, very serious issue, especially to watch that suffering. You have to be able to do something to help women who are at more advanced stages of illness and dying. These are practice sheets that are in the comprehensive guide, including how to manage vaginal discharge, fistula, and bleeding at home, and having conversations with patients and families about what their goals for care are. So with that, I'll just wrap up since we've been going a little bit long this morning, and invite you to please come to our roundtable, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon from 1 to 3. Thank you all very much for your kind attention.
Very important for engaging. Thank you, Dr. Connor. Dear participants, now I would like to bring to your attention Mr. Hassan Demirci, Chief of Central Asia and Caucasian countries at Roche Diagnostics.
Құрметті қонақтар, сахнаға Орталық Азия және Кавказ елдері бойынша Рош диагностика басшысын Хасан Демирчи мырзаны шақырғымыз келіп отыр. Құрметті Хасан Демирчи мырза, өтінеміз.
Рахмет. Қайырлы күн, құрметті ханымдар və мырзалар. Казахча жоқ, к сожалению, и я плохо говорю по-русски. Извините,
I cannot speak Russian very well, cannot speak Kazakh at all. I will continue English.
Yeah, I mean for our foreign guests, but I apologize that my Kazakh and my Russian is not there yet, so I will continue in English. So it's a great event here, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here. And thank you very much for organizers, because any battle against any healthcare threat can be overcome only by collective approach and bringing all synergies together from state side, from science side, from private sector side. And I see that here a great kind of synergy and a great gathering together. And this is a promise already to the future, that to observe that we are giving this battle all together. So we all want actually a very simple thing. We all want healthy and happy people who are productive and who are contributing in their nation's development. So the goal at the end of the day is very simple: improving people's lives so that we all be very productive and we all contribute in our societies or nations' development and eventually in the development of humanity to the future. But let's remember the threat in cervical cancer for a while. So if we don't do a good job and if we don't really put more efforts, so by 2030, the mortality or the deaths may increase up to 400,000 if we kind of stop our efforts or if we decline our efforts. And when we see this threat around the world, the threat in different parts of the world is different actually. And I want to concentrate here a bit more on low and medium income countries because our team here as Roche Diagnostics, we are focusing in Central Asia and Caucasia, which is mostly low and medium income countries. So we see that in low and medium income countries, comparing to high income countries, the incidence rate is twofold and the mortality rate is threefold. And 90% of the deaths around the world because of cervical cancer, unfortunately, is happening in low and medium income countries. So the flag here is much more critical in our region and in our countries. So, and it's not about only morbidity or mortality. I mean, it's a kind of a big social pressure. It's a big, let's say, economical pressure because the work losses and the psychological problems and the social burden is also having an impact on productivity at the end of the day. And also, I mean, we have less healthy and less happy people. So, as Roche Diagnostics, we are playing a very important role especially in primary screening, but also in diagnosis, stratification and diagnosis as well. And we are committed to be a part of this synergy, supporting 90-70-90, of course, and promoting universal access and supporting government's efforts. And we are in collaboration with many different parties, including governments, including NGOs, including UN organizations, sometimes development banks. We try even to convince development banks to have some funds and so on. So, and some examples in increasing awareness and improving access, collaboration and supporting. So I'm very glad to see Philip today and also Tamar's speeches, and special thanks to UNFPA because we are doing an exceptional collaboration in Eastern Europe and Central Asian countries to bring synergies all together. And they are guiding us perfectly, I mean, like helping us to show how we can contribute more all together. And we are members of the alliance that mentioned, and we are members of the working groups also within alliance. And collaborating globally, I want to give you two examples. As Roche Diagnostics, we were a part of the bridge projects in Latin America that have been run. This was in few countries like Brazil, including Brazil and Peru. This was one of the important projects. And the second project I can mention is Go Further. This was about the ladies with HIV, and 3.4 million women screened within that project in 12 countries in 2021. So these were like two examples, but let's also recall Athena trial, which included 48,000 women some years ago, that has proven that PCR could replace pap smear in primary screening. But also, when it comes to, let's say, regional level, I want to give you some examples. In Kazakhstan, we supported an investigator-initiated study to have a prevalence comparison in vaccinated and non-vaccinated girls. In Georgia as well, we have supported an NIS study, and this was comparison PCR versus pap test, because Georgia is kind of the cancer screening center in Georgia is really doing a great job in many different areas, and they want to excel also in HPV screening. And the local evidence is always very important, especially to convince authorities to allocate budget, which is very vital here. But I mean, one of the great achievements is in Turkmenistan, and we were not actually expecting this, but this is also a kind of a result of a synergy of many parties, you know, the state, the UNFPA, Roche Diagnostics, and maybe some others. We have achieved the program, the big pilot program in Turkmenistan, 100,000 ladies a year for 3 years. And then most probably the state will take the decision to go further and to increase the coverage in the countries. So at the end of the day, we are very proud to be a part of this synergy, to give all our efforts to make it happen with advanced diagnostics, I mean with advanced tools of diagnostics, and to make primary screening available in any geography, in any income level, for all ladies. So let's make it happen all together, and let's feel the fulfillment of our synergy. Thank you very much.
The role of laboratory diagnostics in the elimination of cervical cancer cannot be overestimated. Thank you, Mr. Dimitri. Dear participants, it's a big pleasure for me to welcome to the stage the Managing Director of MSD, Mark Frey.
Құрметті қонақтар, сөз кезегін MSD ұйымының бас директоры Марк Фрей мырза беруге рұқсат етіңіздер. Фрей мырза, біз сахна төріне шақырамыз.
Dear Congress members and the Executive Committee, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to be able to speak here today with you. I represent MSD, and I'm a General Manager for MSD in the Eurasian markets, of course also including Kazakhstan. I'm also representing here today Air Farm, the company who is together with us providing the essential drugs to the Kazakh people. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge all the amazing expertise which was presented here today, and we as MSD definitely would like to join the call for action and join the mission to eliminate cervical cancer overall, and of course also here in Kazakhstan. MSD's mission is to save and improve lives of cancer patients worldwide, and a lot has been achieved in this area in the recent decade. The cancer mortality is declining in several significant cancer types such as lung cancer, gastric cancer, breast cancer, amongst others. And here MSD definitely also played a role with, with our vast immuno-oncology portfolio. It's with our immuno-oncology portfolio, we definitely played a role, and especially also concentrating on the women's cancers, including endometrial cancer, cervical cancer. We've got innovative treatment options for ovarian cancer, and also in triple-negative breast cancer, which is one of the hard-to-treat cancers which often affect younger women. And here also we are moving from the metastatic treatment setting to the early stages of cancer and work with our innovative approach of peri-operative setting, where we start with the neoadjuvant treatment and then continue with adjuvant treatment post-surgery. And in all this women's cancer indication, MSD is also working with a biomarker, because we are trying to provide our important treatment options specifically targeted to the women in need. We work with the biomarkers such as PD-L1, MSI high, and also BRCA mutation testing. This is, of course, a very effective method and also very cost-effective possibility. So overall, with our immuno-oncology portfolio, we are covering more than 20 tumor types and more than 30 different indications, and the number of indications is steadily growing. And I'm also very happy to hear and to learn that here in Kazakhstan, the majority of these treatment options with immuno-oncology are also available for cancer patients here in Kazakhstan. This is a very, very great achievement, and I'm pretty sure that Kazakhstan in this regard is one of the leading countries in the former USSR republics and also beyond. But of course, for MSD, it's not only about treatment, it's also about prevention. And here we are working with our vaccines portfolio. And of course, a lot already has been mentioned today about cervical cancer and the need to eliminate cervical cancer. And here MSD is very happy to collaborate on this objective. The MSD vaccine was approved already in 2006, so it's already more than 16 years in the market and is currently part of over 90 national routine immunization programs worldwide. And I would be very glad to support also, together with the local authorities here, the launch of the immunization program against cervical cancer here in Kazakhstan. I'm also glad that the vaccination against cervical cancer is such a relevant topic in Kazakhstan, and we will be happy to collaborate and provide all the options available to us and to enable access to the majority of women for our vaccines, including Gardasil 9, Gardasil 4, and also our next development, the 9-valent vaccine, which is also approved here in Kazakhstan, as I learned, which is also an amazing achievement. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are happy to reach out our hands and collaborate on the implementation of the vaccination program here in Kazakhstan.
Without a doubt, the future of medicine lies in innovation. Thank you, Mr. Frey.
Құрметті қонақтар, сөз кезеген Қазақ онкология және радиология ғылыми зерттеу институтының басқарма төрайымы профессор академик Қайдарова Диляра Радиқызына беруге рұқсат етіңіздер.
Dear guests, please welcome the chairman of the board of the Kazakh Research Institute of Oncology and Radiology, professor, member of the Academy of Science, Dilyara Kaydarova.
Dear guests, dear participants of our Congress, welcome to Kazakhstan, welcome to Almaty. I want to express my deep gratitude to IGCS faculty, to experts from WHO, ERG, all experts from all the world who is coming to our summit to help us to organize elimination of cervical cancer in our country. And I hope that this summit will be very successful and fruitful for our country.
I would like to say thank you to our deputies, Senate, personally, Akmaral Sharifan. She is a doctor. All her life she has spent for medicine, and for her it is a very important and interesting event. She was the head of our Kızıldağ region at the Ministry and Department of Healthcare. We discussed these issues many times, and of course your support and the efforts which should be done in collaboration. Galamjan, deputy of the Majlis of the Parliament, is a doctor too, and I hope we all together will put our efforts together with our government, with our parliament. We will promote this field in Kazakhstan and solve the question on elimination of the cervical cancer. Briefly, I would like to show you the situation we have now in the country.
In Kazakhstan, we have 19 million population. And annually we detect more than 39,000 of new cases of cancer, and the cervical cancer is one of the main case of diseases among women, and we have more than 300 new cases in Kazakhstan, and ovarian and endometrial cancer is 1,200 new cases annually. So annually we have death according to Global Can, 800 women die, and according to our data, 590 deaths. So that means that 1 or 2 women are dying daily from the cervical cancer. So we have a very sad statistics. So the age is younger now, and the disease peaks after 40. So if 20 years ago that age was some 60 years, now the cervical cancer became younger, and we were saying that in 2021, in 2022, there were a combination of the cervical cancer and pregnancy. Some 50 women were identified with this pathology. So this is not only a problem of oncologists, but also gynecologists and the therapists. So as oncologists, we provide for prevention and diagnostics. And now in Kazakhstan we have secondary prevention, which is screening, existing more than 12 years. But unfortunately, currently we don't have access to preliminary prophylactics, which is vaccination. There was a pilot project in 2012 in Kazakhstan when we started to vaccinate girls from 11 to 12 years. In 4 regions we have vaccinated some 17,000, and with 2 vaccines, both Gardasil and Cervarix. And this pilot was closed by the Ministry of Healthcare, as well as we have heard the experience of India. 2 girls have fallen unconscious in 1 region, and after that the Ministry of Health and the government has closed that pilot. And so we have lost 10 years, and we hope that since 2024 we've added that to our complex plan to control cancer. We have HPV vaccination, and in 140 countries it's in the calendar of vaccination, and we hope that we will also do that. And since 2024 we'll start vaccinating our girls. We had also a trial on the efficacy of vaccine. So we've started a pilot project within a research. We've taken 803 vaccinated girls back from 2012 and almost 800 non-vaccinated girls, and we had HPV testing in 2021 and 2022. We started that research. It's still ongoing trial. We'd like to boost it to 2,000 vaccinated girls, and of course we identified among the groups that were not vaccinated. Of course, we've identified 17% they have HPV virus. So we've taken young girls, the students of our medical schools, and in 17% they had HPV virus. And you see that this is 17 and type 18. The groups that were vaccinated, it was 0.87%, 0.87%, and non-oncology viruses, 31st and 34th types. oncogenic types. So in this little trial, we wanted to show that efficacy of vaccines is there. But at that time, some have received 2 or 3 doses. So when we are to complete this trial, we'd like to publish in a journal our data on the efficacy of vaccines. And thanks to international collaboration, in 2017 with IGCS, we have signed our memorandum. And for these 5 years, we've done a lot of work, huge work to implement IGCS or programs, or international programs, for the development of oncogynecological service in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, and in Caucasus. So we have joined tumor boards, we have access to the journal, and if somebody doesn't know English, we do simultaneous interpreting for all severe cases happening not only in Kazakhstan, but we have also connected Tajikistan and Georgia that sits on these tumor boards. So we have a lot of cooperation on implementing all the basics for oncogynecological service. So we'd like to thank all our guests, everybody who has come here in person, and we'd like to remind you on the 14th of July, we'll have Best of ASCO, first time in Kazakhstan. And we'd like to invite everybody to Seoul, where we have our Eurasian session, 90 minutes, on the 7th of November.
Халықаралық ынтымақтастық пен тәжірибе алмасу медицина дамытудың маңызды құрамдас бөлігі болып табылады. Алғысымызды білдіреміз Лера Радькина. Құрметті пленарлық сессияның қатысушылары, суретке түсу үшін сахнаға өтулеріңізді өтініп сұраймыз.
Dear plenary session participants, now please proceed to the stage for a group photo.
На фотографию общую сделаем.
Наша цель ясна. Она не изменилась. Мы расширяем границы науки, чтобы предоставить лекарственные препараты, способные изменить жизнь. В наши дни наука развивается как никогда быстро. Не отставать и держаться на равных – непростая задача. Мы должны продолжать добиваться новых результатов. Оставаться лидером. С помощью нашей коммерческой деятельности, с помощью нашего бренда. Вот из чего мы созданы. Сила научных достижений.
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Джонсон & Джонсон. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope. In 2021, we come together to celebrate where we have been, what we're doing, and where we'll go next. To celebrate 125 years. To celebrate all of us. To celebrate the future. We come together to celebrate life.
We are here together to celebrate life.
Каждые 2 секунды у кого-то в мире диагностируется рак. Это не просто статистика, это близкие нам люди. Поэтому нет ничего более срочного или более личного, чем наша цель – найти способы излечения от этого смертельного заболевания. Но мы знаем, это чересчур грандиозная цель, чтобы справиться в одиночку. Мы сотрудничаем с научным сообществом, чтобы открыть новые методы лечения, используя силу реальных доказательств для более точного действия наших препаратов. Сотрудничаем с группами защиты прав пациентов для поддержки и расширения прав и возможностей людей, которые живут и борются с раком. Взаимодействуем с организациями здравоохранения для предоставления доступа к нашим лекарствам тем, кто в них нуждается. Вместе мы достигли значительного прогресса, но наша работа далека от завершения. Рак забирает миллионы жизней каждый год. Чтобы превратить истории потерь в истории надежд, мы все должны объединить свои усилия. Чтобы найти способ победить рак, мы все должны объединиться.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более $100 миллионов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальным температурным режимом и морозильными камерами для хранения активных фармацевтических субстанций и вакцин. Датчики контроля взаимодействуют с центральной диспетчерской службой. Это позволяет осуществлять круглосуточный контроль температурного режима, мгновенно реагируя на любые изменения. Транспортировка наших лекарственных средств осуществляется валидированными авторефрижераторами. Мониторинг безопасности препаратов ведется и после его доставки.
Процессы производства поддерживаются инженерными системами мирового уровня. Системы электроснабжения, теплоснабжения, водоподготовки и воздухотехники обеспечивают безаварийную работу предприятия.
В нашей компании работают высококвалифицированные специалисты. Для повышения уровня профессиональной подготовки сотрудников на предприятии реализуется четко организованный план по развитию и обучению. Мы взаимодействуем с крупнейшими медицинскими вузами страны для подготовки молодых кадров.
Миссия нашей компании – обеспечение населения нашей страны безопасными, эффективными и доступными лекарствами.
Наша приоритетная задача – это сохранить и приумножить здоровье нации, создавать рабочие места и быть активным участником развития своей страны. Быть лучшими не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами.
penumbra and greater dose optimization than traditional pencil beam scanning systems by shaping or blocking any spot at any depth, while eliminating the need for manual apertures and adjustments.
We could talk about our company using key facts and figures. We can tell you that today we're around 5,000 people worldwide, with 4 production and 4 research and development sites. And that we sell our medicines in over 100 countries. We could also tell you that our annual turnover is over 3 billion euros. And that last year, we dedicated more than 445 million euros to research and development for new and innovative treatments. While these are all important and illustrate how strong we are, the quality of our research, the efficacy of our treatments, and our global footprint, they don't capture what's really important to us. It's patients who inspire us to get up every morning. Patients living with cancer, rare diseases, and neurological disorders. It's Ronnie, Janice, Diana, Nadine, Misha, Yugang, and Steve. Working in partnership with the healthcare community, we aim to support them and their families throughout their entire journey. That's what's really important to us. Improving patients' lives. We are relentless about making a difference. At Ipsen, we focus together for patients and society.
Hello, dear users. In this video, you will learn about the CAS-CS mobile application. Next, we will tell you how to use this application and what features it provides. The application is available for download in the App Store and Google Play Market. To use the application, you need to complete the registration procedure. In the window that opens, you need to enter your registration data, such as email address, mobile phone, last name and first name, city, organization, and position. For security purposes, you must create your own unique password containing at least 9 characters. After registering, you will be taken to the main page of the application, which consists of the following sections: upcoming conferences, past conferences, and the other resources section. In order to take part in the upcoming conference, you need to click on the banner you are interested in, and in the window that opens, confirm your participation by clicking the Participate button. If you closed the registration offer and later decided to join the conference, then when you click on the conference banner again, you need to click on the button with a heart in the upper right corner of the screen. By going to the conference you are interested in, you can see the list of speakers and event organizers, as well as find out of the number of participants. In the speakers section, you can find out date and time of the speech of the specialist you are interested in. You can get acquainted with the conference program when choosing the day of the conference and specific hall. Also, by clicking on the video camera icon, you can go to the online broadcast of the selected hall. When you return to the main page, at the bottom of the screen you will see a set of icons which we will discuss in more detail. In the icon with hearts, you will find a list of conferences in which you are already participating. After clicking on the conference window, you will see a section with a personal QR code by which you can attend the conference in person. In the icon with doctor, you can find the necessary specialist, information about him, and contact him in a way convenient for you, via instant messengers, social networks, email, or by phone number. In the icon with document, there is a current news feed. By clicking on the profile icon, you will enter your personal account, where you can add or edit information about yourself, which will be displayed when searching for your profile in the specialist section. Here you can edit profile photos, links to social networks and instant messengers, as well as block access to them. In the profile section, you will be able to change the language and the ability to delete your account. CAS-CS application version is updated automatically. Turn on the auto-update feature in your mobile phone settings. We hope that this information was useful for you and the experience of using our application will be simple and convenient for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I would like to start our master course on cervical cancer. Unfortunately, Dr. Fujiwara could not join us to moderate the session, but Dr. Davies will be joining me shortly. Our first talk is by Ted Trimble, who was here in 2017 with us when we visited the first time, and could not be here today, but is going to talk about the progress toward eliminating cervical cancer. Thanks.
First, let me thank Dr. Dilyara Kadyrova for inviting me to be part of the program for this exciting summit on gynecological tumors. I'm sorry that my schedule did not permit me to join you in person. Today, I want to discuss how we are making progress toward the 2030 goals for the World Health Organization's initiative for cervical cancer prevention and control. What are the 2030 goals? First, to have 90% of girls vaccinated for human papillomavirus. Second, to have 70% of women screened with a high-performance test at least twice in their lifetime. Third, to ensure that 90% of women found to have pre-cancer or invasive cancer receive timely and appropriate treatment. Fourth, to document at least a 30% reduction in deaths from cervical cancer. What are the challenges and opportunities associated with meeting these goals? My talk will address the following issues: strengthening health data systems, improving the affordability and supply of human papillomavirus vaccines, strengthening the acceptability of HPV vaccines and combating misinformation, expanding organized screening programs and ensuring good follow-up, and finally strengthening access to and quality of treatment for women found to have invasive cervical cancer. This includes assessment and management of symptoms, strengthened survivorship care, and palliative care. To strengthen health data systems, we need each person in the health system to have a unique personal identifier. This can be a number or a biometric identifier, such as an iris scan or fingerprint. This unique personal identifier system needs to be integrated into health system records. Using an individual identifier system, we can then link records from primary care sites to district and regional hospitals and cancer centers. We can also use the system to link records across public, private, and faith-based health systems. With a strong health data system, we can then set up vaccination and screening registries to track which girls have been vaccinated and which women have been screened. We can also link hospital-based cancer registries with regional and national death registries. In addition, we need to be able to use the health data system to evaluate the quality of care and decrease the number of women lost to follow-up. We have seen some progress in increasing supply of HPV vaccines. Merck has increased the production of Gardasil and Gardasil 9. In addition, both China and India have recently approved generic HPV vaccines. One of those, Sequelin, made in China, has also been pre-qualified by the World Health Organization, as the World Health Organization has also pre-qualified Gardasil, Cervarix, and Gardasil 9. We hope that the introduction of these generic HPV vaccines will help to bring down the price countries pay to buy HPV vaccines. In addition, on the basis of retrospective studies and smaller randomized phase 2 and phase 3 studies, the WHO has approved the use of 1 or 2 doses for Gardasil, Gardasil 9, and Cervarix. Several countries have shown the efficacy of a strong educational campaign, undertaken 1 to 2 years before HPV vaccination begins to ensure acceptability of HPV vaccines. These educational campaigns have targeted healthcare professionals, parents, teachers, religious leaders, and community leaders. In addition, it is important to combat misinformation quickly, particularly on social information, but also on traditional media. Malaysia, a conservative, majority Muslim country, has done a particularly good job in this regard. To reach the 2030 goal for screening, we need to start building screening registries so we know who has been screened and who needs to be screened. We also need to improve affordability and supply for HPV diagnostics. UNITAID, a branch of the United Nations, has made good progress with this. We need to incorporate screening as part of routine care for women, whether well woman care, family planning, screening for non-communicable diseases, HIV care, or any health issue which brings a woman to a clinic or hospital, even when accompanying other family members. We need to incorporate self-screening, which women in many countries have found acceptable. In addition, we need to strengthen follow-up after abnormal screening tests and ensure the quality of triage and treatment for women with pre-cancer. Now I would like to turn to improving treatment for women found to have invasive cancer. First, we need to strengthen access to good treatment, starting with universal health coverage for diagnosis, treatment, and symptom management. We need to build good referral patterns to regional hospitals and cancer centers from clinics and district hospitals. In addition, we need to remember that women diagnosed with cancer often need help with transportation to and from the cancer center, as well as help with lodging and meals while the woman is there for treatment. At the treatment center, women need access to good imaging, including CT scans, pathology, anesthesia, and surgery. Access to good radiation therapy, including external beam irradiation, brachytherapy, and chemosensitization, is also important. Finally, the healthcare team needs to be able to provide timely assessment of symptoms, followed by good symptom management. The treatment team needs to include healthcare professionals from many different disciplines, such as gynecologic oncology, gynecology, radiology, pathology, radiation oncology, medical oncology, nursing, social work, psychology, nutrition, and peer support. There needs to be effective communication between all the healthcare sites which provide care to individual patients, including primary care, district and regional hospitals, and cancer centers. The hospital or cancer center which treats an individual woman needs to have regular follow-up with her and her caregiver. This will permit good ongoing care, as well as help ensure complete data for the cancer registry and death registry. Women also need to have access to good survivorship care, good palliative care, and good end-of-life care. It is important that women have access to opioids if indicated for pain control. In addition, it is important that the healthcare system is able to deliver palliative and end-of-life care as close to the patient's residence as possible. I would like to bring to your attention 3 recent papers put out by a WHO working group chaired by Dr. Eric Krakauer. These 3 papers outline the palliative care needs for women with advanced cervical cancer, the essential package of medications and supplies for palliative care, as well as an augmented package of medication and supplies as resources are available. These papers, published in the Journal of Clinical Oncology, Global Oncology Journal in 1921, are open access. Data from the first paper make clear the extent of suffering which women dying from cervical cancer experience in their last year of life. 96% of them experience mild pain, 84% experience moderate or severe pain, while 66% experience a malodorous vaginal discharge and 61% vaginal bleeding. More than half report anxiety and depression, while 87% experience sexual dysfunction. 84% experience financial difficulties, and 46% are abandoned by their intimate partner. Levels of spiritual suffering are also high. We know that there are challenges to identifying symptoms, including whether the healthcare team has time to ask about symptoms, and whether the woman herself feels comfortable reporting symptoms. Healthcare providers may need training to ask about symptoms in a kindly and respectful manner. We know that language barriers may present an issue when the healthcare provider and the patient do not share the same first language. The presence of a translator or family member helping with translation may also influence the extent to which a woman is comfortable discussing her symptoms. In addition, we know that it is helpful to use health-related quality of life and patient-reported outcome measures which have been validated in the individual woman's language and culture. So these are the areas in which I think we face both challenges and opportunities to meet the 2030 goals. Here are the 2030 goals again. We need to learn from one another how best to achieve these goals in all our communities and all our countries. Thank you for your attention. Here is my contact information.
Our next speaker is Philip Davies. He's going to talk about the cervical cancer screening key elements. Philip.
Okay, hello again. Now if we can get my presentation up. There, okay. So what I'd like to talk about now is the key elements that are required to implement a successful cervical cancer screening program. In my previous presentation, I talked about the results of the second UNFPA survey, which looked into policies and practices for cervical cancer screening across the UNFPA, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia region. Now, the key outcome from that survey was that no country or territory has implemented all the organizational elements that are required to optimize cervical screening. And in particular, looking at maximizing screening recruitment, making sure that all women who are screened positive are fully followed up, that any clinically relevant disease is identified and treated, and that all the component health services are of a high quality. So throughout the region, there's none of the mechanisms that are required to ensure these things happen. So the key conclusion to this is that regardless of the screening test, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about HPV testing, and HPV testing solves a lot of problems with the quality of cervical cytology or low sensitivity from other screening techniques. But regardless of the screening test, it's not going to work unless the cervical screening process is organized and quality assured. So this has to go in parallel with the other, with the implementation of high sensitivity screening tests. There's the European Guidelines for Quality Assurance in Cervical Screening set out the key elements that are required for cervical screening to work effectively. And there's similar lists that come from other organizations, and they're all pretty much the same. So you need an access to a current database of the target population, so something like a civil registry. You need a central administration that monitors, coordinates, and QAs the screening process. You need a central cervical screening registry. Again, emphasizing it's not a cancer registry, this is a data management tool that has access to the population data and that records and analyzes screening follow-up and treatment test results. You need evidence-based screening guidelines. Now, not general guidelines, but sort of a practical manual for cervical screening providers, and also they need to have the associated clinical protocols, and they need to be integrated so that they're in line with each other. There has to be public knowledge and awareness raising programs to make sure that you maximize recruitment, and also those programs, you need to have mechanisms to identify and recruit women from underserved populations. So people from rural communities, remote communities, or different groups that traditionally have not accessed healthcare services, and have not accessed screening programs. Now, all these recommendations come from the European guidelines, let's say the European Guidelines for Quality Assurance in Cancer Screening. And similar guidelines come from other organizations, but they're all designed for countries with well-resourced healthcare systems. And they therefore need to be adapted to the realities of healthcare delivery in this region. So I wanted to pose a question to the people in this audience. How do we achieve the same result? How do we optimize the cervical screening effectiveness in this region? Because trying to implement these key elements may be possible, but it may also not be possible. There may be differences in this region from the areas where these recommendations were originally targeted. So what I want to do is go through the objectives of each of the key elements, and then I'm going to pose the question again, how do we achieve these objectives in Kazakhstan, in other countries in Central Asia, and throughout the Eastern European and Central Asia region? So we want access to a current database of the target population because we want to be able to identify the women who should be screened, so based on age. And you also want to obtain the contact details for those women so that they can be contacted and recruited to the screening program. So essential data that you need, the minimum you need is the name, address, and date of birth of the women so that you can identify the ones that should be screened. And then useful additional information will be things like telephone, email, and also designated primary health care provider so that we can use primary health care providers as a route to contact the women. And that data is also necessary to be able to accurately calculate coverage and recruitment rates. If you don't know how many women should be screened, then it's very difficult to calculate what percentage of that population has been screened. There has to be a central organization, a central administrative unit that's responsible for coordinating, monitoring, and quality assuring the screening process. Cervical screening is a complex process that involves multiple health services at different levels of the healthcare system. And cervical screening is not going to work unless all of these services are well coordinated and high quality, as I mentioned before. The transfer, what I've seen, I've worked in this region now for 25 years, I guess. And what I've seen is that the transfer of women between different healthcare services is not monitored. There's very little feedback. So a woman will be referred from primary healthcare level to a regional level or a national level. Nobody bothers to find out if that woman actually got there. And furthermore, what happens to that woman at that level? The usual process is the woman is given the results and asked to take it back to the primary healthcare provider. Although so there's no guarantee that information is going to get back. And it's the primary healthcare provider then that is largely responsible for making sure that any further follow-up is done. So there's so many gaps in that system. And also, one of the things that we see is that that responsibility has often been given to primary healthcare providers, let's say. So primary healthcare providers are responsible for making sure that women attend referral appointments and bring the information back. But primary healthcare providers, first of all, they don't necessarily have the expertise to understand why they should do it. They don't have access, they don't have legal authorization to get the data, and also they don't have the time. Most primary healthcare providers are run off their feet, so they just don't have time to do that, because it's often not easy to do. A central screening registry, this was mentioned in the previous presentation, other presentations. So an information system that collects data and allows the data to be analyzed so that the primary healthcare providers don't need to do it or other healthcare providers don't need to do it. So it needs population data for recruitment and recall, as I said before, for calculation of coverage rates, and that feeds through to the quality assurance program. It needs to have the screening test results so that we know how many women have been screened. If they've had a normal screening test, then we can calculate their recall interval. If they had an abnormal screening test, then we can make sure that we know those women have to be followed up. So again, that information is needed to identify the screen positives, to calculate the coverage rates, and therefore feeds through to the quality assurance again. It also has to record follow-up and treatment results. So, I mean, if the follow-up and treatment results are recorded, then it's very easy to correlate a positive screening test with the follow-up and treatment results, or the absence of those results. And that allows you to identify women that have defaulted from the follow-up process. And it also is important for calculating future recall intervals. So some people would need to be recalled more earlier than the normal recall interval, and it also is necessary for QA. So an IT system that routinely collects and analyzes these data supports the screening administration and helps them to coordinate and monitor the program and the QA process. There has to be a document that sets out what's happening in the screening program and what the responsibilities of the healthcare providers are. So it explains the roles and duties of each of the healthcare providers that are involved in the process. So right from the initial taking of the screening test to each of the follow-ups and to referral to oncology. And explains what each healthcare provider should do, and also the performance targets that each healthcare provider should achieve. So if you don't explain what people have to do, if you don't specify what they have to do, then you can't expect them to meet performance targets. So the two are linked. And it ensures that healthcare providers understand what they are supposed to do, and also what the other people in the system are supposed to do. So that allows them to know, okay, well, this is the end of my responsibility. Now I have to wait for that to come back from this person. If it doesn't come back, then they know that, okay, I have to chase them for that. So it avoids misunderstandings in the delivery of the process that will disrupt the continuity of care for screen-positive women. So it's a simple thing. I mean, it is not possible to run a complex process involving multiple health services and numerous people unless everyone has the same understanding. So everybody knows the same things, everybody knows who's responsible for what, and what they should do, and how they should interact. Up-to-date, evidence-based clinical protocols. These have to be completely coordinated with the cervical screening guidelines, or the practical manual I talked about. And this ensures that all healthcare providers have the information that is required to deliver high-quality, evidence-based service. It helps ensure that all women get the same standard of care, because all healthcare providers are delivering the same service to the same level, the same services and to the same level. And they're an integral part of the QA system, because the performance indicators will be linked to the specific clinical practices that are undertaken by the healthcare providers. But an additional note I put here is that having the clinical protocols is one thing. You also have to make sure that the healthcare providers understand the clinical protocols. So preparing the clinical protocols has to be accompanied by a CME program for the healthcare providers who are delivering the program. And a QA system. A QA system that covers the screening process as well as each of the individual healthcare systems. What I've seen in a number of countries is they have a QA process for cervical cytology, but not for anything else. And so, the screening process has a QA program, and they say, okay, we've got a QA program. But it only covers one of the healthcare services. Sometimes they have a QA program that has some indicators related to the cervical screening service itself. Typically, this is coverage rates. And as I mentioned in a previous presentation, the coverage rates in almost all cases are based on the number of screening tests delivered. So if women outside the screening interval, so women that are younger or older, are screened, that adds to the number of screening tests and increases the coverage rate. If women are screened more frequently than they should be, so if a woman is screened annually instead of every 3 years or every 5 years, then that increases the coverage rate. And because people know that they're supposed to achieve high coverage rates, there's an incentive for them to do that, to screen more frequently, to screen, okay, the woman's should start screening at 25, this woman's 23. Well, what's the difference? That sort of thing. And it happens regularly. And the QA program also needs to be accompanied by a continuing medical education program so that people understand what the QA program is about. They understand why they should do it. And very importantly, they understand what the QA program can do for them. So they can understand, okay, well, this is not a way of looking over your shoulder and finding things you've done wrong. A QA program is to help people identify where they can improve. But there's a misunderstanding about that. People need to understand why the QA program is in place, and what it can do for them, and what it does for their patients. And the QA program should not be an optional thing that people can participate in. It has to be mandatory. Everybody has to be part of the same QA program. Everybody has to achieve the standards. Public knowledge and awareness raising programs. These are intended to maximize screening participation rates in the general population, of course, but also, well, the next one talks about special populations. But one of the things that's important about this is that a knowledge and awareness raising program needs to be based on an understanding of the target population, what their fears are, what motivates them, what the barriers are, so that the knowledge and awareness raising program can specifically target those things. In the survey we did of the countries in this region, only 5 countries have done knowledge and awareness raising studies to find out what the barriers and enablers of cervical screening are. Okay. More countries have knowledge and awareness raising programs, but those programs where there's not the evidence base showing you what needs to be included, what information needs to be included in the knowledge and awareness raising program, they're taking guesses. Oh, general information about, screening is good for you, it prevents cervical cancer, okay. But what about the specifics that are going to get women to attend? Okay. And finally, mechanisms to identify and recruit underserved women. This has 2 objectives. One I've noted, to maximize the screening recruitment specifically among women who are less likely to be screened. So this is an equality issue. Typically, it's the wealthier, well-educated women that participate in screening programs, and the poorer people with lower levels of education, they don't. So it's an equality issue. People that are in remote communities that are underserved anyway, they tend not to participate because there's just too many barriers in the way for them to go. The thing about screening, of course, is that these women aren't sick. They've got no symptoms, so why should they go? If they're sick, okay, maybe they'll go. But in this situation, you're trying to get women to go to the doctor when there's nothing wrong with them. So you need to have special programs to target women that have harder access to programs or don't have a history of accessing these programs, and specifically target, have knowledge and awareness raising programs to specifically target their questions, their concerns. Okay, so to summarize, what we need for a screening program to work is a mechanism to identify who should be screened, an administrative office that has the expertise, the time, and the authority to monitor, coordinate, and QA the screening process. A system to collect and analyze the data that are required for monitoring, coordinating, and QAing the screening process. So that's the screening registry. Screening guidelines, or a practical manual for screening providers. The associated clinical protocols, a QA system for the screening process and for each of the services, knowledge and awareness raising programs for the public, and mechanisms to identify and recruit underserved women. Those are all key components that are required for the screening program to work. If they're not in place, then we're going to have problems. The screening program is not going to work. So I come back with the question I started at the beginning. The people in this room know how healthcare delivery is delivered in their countries. They know the specifics of the healthcare system. And so what we need to do is to work with the people who are involved daily in delivering cervical screening services to adapt each of these things so they achieve the goals. Now, Tamar Komatsuri from the UNFPA Regional Office talked about the Cervical Cancer Prevention Alliance. And within that, we've started a discussion about this. And so we started a work group that is going to look at how the cervical screening program should work in this region and come up with some recommendations or guidelines, I guess, that are more appropriate for what should be done here. And what I would ask the people in this room is to consider participating in that group. So you're welcome to contact me after the presentation at any time, and I can put you on the email distribution list for that group, and then just contribute. It doesn't take a lot of time. If there's something that's not of interest to you, then just ignore it. If there's something that you have expertise that's relevant to your area of expertise, then make your comments. And in that way, we'll be able to come up with recommendations that are more tailored to this region, and that fit the healthcare delivery in this region a little bit more appropriately. Okay, so I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, what I should do then is introduce the next speaker. Okay, so Dennis Curlew, right? Dennis Curlew comes from the University of Toulouse in France and also the Policlinico Agrestina in Rome, Italy. And he's going to be talking about pelvic anatomy for radical hysterectomy. So I'll turn it over to Dennis at this time.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? So I would like to take the microphone only to say hello to my colleagues and friends from Kazakhstan. And as there is a risk that my connection stays unstable, I would like to ask the technicians to run my pre-recorded video. So I will be later available to answer questions. Thank you again for the invitation and the opportunity to speak about most possible precise anatomy forming the base of radical hysterectomy. So please run the video. Very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be with you and to speak about pelvic anatomy for radical hysterectomy. And it's a work of my current team at Gemelli Rome and also collaboration with David Sibula and Nadim Abou-Rostoum. And what I will say will be based on cadaver lab dissection and also a consensus survey, which is being submitted and consensus across more than 30 experts worldwide. A few words about anatomy. The classical terminology anatomica is somewhat confusing because there are two structures linking the cervix and uterus to the pelvic side wall. One is along the uterine artery and the lymphovascular tissue which is attached and which is normally named parametrium, which is very, very confusing considering that parametrium is used generally for another structure. So I believe that parauterine lymphovascular tissue is the best denomination for the contents of the broad ligament. The most important is the other structure, which is in terminology paracervix, which is very clear, but not so clear because it's paracervix, but it's also upper paracolpium. It's the same structure, so that some people call it only paracolpium. But we will name it paracervix, and this is commonly named in the surgical literature lateral parametrium. And the landmark between the two is the ureter. This picture is come from the first Wertheim publication. Which is absolutely clear is that the paracervix or lateral parametrium does exist between the traditional paravesical and pararectal fossa. That being said, this paracervix, also named cardial ligament, is not a ligament. That's the reason why paracervix is better. It's not an attachment of the cervix and upper vagina to the pelvic side wall. And actually, there is a medial part, looks like a ligament because it is a condensed part, and also a lateral part, which is made only of fatty tissue and lymph node-bearing tissue and vessels. And this is the lateral part. So it's not a ligament, and the two parts are separated approximately by the ureter. This is the ureter, and again the ureter and the overcrossing uterine artery. And as I already said, paracervix and upper paracolpos or paracolpium are really the same structure. There is a real paracolpos, but only more caudally, when only the vagina, middle third, is at stake. upper third is suspended apparently by the paracervix, and actually not suspended because, as you can see, it's not a ligament. A few other words about the parauterine lymphovascular tissue, which is the content of the broad ligament with the uterine artery and superficial uterine vein. And this is this lymphovascular tissue which is stained by indocyanine green and defined by the Lund team. And it's a very, very important part, in my opinion, of radical hysterectomy because it contains sometimes positive notes. What about the spaces? The spaces are not only the traditional spaces. Here we are on the left side of the patient, and you see the two traditional, the lateral paravesical space and the lateral pararectal space, and in between the paracervix and the uterine artery. But you have understood that I have named that lateral because there are also medial spaces. One space is medial to the obliterated umbilical artery. It's a medial paravesical space. It is clearly a landmark for the deep uterine vein and the ventral part of the paracervix. And there is also a medial pararectal space, which is a landmark for the nerves. It is medial to the ureter. The ureter is with a loop, but it is the nerves are generally medial to this space. It is named in many countries Okabayashi space, but we try to get rid of eponyms. So you see there are not only two, but four spaces for the technique of radical hysterectomy. There is an additional space, which is the fourth space of Yabuki, the paravaginal space. It is more caudal, and actually it's not lateral to the cervix, but to the vagina. This is the limit between cervix and vagina. And you see clearly that there is a paravaginal space, and that defines laterally the ureter and this big structure named bladder pillar. And it contains not only the ureter, but also the nerves going to the bladder and the veins coming from the bladder and emptying into the so-called deep uterine vein, which is actually a deep vaginal vein. And so this is another space to consider. And finally, anatomically, what do surgeons mean with parametrium? Generally, lateral parametrium and paracervix, it's clear, they are synonymous. Dorsal parametrium includes the rectovaginal ligament and what I call the so-called heterosacral ligament, because it doesn't go to the sacrum, so it's not uterosacral, and it's not a ligament because mainly it's a peritoneal fold at the upper limit of the pouch of Douglas, and the apparent ligament is only a condensation at the dorsal face of the cervix. Ventral parametrium or bladder pillar, it's a very complex structure, and as you have seen, vesicouterine ligament, vesicovaginal ligament, and also all this structure I've already described, vesical vein and autonomic bladder nerve. So ventral parametrium is very complex. So just a few pictures of the same. The lateral parametrium or paracervix, it's clear between there is here the ureter, you have here this condensed part, the medial part, and this is a fatty tissue and vascular part, which is the lateral part of the paracervix. It's relatively simple. The dorsal parametrium is mainly made of the rectovaginal ligament. Here we have only divided the peritoneal fold, so-called uterosacral, and open the medial pararectal space, Okabayashi space, and also the rectovaginal septum. And you see that the dorsal parametrium is mainly a ligament joining the vagina to the rectum, hence the denomination of rectovaginal ligament. And another view of the ventral parametrium or bladder pillar, and as I said earlier, this is the paravaginal space, which is a good landmark for it. And you see here that after we have separated and skeletonized the ureter, we can see between the medial paravesical space and the paravaginal space, the bladder nerves and also the veins, middle and inferior vesical vein coming from the bladder. Interestingly, the same can be seen during vaginal surgery. And you see here the same concept of bladder pillar between the vesicouterine septum and the paravaginal space. And this structure contains the ureter and the cervical artery. This is how it works surgically. You see here between the vesicouterine septum and paravesical space, this big structure that contains the ureter. And so is the ureter within it. So the concept is exactly the same. But now going to radical hysterectomy or extended hysterectomy. Or radical hysterectomy is a surgery in which we excise part of entirety of the paracervical tissue, parametria, of course along with pelvic lymph node assessment. Possibly excision of this parauterine lymphovascular tissue, I've already mentioned. This is not consensual, but I believe that in the future it will be an essential part of radicality. And also, according to tumor size and according to vaginal involvement, with or without colpectomy or even radical colpectomy if the vagina is involved. But colpectomy is not part of radical hysterectomy by itself. Another point from anatomy, it is the lateral limit of radical hysterectomy. And as you all are aware, the obturator nerve here is the theoretical limit between the pelvic lymphadenectomy and the rest of removal that can also include the lateral part of the paracervix. But you see that it is totally arbitrary and that there is kind of continuity between the nodes, the pelvic lymph nodes and the paracervical nodes. And that's an issue, but it's a definition, we have to stick to it. So this radical hysterectomy I've just described with its limits can be classified because there is not a single radical hysterectomy. There are many operations that correspond to the same concept. There are several classifications. The ontogenic classification of Huckel, which is a one-fits-all surgery based on embryology. An analytic concept, which is TNM in all directions, three stages, three type of extension are described, which is very clever, but results in 27 types of radical hysterectomy, which is too much. And there are, of course, a need of synthetic classification, the very popular Piver classification, and more recently, the Kerlemore classifications that has been updated in 2017 and is now being further updated with the same three authors plus the Gemelli team. And Moellem in 2020 has incorporated the caudal extent. What about the types of the Kerlemore classification? There are actually 4 types. Type A is a minimal radical hysterectomy or limited radical hysterectomy, where the cervix is removed in toto but also with part of the adjacent paracervix. In type B, there is resection of the medial part of the paracervix at the ureter. The ureter is the landmark of type B. Knowing that there is a type B2 about which I will elaborate later. Type C is at the internal iliac vessels. This is a classical radical hysterectomy where the entire paracervix is removed. And I will not speak a lot about the type B, which is mainly a procedure for recurrent disease, not really primary surgery, extension to the structures of the pelvic sidewall. So to classify a radical hysterectomy, we need criteria. And there are 3 criteria in 3 dimensions. First, the lateral extent, which you see here, A, B at the ureter, C at the internal iliac vessels. And you see here the parauterine lymphovascular tissue, which is included, in my opinion, even in type A radical hysterectomy. And all of this can be seen only if we have divided the vesicouterine ligament. And you see that here the vesicouterine and vesicovaginal septum is widely developed, and that the ureter has been uncovered, unroofed by the section of the vesicouterine ligament. The secondary criterion is precisely the criterion about the extent of removal of the vesicouterine ligament that can be minimal, partial, or at the bladder, depending on the type A, B, or C. And also the rectovaginal ligament, of which the resection can be minimal, partial, or at the rectum. At the sacrum does not exist. At the sacrum means just dividing the autonomic nerve, which is absolutely useless and even detrimental for the patient. So again, type A, B, and C are represented in the dorsal direction in the rectovaginal ligament. And for type B, there is a secondary criterion I already mentioned, which is the removal of the paracervical tissue of the lateral part of the paracervix with this lymphatic tissue that I call paracervical lymphadenectomy, which is removing all these nodes and finally achieving a complete resection of the pelvic node. And finally, for type C, there is a secondary criterion, which is with or without sparing the nerves. Here, the nerves have been spared dorsally, laterally, and ventrally. But this is not always the case, and you know that in some cases, we call it type C2, we remove the entire nerves. So again, to summarize, this is type A, between the ureter and the cervix. This is where we place the clamp. No need to dissect that much, but this is only to demonstrate. And this is here to demonstrate the clinical situation with the uterine artery and parauterine lymphovascular tissue and the clamp at a distance from the uterus. And this is the amount of paracervix we remove. And this also can be applied to radical vaginal surgery. And you see here, you see here a type A, and compared to type B. And type B now, the paracervix is divided at the ureter. You see here the ureter and the place of the clamp. Actually, we use bipolar cautery these days, but this is to show the location, the extent of excision, and this corresponds to the original Wertheim hysterectomy, and this is a patient operated by Wertheim with her name. That's amazing, but it is as it is. And this operation does not jeopardize the nerves because the caudal limit of it is here at the level of the cervix, not below. And that means that the paravaginal tissues are not included and that the nerves that run approximately there are not in danger. So that's the type B, but divided in type B1 or B2. And you see here that B2, we remove this and this. And this is the lateral part of the paracervix. It's a lymph node dissection. You see here, this is a B1 on one side. This is an hemicervix, a giant section. And you see here the B1 that does not jeopardize the nerves, only removing the medial part, condensed part of the paracervix, and B2, which is dissection of this part, but it is excision. It's not exactly division, and the nerves again are spared in this kind of operation. And finally, type C, we place here a clamp at the internal iliac vessels. Again, with bipolar cautery, it's much more precise, but this requires anyway the full mobilization of the ureter, and also includes a three-dimensional component with a wider excision in the dorsal and ventral direction. And as I already mentioned, with two subcategories, with nerve-sparing dissection, as I've already demonstrated, and this is another dissection here on the right side of the whole nervous system. And this is the clinical situation where you see that the paravaginal space and the medial parectal space are completely unified after a type C1. And on the contrary, in the type C2, we don't care about the nerves. We just mobilize the ureter and completely divide the ventral, lateral, and dorsal parametrium. And these are the three specimens that result from this kind of operation. So A, partial excision, B, excision at the ureter, and C, at the internal iliac vessels. This is nice, but what do we know? We don't know that much. We know that probably tailoring is a solution, but we have no evidence about margins. We are sure that we need clear margin, but that's all we know because there are only a couple of old randomized studies who have discussed the reality of the need of excision and challenge the concept of tailorization. So anyway, we have everyday parameters for our surgical decision, need of clear margin, removal of in-transit metastasis, preventive closure of the vaginal cuff, and with the objective to avoid complications and also avoid postoperative radiation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next speaker is going to be Flor Backus from the Ohio State University. She's a regular on the monthly tumor boards with Kazakhstan, and she also is my partner in putting the Education 360 platform together that is available on the IGCS website.
Hi, I'm Flora Backus. I'm a professor and gynecologic oncologist at The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center and James Cancer Hospital Comprehensive Cancer Center in Columbus, Ohio. Thank you for the organizers for allowing me to present today about surgical treatment of cervical cancer. So here are my disclosures, and none are related to this talk. Here are the objectives. We're going to talk about early stage cervical cancer, what's standard of care, and can we do in early stage, can we do less radical surgery? And what is the debate about minimally invasive versus open surgery? So let's talk about standard of care. So the standard of care for an early stage cervical cancer, so stage 1 or sometimes stage 2A even, is a radical hysterectomy or trachelectomy, depending on whether there's a desire for fertility sparing surgery, and that will be discussed in a different presentation. This removes the perimetrium, which contains the autonomic nerve fibers that are associated with bowel, bladder, and sexual dysfunction. It's also associated with surgical complications such as hemorrhage, bladder, ureteral injury, and fistulas. And late urologic or rectal dysfunction is seen in about 20 to 30% of the patients after a radical hysterectomy. It requires a provider with specialized training in gynecologic oncology surgery, which is oftentimes not available in lower resource settings. So does everybody really need a radical procedure? Well, retrospective studies have shown that less than 1% of patients with favorable pathologic characteristics, such as tumor size of less than 2 centimeters, depth of invasion less than 10 millimeters, and negative pelvic nodes, have perimetrial involvement on radical hysterectomy specimens. So that's a very small percentage. 60 to 75% of the radical trachelectomy specimens have no residual disease after a diagnostic cone. So radical surgery may not be required for those patients with low risk early stage cervical cancer. So what is fertility sparing treatment? Cervical cancer is most often diagnosed in young women between age 35 and 44. And it's very important to discuss fertility issues, including the fertility sparing options. And it's an important component of the pre-treatment counseling. So what are those options for fertility sparing? For those selected patients with stage 1A2 to 1B1, radical trachelectomy, standard of care, simple trachelectomy or conization. And generally, these patients must have obviously a desire for fertility preservation, but a small, less than 2 centimeter tumor. Negative LVSI is kind of a debatable category, because if they have LVSI, there's a higher risk of lymph node involvement and also potentially needing radiation afterwards. Certainly, they cannot have any evidence of lymph node metastasis and no upper endocervical involvement. The details about the actual fertility sparing surgery will be discussed in a different talk. But I do want to go over some of these options here with you. prospective single-arm multicenter international study of 100 patients. They used the following inclusion criteria. So they had patients who had stage 1A, 2, or 1B1 cervical cancer by FIGO 2009, tumor size less than 2 centimeters on exam and or imaging, no LVSI on the biopsy or cone. They had to have squamous or adenocarcinoma. The cone margins and the ECC had to be negative for malignancy, and the patients could have one repeat cone or ECC. They had to have a negative CT, MRI, or PET scan for metastatic disease. And cone margins and ECC had to be negative for CAN2 and adenocarcinoma in situ as well. And then the stromal invasion less than 10 millimeters. And that was added after the study was in progress, as was this AIS criteria. So in this study, they had 100 patients. 44 of those decided to go, and so this was a shared decision-making, was no randomization. They had a conization followed by lymph node assessment only, so fertility preservation treatment. 2 patients had positive lymph nodes, and of the 42 patients with negative lymph nodes, 1 or 2.4% had recurrent disease. For those patients who had no desire for fertility but were interested in this option, they had a cone biopsy and then a simple hysterectomy with lymph node assessment. There were 40 patients in this arm. 3 had positive lymph nodes, 1 had residual disease in the hysterectomy specimen, and there were no instances of recurrences in the 36 patients with negative nodes and no residual disease. And then the category of inadvertent simple hysterectomy that was followed by a lymphadenectomy. So these are patients who had an incidental finding, maybe a hysterectomy for fibroids or other disease and found to have cervical cancer. There were 16 in this category. None had positive lymph nodes, but still there were 2 out of 16 or 12.5% that had recurrent disease. So ultimately those patients with positive lymph nodes, residual disease and hysterectomy were obviously excluded from this analysis. As far as pregnancy outcomes, they saw 27.5% of the patients were able to have a pregnancy and 93% delivered at term. So this is a very long study period, almost 9 years. There were changes in the standard of care, such as a sentinel lymph node biopsy that was here and was implemented at not all sites. And there was variation between open laparoscopic robotic approaches. Let's take a look at the SHAPE trial. So PI for this was Dr. Plant in Canada. This was a phase 3 trial, non-inferiority design. The primary endpoint was pelvic relapse-free survival. They plan to enroll 700 patients with either stage 1A, 2, or 1B1, less than 50% stromal invasion on MRI, less than 10 millimeter depth of invasion on LEAP or cone biopsy, and at least 3 millimeters of intact cervical stroma on MRI, and an LVSI was allowed. Pelvic MRI, this was optional for 1A2 and disease, and a chest x-ray, and it was sponsored by the Clinical Trials Group in Canada. So they were randomized between a radical hysterectomy with pelvic node dissection, with or without sentinel lymph node mapping, or simple hysterectomy with pelvic node dissection plus or minus sentinel lymph node mapping. And then they had protocols mandated follow-up. So this study closed to accrual in November of 2019. We have not seen the results yet, but certainly the fact that it's taken long to reach the required number of events suggests that the incidence of recurrences is low, and we should get data on this pretty soon. So this is going to help determine, do we even need to do a radical hysterectomy anymore, or can we just do a simple hysterectomy with pelvic node dissections for these very early patients, very early stage cancer patients? So this trial also has completed accrual. Al Coppens also from Canada led this study. This was GOG 278, and the goal of this study was to evaluate the physical function and quality of life before and after non-radical surgery, so with an extrafascial hysterectomy or cone biopsy with pelvic lymph nodes for, again, early stage 1A1, 1A2, and 1B1 cervical cancer less than 2 centimeters. So for this study, these patients, if they had these criteria, they were eligible. They were then randomized to a fertility preservation group if they were interested in that. They had a cone with lymph nodes. And then if they had no wish for future fertility, they were assigned to a simple hysterectomy with lymph nodes. And then they were followed post-operatively. So hopefully we'll get results from this also very soon in terms of recurrences. So there are a couple of differences between these trials. The fertility sparing options, SHAPE did not have that, CONSERVE and GOG 278 did. Lymphovascular invasion, the grading, whether a negative cone was required, whether sentinel lymph nodes were allowed. Adenosquamous was allowed for SHAPE and GOG 278, and only SHAPE was a randomized trial. The other ones were patient choice. So how about the radical hysterectomy and the involvement of minimally invasive surgery? So laparoscopic radical hysterectomy was initiated in the early 1990s. And in 2005, the FDA approved robotic-assisted surgical device for gynecologic surgery. And so that in 2006, the first robotic radical hysterectomies were being performed. Soon after this, the LAC trial enrolled between 2008 and 2017. So kind of along with the learning curve of robotic surgery, and then LAC was published. Currently, there's RAC and ROC also, two trials that are will continue to evaluate these surgeries, minimally invasive surgery. So if we look at the proportion of cases that are utilizing a minimally invasive approach, this has certainly been on the rise based on two different estimates, and then started plateauing off a little bit more. What are the benefits of minimally invasive surgery? There's a shorter length of stay, less pain, faster return of bowel function, lower estimated blood loss and less transfusions, low risk of venous thromboembolism, and a decrease of in surgical site infections. There's also a lower rate of readmission. And the additional benefits are that robotic technology has a 3D rather than 2D visual access as with traditional laparoscopy. The instruments can articulate, there's tremor filtration, motion scaling, and improved dexterity. So the LAC trial was the first and only completed randomized controlled trial to date. So this was a non-inferiority design, one-to-one randomization, and this included squamous cell carcinoma, adenocarcinoma, and adenosquamous, stage 1A1, 1A2, and 1B1 by FIGO 2009, and ECOG 0 to 1. Patients were enrolled between 2008 and 2017 for a radical hysterectomy with pelvic lymph nodes, either with minimally invasive surgery via traditional laparoscopy, 84% of the patients, and 16% of the patients had robotic-assisted laparoscopy. So this was 2009 staging, no uniform preoperative imaging in this trial. Uterine manipulators were permitted, and there was no protective vaginal closure required. So here are the outcomes of this trial. So if we look at the disease-free survival rate at 4.5 years, which is depicted here, we see that in the intent to treat patients, it was 86% in the minimally invasive group versus 96% in the open group. And per protocol, so the patients who actually had their assigned arm, 87 versus 97%. And this meant that minimally invasive surgery was not non-inferior to open surgery. And here we can see the proportion of patients who are disease-free at this time. Open surgery had less recurrent cancer than those with minimally invasive surgery. The hazard ratio for disease recurrence or death was 3.74, and this was highly statistically significant. So interesting though, the LAC trials presented follow-up at SGO in 2022, and it showed that the patterns of recurrence appear to be different. 24% of the patients had carcinomatosis in a minimally invasive arm, none in the open arm. 32% had pelvic or abdominal recurrences in a minimally invasive arm, and none in the open arm. So there were no differences in the treatment effect by tumor size, but there were significant differences in treatment effect by cone biopsy. So if the patients did not have a prior cone, they had an increased risk of disease recurrence or deaths with a hazard ratio of 5.8. If they had a prior cone, there was no significant difference here between open surgery and minimally invasive surgery. And so one could certainly argue that something that we are doing is surgically changing the distribution from recurrence. So traditionally, a wartime clamp is placed underneath across the vagina in an open radical hysterectomy to contain the tumor inside the vagina and not have any tumor spillage into the abdomen. That was not manipulated used, and approach to colpotomy was nothing mandated. And so that was not a typical approach used at the time of minimally invasive disease. So it's possible that there was exposure of the tumor to the peritoneal cavity during the step, and perhaps that the CO2 insufflation could have caused dissemination or implantation. As far as the cone biopsy, obviously the difference with a prior cone or no cone, if you remove the entire tumor, there's not that tumor shedding, possible tumor shedding into the peritoneal cavity when you make your colpotomy, and this may have contributed to the fact that there was no significant difference at that time. So what can we do? So there are new trials that are being developed. So we talked about this wartime clamp in an open hysterectomy, but in a robotic or a laparoscopic hysterectomy, you can also do this tumor containment. For example, using an endo loop or purse stringing the vagina around the cervix to have containment, or by placing a stapler across the vagina to contain it, and then transecting in between. Of course, you do have to remove the staples from the side of the vagina that you leave in, and then still suture the cuff closed, because you don't want to have issues with staples after the fact. As far as adverse events, in the LAC trial, the length of surgery was longer with minimally invasive surgery, but there was less estimated blood loss and a shorter length of stay. How about intraoperative events? More transfusions with the open surgery. Injuries to the ureters or the vessels were similar. Bladder injury a little bit more often with minimally invasive surgery, as was nerve injury. Bowel injury was the same. About post and post-operative adverse events, there were a higher number of cardiac adverse events in the open group and more vaginal vault complications in the minimally invasive group. And wound complications, again, as expected, were higher in the open group. No surprises there. So as far as quality of life, there were no big differences identified between the two groups, which is somewhat surprising because previously in trials for endometrial cancer with open versus minimally invasive surgery, there were differences, especially in the early postoperative time, but then that evened out after 6 and 12 months. So if there wasn't enough data between open and minimally invasive surgery for cervical cancer, after that randomized trials, of course, that has some flaws, but there were also these database studies that were very elegantly done and saw the same differences here, a difference that there was a detriment to survival and disease recurrence for minimally invasive surgery versus open surgery, and that really confirmed these findings. Also, we had been seeing a nice trend in the 4-year relative survival rates and would have expected that to go continue to trend in that direction. But as the procedure with minimally invasive radical hysterectomy was going up, as depicted by these dots here, we also concurrently saw the survival going down, which is certainly another concerning feature. There's been some other studies also that have looked at this similar question that have found no difference in disease-free survival or overall survival. We don't really have time to go through all these studies. These have been done. They are high quality, but retrospective studies, no prospective studies. So it is still a fact that we need more data. Since the lack data, we do know that more than 50% of the providers have changed their surgical approach from minimally invasive surgery to open surgery. And minimally invasive radical hysterectomy has decreased by 63% after LAC was published, but the complication rate also rose by 23% and the length of stay increased. Also, the governing bodies for our disease all have changed their guidelines. So, in conclusion, minimally invasive surgery has short-term benefits for our patients. It is associated with an increased risk of recurrence and death in patients with early-stage cervical cancer, but can tumor containment improve the outcomes with MIS? So, yes, the LAC trial favors open surgery over minimally invasive surgery, but these trials are being repeated now with tumor containment measures to see if minimally invasive surgery is actually safe and can provide better outcomes, quality of life, and complication outcomes for our patients if we can do it with tumor containment. But this should only be done on trial this time. So these trials, there's the RAC trial, which has about half of the patients enrolled, a little bit over half. The ROC trial just started enrolling and aims to enroll 840 patients. And then Launch 2 is planning 780 patients. Next, the conservative surgery is safe and feasible for early stage cervical cancer and should be offered to women who meet low risk criteria, as described by CONSERVE, with conization alone or conization followed by simple hysterectomy, both with a lymph node assessment though. But conservative surgery is not recommended for women who undergo an inadvertent simple hysterectomy. So SHAPE and the GOG 278 trial may change the standard of what the standard is going to be for early stage cervical cancer. And it may change that it's no longer going to be a radical hysterectomy or radical trachelectomy, but can actually be conservative surgery with a simple hysterectomy or cone and lymph nodes. We'll wait to see what this shows and be happy. And this ends my presentation.
Very good. I'll introduce the next speaker then, Dr. Zoltan Novak, who's the head of the Gynecological Oncology Department of Gynecology at the National Institute of Oncology in Hungary. So if you could start the presentation, Dr. Novak.
And then from the, oh, okay, again. So thank you very much for the invitation and hello to everybody. And hello to the old friends who it's a pleasure to see them. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Diliara, for this invitation among this excellent faculty. So my task is to speak about radical trachelectomy and fertility sparing procedures in cervical cancer. So I had the lack of an excellent introduction by my two previous excellent speakers. So I'm coming from Hungary, from a small country from Central Eastern Europe, from Budapest. It's a national cancer center, and I'm coming a little bit home because my ancestors 3,000 years ago were horse riding people living in this area. These are these guys, and they lived here. As you can see, this number 1. How can I show it? So the number 1 is the present Kazakhstan and maybe the Mongolian border. It was our homeland 3,000 years ago, and we moved to our present country, to Hungary. It was quite a large journey in these beautiful Akalteke horses. So the cervical cancer incidence is reported to be the highest between 35 and 49 years of age. So a considerable amount, 40% of our patients are diagnosed with cervical cancer in their reproductive years. So fertility sparing is a very important question. May I ask how many of you perform radical trachelectomy in the audience? Okay, good. So maybe I'm going to tell you some news. Those who don't perform it, maybe it can be interesting for you. I'm not going to be present the guidelines because you can read it. I'm going to present our practice at the end, and I'm going to try to give you some practical tips based on our expertise. I've been doing it for more than 20 years, unfortunately now. So when we speak about fertility sparing procedures, of course, as our previous speakers presented, the standard of care is radical hysterectomy. So it means that we remove the uterus. Of course, it's not compatible with future pregnancies, so we need to modify it. The other part of the procedure is the removal of the lymph nodes. May I ask how can I use this pointer? It's how can I? Do you see the pointer now? Is it no? So okay, I cannot use it. Okay, so. Okay, so at the middle you can see that lymph node. Sorry. You know how to use it? The pointer. Oh, a mouse. Okay, great. Thank you. Perfect. Oh no. just like this, like this. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, the mouse. You can use. Oh, I thought it was me directing it. I didn't understand why it's moving the other direction. Okay, good. So thank you. Of course, the other part of the procedure is the removal of the lymph nodes, which is identical. It doesn't result in fertility. But we need to preserve the uterine body, as you can see at the right, and we remove only the tumor and maybe the surrounding tissues. So based on this, we have different types of radicality of fertility sparing procedures. If we go from the less radical procedures to the more radical procedures, from the left to right, you can see that you can do a conization. It's the less radical. It provides the best fertility preservation. And after you can do a simple trachelectomy, which is the amputation of the cervix. We can do a radical trachelectomy by the vaginal way. It was Professor Köhler showed it beautifully. He was one of the pioneers of this technique, and it means that we remove the cervix with a surrounding moderate amount of parametrium, and we can do a very radical procedure also by the abdominal way, which is more morbid, of course, than the less radical procedures. So we have to balance these two things. One is the morbidity of the procedure. The other thing is the radicality of the procedure. And of course, we know that the morbidity, as we decrease the radicality, the morbidity is going to decrease also. The question is that if we decrease the radicality, is the risk of recurrence is going to go higher? And that's a major question. So I start with abdominal radical trachelectomy because I think this is the most widely used technique in our region. And it was first, not everybody knows it. It was described very, very long ago in '56 by a Romanian doctor, Aburel, and rediscovered by Sis and my former mentor and teacher, my friend, Professor László Ungár, his photo is there in the left corner, in 26 years ago. And so its radicality can be identical to the radical hysterectomy, but at the beginning, these procedures meant that the uterine arteries were sacrificed, and at the beginning, we didn't insert cerclage to every patient. So as you see in the middle, you make a radical hysterectomy, but you preserve the ovarian vessels, and you cut the cervix with the surrounding nice paracervix and parametrium, and you suture back the uterine body to the vagina. Okay. The next one is the vaginal radical trachelectomy described first by Daniel Dajon. And this is a photo provided by a friend, Benedetta Guani from Lausanne. You make this procedure through the vagina, and you remove, as you can see on the left side, the cervix with a surrounding moderate amount of parametrium. And you preserved the ascending branches of the uterine artery. So it's less radical. So since the description of these techniques, there was a clear evolution of the radical trachelectomy technique. I will show you some examples. Of course, we started to do sentinel lymph nodes first with the blue dye and technetium, now with the ICG. We introduced minimally invasive techniques, laparoscopy, robotics, until the shocking results of the leg trial. And as you can see on the photo, it's the left side of the patient. So you can see that the uterine artery is prepared, and after we try to preserve the uterine artery and the hypogastric nerves and hypogastric plexus as well to decrease the morbidity of the procedure. And of course, we started to insert cerclage in every patient, and mostly abdominal cerclage. How are we now? So as I could see, I could tell you, I'm not going to show you the guidelines. I'm going to tell you how we do it in practice in our department. And so I'm going to speak about the removal of the lymph nodes, the radicality of the parametrectomy, and the removal of the cervical stroma volume. And so I try to answer the questions that, can we decrease the radicality in low-risk tumors? How can we preserve the fertility in higher-risk tumors? And how can we reduce obstetric complications? I think these are the three major questions in this patient population. So as all you know, the cervical cancer spreads through the pelvic lymph nodes, and the first draining lymph nodes, called the sentinel nodes, was a concept which worked very well in breast and melanoma, and it was proven to be sensitive enough in cervical cancer also. So we know that the utilization of the sentinel node concept is feasible, and if the sentinel node is negative, then there is the chance of having a false positive pelvic lymph node is very, very low. So it seems to be safe, but we are waiting for evidences from the Sentinel-3 trial. So what is our current practice in terms of lymphadenectomy and lymph node removal in these patients? So now for stage 1A1 and 1A2 patients, so very small tumors, we don't do full lymphadenectomies anymore. We trust our sentinel lymph node techniques, and we do a laparoscopic or robotic sentinel lymph node detection biopsy by ICG. And if perfect bilateral staining was detected, we don't complete the full lymphadenectomy. It is a questionable thing. We don't have the evidence, but this is our practice now. The risk of a lymph node metastasis is so low, and the sentinel lymph node is very, very sensitive. In stage 1B patients, we don't have the courage to stop full lymphadenectomy right now. So we are waiting for the results of the Sentinel-3 trial, which is ongoing now, to have a confirmation in a prospective study if sentinel node is enough in these patients. So in these patients, we start with sentinel node and we complete full lymphadenectomy. Why is it important to do sentinel node? Because it detects much better micrometastatic disease, small volume disease. So you have to do both, to my opinion. There is a questionable practice we do. So we don't do everything in one step. We do a two-step procedure in 1B, stage 1B patients. First, we do a surgery with the sentinel lymph node staining, and we do a full lymphadenectomy, and we do a conization, and we stop the surgery. And we wait for three weeks, and wait for the final histologic results. And there are three reasons to do it. First, that we know from the studies, for example, from ABRAC study, we participated in it, it's a large study from Central Europe, that the frozen section is not good enough in detecting small volume metastatic disease. So approximately half of the lymph node positive patients are not detected intraoperatively by frozen section. So that's why we wait the final histology to be able to detect all the important small volume metastatic diseases also. The other reason is that we need to have more information about the tumor, about the diameter, is that an LVSI, etc. So for that, we do the conization, and we have a lot of information which we can plan and implement in our second operation. And the third thing is that it was shown, as it was shown on the previous presentation also, that conization improves survival before radical hysterectomy. It is, of course, it is mostly comes from retrospective studies, for example, the SUCOR study, but that was the conclusion of the LUX study also. So it might be beneficial to do a conization at the first step and doing the radical operation and the second step. So we stick on to do a type 1 dissection, but I don't have time to do it. I wanted to show you a video, but we don't have time for that, unfortunately. So for the lymph node, it's okay. What do we do in terms of uterine surgery? So what is the radiculative parametrectomy and cervical stroma volume removal? So as you could hear it, we have a lot of retrospective data and now some prospective data also that in small tumors with low-risk tumors, which are which doesn't have a deep stromal infiltration and have negative lymph nodes, and the tumor is not bigger than 2 centimeters, the risk of parametrial involvement is very, very low. It's almost zero. So maybe parametrectomy might be an overtreatment in these patients. And let me show you a paper which was published this month. The first author is Jiří Slama from David Cibula's group, but this is a study from our Central European Gynecologic Oncology group. We participated also, and it was the largest retrospective study in this question so far. We collected 733 patients with early-stage cervical cancer. It was a retrospective multicentric study. And we analyzed oncologic data first in terms of radicality. And so you can see here the results that at the left upper part of the, could you please help me, to show that the recurrence was analyzed in two groups, radical or non-radical operation performed in the patients. Of course, non-radical means that conization or simple trachelectomy. Radical means that radical trachelectomy, abdominal or vaginal. And we analyzed the recurrence rate based on these in these two groups, and there was no difference at all. Non-radical surgery provided the same recurrence rate as radical surgery in tumors which were not bigger than 2 centimeters. So it's very important that these low-risk tumors, non-radical surgery in this early stage fertility-sparing procedures provided very good oncologic data in retrospective study. But we noticed a threefold recurrence rate. Yes, we noticed a threefold higher recurrence rate in patients whose tumor size was bigger than 2 centimeters. So, and the third thing was what we found that HPV-associated adenocarcinoma had the same prognosis as the squamous cell carcinoma. So you have to be careful with this 2 centimeter diameter margin. And if we look at a meta-analysis published the end of the last year by Farnezat, he collected 68 studies analyzing early-stage cervical cancer fertility-sparing procedures in tumors not bigger than 2 centimeters. He found the same thing. The recurrence rate is the same in non-radical and radical procedures. This is a little bit busy table. I don't have time to go into details, but you have to. The first line there is it means that it's conization or simple trachelectomy. So these are the non-radical procedures. It provided a much better reproductive outcome than the radical procedures. It is reasonable, of course, but the pregnancy rate, the live birth rate, everything was much better, significantly better in non-radical procedures. So to summarize, we know that in tumors which are not bigger than 2 centimeters, if we do a less radical procedure, the oncologic outcome is the same, but reproductive outcome is better. What to do with tumors which are bigger than 2 centimeters? It's a difficult question. We reported, my friend Balázs Lindner from our group reported, like, unfortunately 10 years ago, my goodness, time flies, then 45 patients with a tumor bigger than 2 centimeters treated by a hyperradical abdominal trachelectomy. And our survival data was very good. So we had 92% 5-year overall survival, but the pregnancy rate was very low. So we had only 3 pregnancies, and 2 of them was delivered prematurely. So this hyperradical abdominal trachelectomy might be safe in oncologic terms, but it doesn't provide very good reproductive data. So another option is to do neoadjuvant chemotherapy and non-radical surgery. This idea comes from the Prague group, Lukáš Šrob. And, but it is a very debatable approach, and I like to suggest that to do it just in clinical studies. Fortunately, we have a clinical study. It's the Contessa Naucon study, so you can join it. It's ongoing, and it is a possibility for the patients. So our goal with this procedure is to provide a surgery which doesn't increase the recurrence or the death rate, which provides a good quality of life, and which provides good fertility preservation with a baby delivered at term, probably. So how we have to balance these things, the oncologic outcome and the reproductive outcome for these patients. And of course, one size doesn't fit all. So let me shortly summarize our current practice in terms of uterine surgery. So I already showed you the lymph node surgery, what we do. I show you how we do it concerning the uterine surgery. In these low-risk patients, so for tumors less than 2 centimeters, no deep stromal infiltration, no LVSI, and negative lymph nodes previously confirmed by final histology, and no aggressive histological type, we do a simple non-radical procedure, simple trachelectomy or conization, of course after the lymph nodes were negative. If the patient has a small tumor, so less than 2 centimeters, but 1B1 tumor, but there is LVSI or deep stromal infiltration, then we consult in very detail the patient, and we do an abdominal radical trachelectomy type C1, and of course with the full lymphadenectomy, which needs to be analyzed by final histology. And of course, there's the question, you can do it by robotic or not. We don't have time to enter that discussion. But usually we offer open procedure for these patients after the LAC study. And what do we do with higher risk patients? Usually now we don't offer in routine fertility sparing procedure. If they have a lymph node positivity, then usually we refer them to chemoradiotherapy. But for those who insist and doesn't accept it, we do a radical procedure and we administer chemotherapy afterwards. And we have a few patients who are very happy with this solution, but it is experimental. For stage 1B2 patients, we don't offer fertility sparing at the moment, but if they insist, if they don't accept the non-fertility sparing options, then we offer them the hyperradical abdominal radical trachelectomy, knowing that the reproductive outcomes are going to be quite poor. And for a patient with an aggressive histology, we don't offer at all fertility sparing. So to conclude, tailor the radicality to the risk of the recurrence. And we have to optimize the reproductive outcome for these patients. So for the low-risk group, less radical procedures may be performed. And of course, we are waiting for the confirmation for the bigger prospective trials to confirm that non-radical procedures doesn't increase oncologic risk. We have to prevent prematurity, so for that we need to leave at least 1 centimeter long cervix, and we need to use an abdominal cerclage. For tumors bigger than 2 centimeters, the recurrence rate increases. The live birth rate is very low. So at the moment, routinely we don't offer fertility sparing in these patients, just in studies and in clinical trials. So thank you very much for your attention, and happy to be here. Bye.
Okay, so now I'll introduce the last speaker, who doesn't really need any introduction, but Professor Wendell Newman, who is Director of Gynecological Oncology Research and Associate Medical Director of Clinical Trials at the Levine Cancer Center and the Hull Gynecological Oncology Center. And Professor Newman will talk about the systemic and immune therapy of cervical cancer.
Thank you for that. It's a pleasure to be back. I want to congratulate the organizers and the Kazakh Cancer Society for organizing such an incredible meeting. We were last here in 2017, and the good news is a lot has changed in the treatment of cervical cancer since that time. I want to go over some of those changes. We already talked about the global burden of cervical cancer, and as somebody who's been involved in clinical research in gynecologic oncology, the chemotherapy trials in cervical cancer were incredibly disappointing. This is the percentage of people who were alive at 1 year in the clinical trials, and you can see that all of the trials that the GOG did a number of years ago through 2010 had less than a 30% survival at 12 months. And that's pretty incredible when these patients are young and otherwise healthy. And the first study that we really saw benefit to treatment was when we added bevacizumab in the GOG 240 trial, where our 12-month survival increased to about 60%, and our overall response rate was about 50%. And even with this, second-line therapies were not terribly effective and generally weren't recommended. I generally would counsel my patients toward a palliative course at second recurrence. Again, these are many of the chemotherapy trials showing an OS in the 7 to 8 month range and a PFS in the 3 to 4 month range. Very disappointing with traditional chemotherapy. Combinations of chemotherapy, new combinations of chemotherapy, multiple combinations with cisplatin were tried, and really nothing beat paclitaxel. Again, a completely negative trial that was run by the GOG. So even today, if you look at the NCCN guidelines on the bottom line, patients who have distant metastasis or stage 4B disease, not amenable to local treatment, if you look at the guidelines now, it's systemic therapy or best supportive care. So the guidelines support palliative care in first recurrent cervical cancer, and that's really pretty amazing. I mentioned GOG 240. Again, we looked at a platinum-based versus non-platinum-based chemotherapy regimen with or without bevacizumab. And this was a large randomized trial, so it answered two questions. One, do we need a non-platinum combination, since most of these patients were treated with platinum in their radiation? And do we need bevacizumab? And if you look at the bevacizumab question, this was the first trial that showed an overall survival advantage. The hazard ratio of about a 30% reduction in the rate of death at any given time in the clinical trial. This led to about a 3-month improvement in OS, so a modest improvement in this trial. And this was highly statistically significant. We now know through the Japanese GOG that cisplatin had been the favored treatment for cervical cancer, and carboplatin was felt to be not as good, although in this trial they were randomized to cisplatin versus carboplatin at recurrence, and these two treatments appeared to be equal. Now again, these patients had previously received cisplatin. And you can see the OS was very similar, 18.3 versus 17.5 months, and the PFS was in the 6 to 7 month range. Now, what is the downside of giving bevacizumab to our patients? And that is a significant fistula rate. So in GOG 240, the administration of bevacizumab was about 6%. So it's important to pick patients who are not at high risk for fistulas if you're going to give this. And it typically works better in patients who are predicted to have a poor response to chemotherapy based on the criteria, the MORE criteria that the GOG has published. Now, why do women develop cervical cancer? We know that this is associated with a prolonged HPV infection. And what leads to prolonged HPV infection? Well, part of the reason that we have difficulty clearing HPV is because it's not systemic, it's in the skin. And a lot of this has to do with the balance between immunity and tolerance. And so normally the antigens are taken up by the Langerhans cells and presented to the immune system. And if for some reason we get more immune tolerance, then we may not mount the immune response we need. That was shown by one of the previous speakers on the titers of antibodies it takes to prevent cervical cancer, very low, because there's a long lag time between when the virus is introduced into the tissue to when it's actually incorporated into the cells. But for some reason, there are certain patients that can't mount that immune response. And again, we're balancing because the skin is exposed to many antigens. We balance our immune response either with immune tolerance that's driven by IL-4 and IL-10, or we have an inflammatory response that triggers the immune system. And this is generally triggered by IL-2, interferon gamma, and tumor necrosis factor. One of the problems is that HPV actually mutes our immune response. And so the E6 and E7 oncoproteins do a lot. Not only do they rev the cells up and cause the cells to divide to increase the viral load, but they actually suppress many aspects of the immune system. I think one of the more interesting things that we're finding out about cancer is our microbiome is very important in terms of how we respond to different oncologic stimuli. And in this study, they looked at the bad bacteria in the vagina in patients who were HPV positive and those who were HPV negative. And the class 3 and class 4 bacteria, you can see on the right in the HPV positive patients were present in about 90% of the species. And it does show that this microbiome probably does direct our inflammatory or tolerance in terms of our response to HPV. Very interesting data. I don't know how we're going to utilize this clinically, but very interesting. So one of the things that is important to think about if this is an immune deficit, if we're having a hard time responding to this, is immune therapy. And of course, with checkpoint inhibitors, we have boosting of the the native immune system. And this was the Keynote 028 trial. This is a very small trial, 24 patients. And while the response rate was low, there were only 4 of the 24 patients who responded. As you can see from the spider plot, the responses were very durable. And so even though the low response rate, I think this does point to the fact that when you have a response, it's very good. And this is true for many immune therapies. And again, this was a heavily pretreated patient population. Almost 2/3 of these patients had 2 systemic lines of therapy and probably would not respond to traditional chemotherapy. About 40% of these patients had previously been treated with bevacizumab. So that led to Keynote 158, which is a multi-site sort of basket trial for the use of pembrolizumab. In the United States, we can get accelerated approvals for different types of treatments if we can prove in a 100-patient trial that we meet a certain bar in a high unmet need, and that was true in cervical carcinoma. This used pembrolizumab at 200 milligrams IV Q3 weeks for up to 2 years. The overall response rate was only 12%, but if you took the 84% of patients who are PDL positive, the response rate increased to about 15%. And the OS in this trial was 9 months, which is actually pretty good if you compare that back to the prior chemotherapy trials that I referenced. And as you can see, this is a fairly heavily pretreated group with about 2/3 of patients receiving 2 or more prior lines of therapy. Again, this is the effect that we saw, if you see from the swimmer's plot in the upper right-hand corner of the slide. Those responses are ongoing. So even though the response rate was only about 15%, the people who responded stayed on study for a very long period of time. And you have now responders that are 2.5 years out and continuing to respond, even though you've stopped the pembrolizumab at 2 years. And this led to the FDA approval in 2018, and then in 2020, we had a Q6 month dosing approval based on some other data that the FDA said due to the pandemic. Again, this was the FDA approval in June of 2018. So one thing, the response is probably not only related to the use of pembrolizumab. This is nivolumab, which is another PD-1 inhibitor. And this was a small trial, but this was one that I ran. We included vulvar and vaginal cancer patients in this. Again, we saw very prolonged responses, but we also saw responses in vulvar and vaginal cancer. And while this is not an FDA approval, we did get a compendium listing. So in the United States, this is covered for vulvar and vaginal cancer based on that. Now, there was the Empower trial. This was GOG 3016. This uses another checkpoint inhibitor, cemiplimab, versus investigator's choice of chemotherapy for second-line treatment for cervical carcinoma. This was a large randomized trial looking at overall survival. And you can see the overall survival was improved in the intent to treat population with about a 35% reduction in death. In the squamous population, that was very similar with a 27% reduction in death. I think one of the perceptions is that adenocarcinoma may not respond as well to immunotherapy, but certainly in this trial, the reduction in death in adenocarcinoma, you can see the hazard ratio is 0.56, so a 44% reduction, which was actually better than was seen with squamous cancer. Now, they did not have a lot of responses in the PD-L1 negative group, and even though this was an unplanned sub-analysis, they had discussion with the FDA in the United States, and the FDA declined to give them an indication for PD-L1 negative cancers. What's interesting is the PD-L1 response was better with cemiplimab, and it didn't differ in chemotherapy. So there's no thought that these cancers are more aggressive or less responsive to chemotherapy, but they're certainly more responsive to immunotherapy. Now, they did not pursue the approval in the United States, mainly because right after the Empower trial came out, we had the results of Keynote 826, and this was a randomized trial of chemotherapy with platinum-based chemotherapy with paclitaxel, with or without bevacizumab, and then the patients were randomized to either pembrolizumab or placebo for up to 2 years. This was stratified by metastatic disease, prior Bev, and PD-L1 status, with the primary endpoint being PFS and OS. I won't go over this, but except for the fact that the PD-L1 status was negative in about 10% of patients, so those were included. Bevacizumab was utilized at the investigator's discretion, and between 60 and 65% of patients received bevacizumab in this trial. And this was an overwhelmingly positive trial. Now, the response rates for treatment are up to 68%. Remember, it was about 50% for GOG 240, and it was positive in the in the PDL1 greater than 10, it was positive in the PDL1 greater than 1, and it was positive in the intent to treat group, all with hazard ratios in the 0.6 range. The OS was also positive in all three groups, and you can see the OS hazard ratio was in the 0.67 to, 0.6 to 0.7 ratio level. I think it's interesting, the sub-analysis, again, if you look in the blue box, the PDL1 negative patients, the 10%, really crossed 1 and did not show a particular benefit. And so even though this was the intent to treat data was positive, the FDA actually declined to give them an approval in PDL1 negative patients. I will also point out in the bevacizumab use, if you look at the bottom in the red box, patients who received bevacizumab apparently did better than patients who didn't. And so I don't want to think that pembrolizumab is a substitute for bevacizumab. I think that this should be added, and the 4 drugs should be used in patients who are appropriate for bevacizumab use. So we've come a long way. So this is the median survival in months over time, and you can see it was in the 8-month range for a long time. It went up with GOG 240, and now it's increased from about 8 months up to almost 30 months. That's quite an improvement. So what other drugs do we have out? This is tisotumab vedotin. This is an antibody drug conjugate. This is sort of the new wave of many of the medications we have out, both in cervical and uterine and ovarian cancer. This is an antibody to tissue factor, which is expressed in 96% of all cervical cancers. You don't have to have a biomarker for this. It is conjugated with a potent auristatin chemotherapy that's stable in the blood and is released in the tumor itself in the intratumoral environment. It's not without toxicity, it's just you can give a drug. Auristatin is not a drug that you can normally give due to the toxicity. So this is a way to deliver that drug directly to the tumor. This is the innovative 204 trial, which is also GOG 3023 and ENG cervical 6 trial. This is a phase 2 trial. This is an accelerated approval trial in the United States with tisotumab at 2 milligrams per kilogram given IV every 3 weeks, a 100-patient trial in a high unmet need group. This is the waterfall plot for that. So you see about 2/3 of patients had some decrease in tumor. The confirmed response rate was 24%. And so that really met a bar for second-line therapy, especially now that we have immunotherapy moved to the front line. This drug is associated with fairly common ocular toxicity, mostly reversible, but it can be severe. And so you do have to have ophthalmology support to give this type of drug. Mainly conjunctivitis. What happens is you get some of the chemotherapy drug released in the eye and you get a keratitis, which can be fairly severe. It is also associated with neuropathies, both peripheral and motor, and there is some bleeding associated with this, usually nosebleeds. As I mentioned with the accelerated approval, we have to have a phase 3 full approval trial, and that's the innovative 301 trial. And you can see the ENG and GOG numbers for that. This is a randomized trial to investigator's choice chemotherapy versus tisotumab, standard dose in patients who've had 1 or 2 prior chemotherapy regimens with or without bevacizumab. They could not have had a anti-PD-1. So this trial is now enrolled, and we should have the results of that soon. The innovative 205 trial is very interesting. So this is a trial looking at tisotumab combinations. Dr. Vogt presented some of these arms at ASCO. This combines tisotumab with carboplatin and with pembrolizumab. And I think there's a very interesting arm in first-line recurrence that has not been reported, and that's tisotumab, pembrolizumab, and carboplatin with bevacizumab. And so we will see what that response rate is. But if you look at the first line or second line combinations with tisotumab and pembrolizumab, you see the confirmed response rates are in the 40% range. And when you give it first line with carboplatin, the confirmed response rate's 55%. So very promising combinations. And you can see the waterfall plots for these different combinations, very, very impressive activity. So what else is out there? Again, this is data that was presented at ESMO in 2019. We had the update in 2022. This is nivolumab, which is a PD-1 inhibitor with ipilimumab. This is a CTLA-4 inhibitor, and this combination is commonly used in melanoma. It's very effective. I already mentioned the first arm of this, which was the single agent nivolumab arm. But there were two different arms for the combination. One used nivolumab at 3 milligrams per kilogram and ipilimumab at 1 milligram per kilogram. And then there was a high dose ipilimumab arm at 3 milligrams per kilogram. And so patients were randomized to these two arms. I want to point out this is the first patient that I put on this trial. You can see her x-ray at the top. She was declining so fast she qualified for the trial, but her performance status dropped such that we almost didn't get her dosed. We had to put a chest tube in, and fortunately we did. This was in January of 2016. You can see her CT scan improved quite a bit. When we biopsied one of the residual lesions after the 4 doses of combination treatment, you can see in the bottom the CD8 cells were infiltrating. There was no active tumor. It was all necrosis. This lady is still NED to date. Completely cleared her metastatic lesions from her lung, and her bone mets are gone. So quite a win with this one. When we looked at our overall data, the low dose IPI is on the left, the high dose IPI on the right. And I think what's striking about these is these curves have a tail that's about 40%, so that these patients out to 2 years, and they tend to not recur if they make it out 2 years. I think the other thing that is interesting is when we looked at the data based on the PD-L1 expression. The response rate was about 30% in PD-L1 positive patients, but it's 24% in PD-L1 negative patients. So it does look like that there's significant activity even with lack of the PD-L1 biomarker. These are the overall survival curves. Again, we had a 78% to 84% response rate in first-line metastatic or second-line metastatic with the high-dose IPI combination. Very encouraging. Again, you see that tail at about 40 to 50%. The follow-up data was presented last year at ESMO. And again, we had an expansion cohort of 67 patients with the high-dose IPI. And these were the survival curves. The green is the single dose for reference. The yellow is the low-dose IPI group, and the red is the high-dose IPI group. And you can see we had a 48% 2-year survival with a tail at about 40%. Now again, what we don't know is now that everybody in the United States is going to get pembrolizumab up front, is this combination going to still be effective? And I think that's a question that we'll have to answer. And again, we saw good response rates, 36% in the PD-L1 positive group and 31% in the PD-L1 negative group. This is not without toxicity. If you look at the top line, the grade 3-4 toxicity for single agent nivolumab was 20%. It was 30% for the low dose IPI group, and it was 46% for the high dose IPI group. And discontinuation of treatment was about 10% in the low dose IPI group and 20% in the high dose IPI group. Just for interest, I plotted our survival for Checkmate 358 in the high dose IPI group versus pelvic exoneration, and it tends to track right on the line. So it's interesting. We've had a couple patients who've refused exoneration and have been treated with immunotherapy and are still NED. So again, we have all of these agents I mentioned in the NCCN guidelines, except for the combination. That awaits the trial. Hopefully that paper will come out in Lancet Oncology here anytime. There are some other trials looking at the similar combinations with different drugs. Balstilimab and zalifrelimab are PD-1 and CTLA-4 inhibitors, respectively. And this was a pilot study with about a 26% response rate, but very good in both in the PD-L1 positive patients. The combination had a 26% response rate and a 9% response rate in the PD-L1 negative patients. Now again, the CTLA-4 agent here is dosed at a lower dose, similar to the first arm of Checkmate 358. So it may be that the high dose ipilimumab or CTLA-4 may be more important. And this is the RAPIDS trial. This is actually closed in the United States, but is still open in Europe and probably will enroll completely very shortly. So we'll have survival and follow-up hopefully in the next couple years. Probably the thing that's on the horizon that I think we're excited about is the TILS therapy. This is quite complicated. This is, you would take the tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes from the tumor with a biopsy. These are isolated, expanded in the lab. The patients get marrow-depleting chemotherapy, and these lymphocytes are then reinfused with IL-2. Patients get very sick, but they've had significant response rates in heavily pretreated patients, as you can see from the study here. And there are various combinations, so people are looking at giving this with checkpoint inhibitors and doing this therapy with vaccines and those type of things. So lots of therapies on the horizon. This is great news for our patients with cervical cancer. And we'll see in terms of the drug approval, only tisotumab and pembrolizumab have been approved so far. So again, immune therapy has been shown to be effective in frontline therapy. That it's sort of the standard of care in the United States. I think the combination IO therapy is promising, but we don't know what the role is after frontline IO therapy. Antibody drug conjugates certainly show activity and may be synergistic with some of the PD-1 inhibitors, as I showed. And that's all I have. Thank you very much. We probably have some time for questions and answers, if anybody has any. None? I have a question for you. So if you don't have a screening program, how do you go, what is your first step in organizing it? Is it putting the database together or coming up with your protocols, or what would you advise people to do with that?
Okay, if there's nothing in place already, okay, if we're looking at this region, there's usually certain elements that are there already. So you have to do an assessment of what exists and then where the gaps are. One of the key things, as I mentioned, there's only one country that has a database that covers everything that's necessary. Nobody else has that. And they don't have systems that record centrally any data from any of the services that are involved. So that's going to be a key step in doing it. But the things need to progress in parallel. A lot of the previous presentations have talked about clinical training, and none of the presentations have talked about training for the administration, the organization, doing that sort of stuff. So certainly the clinical training needs to go ahead. But before you do the clinical training, you need to have your protocols and your guidelines, because the clinical training will then be based on those. But it's a matter of trying to do things in parallel, which makes it more difficult.
Very challenging.
Yeah. One of the things I'm concerned about, though, is that there's a lot of interest in HPV testing and moving to HPV testing. A lot of interest in training people more at the downstream part, so colposcopy, clinical parts of colposcopy, clinical oncology as well, so doing that part. Not so much on training histologists, and not so much on training people at the primary care level. If we're looking at things like recruitment and retention of people within the screening program, then there's a lot of training that needs to be done at the primary care level in relation to how they communicate with people, how they make people feel comfortable with the whole process. So, but these things need to move really in parallel. You know, you can't do one, because one's not going to work. If you have one element working, it's still not going to work because the other elements aren't. So.
Well, thanks. Yeah, so it sounds like database is important, and as Kathleen Schmaler mentioned, REDCap is a great database to use that's free of charge and requires minimal training to get up and going. So, any other questions as we want to break for lunch and come back here and start at 3? Oh, I have one question over here.
Добрый день.
Hello.
Я бы хотела спросить, есть ли работы
Do you have works on using PDL and using the drugs from the start of treatment, from the moment of verifying the cervical cancer? Are there any remote results of using PDL and Keytruda for this group of patients?
Yeah, so the issue of using combination chemotherapy, we submitted a concept for that, but it was declined. It is something I'm interested in, using the combination. But I think, and I don't know exactly why, but we've seen the effect of checkpoint inhibitors with chemotherapy in several different tumor types. There's some synergistic effect between chemotherapy and the PD-1s. I think part of it is when we give chemotherapy, one of the things we do, in addition to treating the cancer, is we probably wipe out the immune cells that are preventing our immune response to chemo. And I think that the PD-1 will probably help the response as the immune system sort of rebuilds itself. All right. Thank you for your attention.
Наша цель ясна. Она не изменилась. Мы расширяем границы науки, чтобы предоставить лекарственные препараты, способные изменить жизнь. В наши дни наука развивается как никогда быстро. Не отставать и держаться на равных – непростая задача. Мы должны продолжать добиваться новых результатов. Оставаться лидером. С помощью нашей коммерческой деятельности, с помощью нашего бренда Вот из чего мы созданы. Сила научных достижений.
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Johnson & Johnson. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope. In 2021, we come together to celebrate where we have been, what we're doing, and where we'll go next. To celebrate 125 years. To celebrate all of us. To celebrate the future. We come together to celebrate life.
We are here together to celebrate life.
Каждые 2 секунды у кого-то в мире диагностируется рак. Это не просто статистика, это близкие нам люди. Поэтому нет ничего более срочного или более личного, чем наша цель – найти способы излечения от этого смертельного заболевания. Но мы знаем, это чересчур грандиозная цель, чтобы справиться в одиночку. Мы сотрудничаем с научным сообществом, чтобы открыть новые методы лечения, используя силу реальных доказательств для более точного действия наших препаратов. Сотрудничаем с группами защиты прав пациентов для поддержки и расширения прав и возможностей людей, которые живут и борются с раком. Взаимодействуем с организациями здравоохранения для предоставления доступа к нашим лекарствам тем, кто в них нуждается. Вместе мы достигли значительного прогресса, но наша работа далека от завершения. Рак забирает миллионы жизней каждый год. Чтобы превратить истории потерь в истории надежд, мы все должны объединить свои усилия. Чтобы найти способ победить рак, мы все должны объединиться.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более $100 миллионов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальным температурным режимом и морозильными камерами для хранения активных фармацевтических субстанций и вакцин. Датчики контроля взаимодействуют с центральной диспетчерской службой. Это позволяет осуществлять круглосуточный контроль температурного режима, мгновенно реагируя на любые изменения. Транспортировка наших лекарственных средств осуществляется валидированными авторефрижераторами. Мониторинг безопасности препаратов ведется и после его доставки.
Процессы производства поддерживаются инженерными системами мирового уровня. Системы электроснабжения, теплоснабжения, водоподготовки и воздухотехники обеспечивают безаварийную работу предприятия.
В нашей компании работают высококвалифицированные специалисты. Для повышения уровня профессиональной подготовки сотрудников на предприятии реализуется четко организованный план по развитию и обучению. Мы взаимодействуем с крупнейшими медицинскими вузами страны для подготовки молодых кадров.
Миссия нашей компании – обеспечение населения нашей страны безопасными, эффективными и доступными лекарствами.
Наша приоритетная задача – это сохранить и приумножить здоровье нации, создавать рабочие места и быть активным участником развития своей страны. Быть лучшими не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами.
Penumbra and greater dose optimization than traditional pencil beam scanning systems by shaping or blocking any spot at any depth while eliminating the need for manual apertures and adjustments.
We could talk about our company using key facts and figures. We can tell you that today we're around 5,000 people worldwide, with 4 production and 4 research and development sites. And that we sell our medicines in over 100 countries. We could also tell you that our annual turnover is over 3 billion euros. And that last year we dedicated more than 445 million euros to research and development for new and innovative treatments. While these are all important and illustrate how strong we are, the quality of our research, the efficacy of our treatments, and our global footprint, they don't capture what's really important to us. It's patients who inspire us to get up every morning. Patients living with cancer, rare diseases, and neurological disorders. It's Ronnie, Janice, Diana, Nadine, Misha, Yugan, and Steve. Working in partnership with the healthcare community, we aim to support them and their families throughout their entire journey. That's what's really important to us. Improving patients' lives. We are relentless about making a difference. At Ipsen, we focus together for patients and society.
Hello, dear users. In this video, you will learn about the CAS-CS mobile application. Next, we will tell you how to use this application and what features it provides. The application is available for download in the App Store and Google Play Market. To use the application, you need to complete the registration procedure. In the window that opens, you need to enter your registration data, such as email address, mobile phone, last name and first name, city, organization, and position. For security purposes, you must create your own unique password containing at least 9 characters. After registering, you will be taken to the main page of the application, which consists of the following sections: upcoming conferences, past conferences, and the other resources section. In order to take part in the upcoming conference, you need to click on the banner you are interested in, and in the window that opens, confirm your participation by clicking the Participate button. If you closed the registration offer and later decided to join the conference, then when you click on the conference banner again, you need to click on the button with a heart in the upper right corner of the screen. By going to the conference you are interested in, you can see the list of speakers and event organizers, as well as find out of the number of participants. In the speakers section, you can find out date and time of the speech of the specialist you are interested in. You can get acquainted with the conference program when choosing the day of the conference and specific hall. Also, by clicking on the video camera icon, you can go to the online broadcast of the selected hall. When you return to the main page, at the bottom of the screen you will see a set of icons which we will discuss in more detail. In the icon with hearts, you will find a list of conferences in which you are already participating. After clicking on the conference window, you will see a section with a personal QR code by which you can attend the conference in person. In the icon with doctor, you can find the necessary specialist, information about him, and contact him in a way convenient for you, via instant messengers, social networks, email, or by phone number. In the icon with document, there is a current news feed. By clicking on the profile icon, you will enter your personal account, where you can add or edit information about yourself, which will be displayed when searching for your profile in the specialist section. Here you can edit profile photos, links to social networks and instant messengers, as well as block access to them. In the profile section, you will be able to change the language and the ability to delete your account. CAS-CS application version is updated automatically. Turn on the auto-update feature in your mobile phone settings. We hope that this information was useful for you and the experience of using our application will be simple and convenient for you. Thank you for your attention.
Наша цель ясна. Она не изменилась. Мы расширяем границы науки, чтобы предоставить лекарственные препараты, способные изменить жизнь. В наши дни наука развивается как никогда быстро. Не отставать и держаться на равных – непростая задача. Мы должны продолжать добиваться новых результатов. Оставаться лидером. С помощью нашей коммерческой деятельности, с помощью нашего бренда. Вот из чего мы созданы. Сила научных достижений. Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Johnson & Johnson. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope. In 2021, we come together to celebrate where we have been, what we're doing, and where we'll go next. To celebrate 125 years. To celebrate all of us. To celebrate the future. We come together to celebrate life.
We are here together to celebrate life.
Каждые 2 секунды у кого-то в мире диагностируется рак. Это не просто статистика, это близкие нам люди. Поэтому нет ничего более срочного или более личного, чем наша цель – найти способы излечения от этого смертельного заболевания. Но мы знаем, это чересчур грандиозная цель, чтобы справиться в одиночку. Мы сотрудничаем с научным сообществом, чтобы открыть новые методы лечения, используя силу реальных доказательств для более точного действия наших препаратов. Сотрудничаем с группами защиты прав пациентов для поддержки и расширения прав и возможностей людей, которые живут и борются с раком. Взаимодействуем с организациями здравоохранения для предоставления доступа к нашим лекарствам тем, кто в них нуждается. Вместе мы достигли значительного прогресса, но наша работа далека от завершения. Рак забирает миллионы жизней каждый год. Чтобы превратить истории потерь в истории надежд, мы все должны объединить свои усилия. Чтобы найти способ победить рак, мы все должны объединиться.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более 100 миллионов долларов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальным температурным режимом и морозильными камерами для хранения активных фармацевтических субстанций и вакцин. Датчики контроля взаимодействуют с центральной диспетчерской службой. Это позволяет осуществлять круглосуточный контроль температурного режима, мгновенно реагируя на любые изменения. Транспортировка наших лекарственных средств осуществляется валидированными авторефрижераторами. Мониторинг безопасности препаратов ведется и после его доставки.
Процессы производства поддерживаются инженерными системами мирового уровня. Системы электроснабжения, теплоснабжения, водоподготовки и воздухотехники обеспечивают безаварийную работу предприятия.
В нашей компании работают высококвалифицированные специалисты. Для повышения уровня профессиональной подготовки сотрудников на предприятии реализуется четко организованный план по развитию и обучению. Мы взаимодействуем с крупнейшими медицинскими вузами страны для подготовки молодых кадров.
Миссия нашей компании – обеспечение населения нашей страны безопасными, эффективными и доступными лекарствами.
Наша приоритетная задача – это сохранить и приумножить здоровье нации, создавать рабочие места и быть активным участником развития своей страны. Быть лучшими не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами.
penumbra and greater dose optimization than traditional pencil beam scanning systems by shaping or blocking any spot at any depth, while eliminating the need for manual apertures and adjustments.
We could talk about our company using key facts and figures. We can tell you that today we're around 5,000 people worldwide, with 4 production and 4 research and development sites. And that we sell our medicines in over 100 countries. We could also tell you that our annual turnover is over 3 billion euros. And that last year we dedicated more than 445 million euros to research and development for new and innovative treatments. While these are all important and illustrate how strong we are, the quality of our research, the efficacy of our treatments, and our global footprint, they don't capture what's really important to us. It's patients who inspire us to get up every morning. Patients living with cancer, rare diseases, and neurological disorders. It's Ronnie, Janice, Diana, Nadine, Misha, Yugan, and Steve. Working in partnership with the healthcare community, we aim to support them and their families throughout their entire journey. That's what's really important to us. Improving patients' lives. We are relentless about making a difference. At Ipsen, we focus together for patients and society.
Hello, dear users. In this video, you will learn about the CAS CS mobile application. Next, we will tell you how to use this application and what features it provides. The application is available for download in the App Store and Google Play Market. To use the application, you need to complete the registration procedure. In the window that opens, you need to enter your registration data, such as email address, mobile phone, last name and first name, city, organization and position. For security purposes, you must create your own unique password containing at least 9 characters. After registering, you will be taken to the main page of the application, which consists of the following sections: upcoming conferences, past conferences, and the other resources section. In order to take part in the upcoming conference, you need to click on the banner you are interested in, and in the window that opens, confirm your participation by clicking the Participate button. If you closed the registration offer and later decided to join the conference, then when you click on the conference banner again, you need to click on the button with the heart in the upper right corner of the screen. By going to the conference you are interested in, you can see the list of speakers and event organizers, as well as find out of the number of participants. In the speakers section, you can find out date and time of the speech of the specialist you are interested in. You can get acquainted with the conference program when choosing the day of the conference and specific hall. Also, by clicking on the video camera icon, you can go to the online broadcast of the selected hall. When you return to the main page, at the bottom of the screen you will see a set of icons which we will discuss in more detail. In the icon with hearts, you will find a list of conferences in which you are already participating. After clicking on the conference window, you will see a section with a personal QR code by which you can attend the conference in person. In the icon with doctor, you can find the necessary specialist, information about him, and contact him in a way convenient for you, via instant messengers, social networks, email, or by phone number. In the icon with document, there is a current news feed. By clicking on the profile icon, you will enter your personal account, where you can add or edit information about yourself, which will be displayed when searching for your profile in the specialist section. Here you can edit profile photos, links to social networks and instant messengers, as well as block access to them. In the profile section, you will be able to change the language and the ability to delete your account. CAS-CS application version is updated automatically. Turn on the auto-update feature in your mobile phone settings. We hope that this information was useful for you and the experience of using our application will be simple and convenient for you. Thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, we start our next session for today. It's a master session. The topic is endometrial cancer and uterine sarcoma. The first video presentation will be from Professor Cristina Fatopoulou, updates in endometrial cancer molecular profiling.
Hello from London. Again, it's my great pleasure and honor to be part of your team, even though I can't be in person there. It is great to be with you. Thank you so much, Dilara, for asking me to talk about this so important topic of updates in endometrial cancer molecular profiling. This has been one of the most revolutionary approaches in our gynae oncology field in the last decade. And I will try to summarize to you in the next few minutes the most important advances, but also clinical implications. You all know the history. We all remember how we used to treat and be taught about endometrial cancer. I'm sure none of you is old, doesn't remember how we all started. You remember we were talking about type 1 and type 2 tumors, the estrogen dependent and the non-estrogen dependent, the low grade and the high grade tumors, and we're talking about good prognostic patients and the bad prognostic patients, depending on their histology and their age and what have you. So this is how we all started. Yeah, we used to have some thoughts and some impression about the genetic background of these so-called type 1 and type 2 tumors. We used to say type 1 tumors have more P10 mutations as opposed to type 2 tumors that have more P53 mutation. But that's what we used to do. Nothing else, nothing more, without drawing any consequences. So what we did was that we classified, or we used to classify our patients to low risk, intermediate risk, high risk, and many of our colleagues still do that. And we used to say low risk patients do nothing, the intermediate risk patients we don't really know, the high risk patients let's throw everything together, chemo and radiotherapy and brachytherapy and lymphadenectomy, and everybody would do national and international different things. With a complete lack of homogenization. So this was the history. And this is something that was depicted in all our guidelines. You see here the British Gynae Society guidelines of the management of endometrial cancer. And this is just an example of how all the countries used to present and treat their endometrial cancer patients. So this is outdated. We forget that. That's not something that we should pursue anymore. And we have now a new standard. And what is the new standard? The new standard is that we have a molecular profiling that is determining this patient's journey next to the histopathological profile and next to the clinical presentation of the patient. Yeah, we have, for the first time, TCGA a few years ago was the first to evaluate a very large number of ovarian cancers with whole genome sequencing that identified 4 distinct groups in patients with endometrial cancer: the polymutated, the MSI high, the copy number low, and the copy number high. These were the patients, the 4 distinct groups in endometrial cancers that the TCGA for the first time thought of showing some differences in survival, in response to treatment, and in overall prognosis. The problem with this initial categorization was that it was a whole genome sequencing. It's impossible to do in the daily practice, even in the most rich countries. It's clinically and economically non-feasible in large population-based case, and therefore the community, seeing the merits of such an approach, tried to find easier ways of doing the same things, just in a more reproducible and feasible and less expensive way. So how did we do that? We did that with the next generation sequencing, with selective sequencing, and we developed the PROMISE approach, is one of the approaches, the so-called proactive molecular risk classifier for endometrial cancer, which is a very reliable method identifying tumors into these 4 classifications of TCGA, using not whole genome sequencing, but having validated equivalent molecular analysis using more feasible techniques of immunohistochemistry and Sanger, or just next generation sequencing analysis, but not whole genome sequencing. And that way, we brought the dream of molecular profiling of all endometrial cancers closer to clinical routine. So what are the steps of this classification? We have the step 1 that with a simple immunohistochemistry tests the presence of mismatch repair proteins to identify those women who would benefit from genetic referral. And this genetic referral will happen with different pathways in the different countries. And then the step 2 would be that tumors who are assessed next the tumors for polyexonuclease domain mutations, and then finally for P53, so that we have at the end 4 groups. It's always 4 groups: the MMR deficient group, the polymutated groups, the NSMP, and the P53 abnormal group. These are the 4 groups that I would like you to remember, and we will talk about in the next of our in the next minutes of our talk. So going back to the past with the type 1 and type 2 tumors, if you want to play a bit with the terminology, you have the easier and nicer cancers, the type 1 cancers, which are the poly-ultra mutated, MSI, hypermutated, and copy number low. And then we have the type 2 cancers, which are the bad aggressive cancers, which are the copy number high and more serous-like tumors, and the P53 mutated tumors. Yeah, therefore also serous-like. And these are classified to low risk, intermediate risk, and high risk, so that you get a better correlation of the liaising and the interaction of before and after. There are now enough analysis to show that there is a very clear reflection of this molecular defined risk to the actual clinical survival. You see here the copy number high, red, as the worst survival curve, the copy number low, and the MSI hypermutated, the intermediate risk, and then the best group is the polymutated patients, where no matter what you do with them, they will just live forever. So it's important to know which ones they are. There are of course histological correlates that our histopathological colleagues will be able to better identify than me. So it's not that these molecular groups are just in the air. There are clinical and histopathological correlations which are nowadays well defined and which we can use to better classify our patients. So let's talk a bit about clinical implications. We have the polymutated, which are the less aggressive tumors, which we think, and we have seen in many studies, that they do so well that probably adjuvant treatment may not be needed. We have the, to all you known, PORTEC-3 trial, which is correlating the TCGA groups with survival and with effectiveness of treatment. We have the MMR deficient group, where we can consider immune checkpoint blockade therapy, and you have seen just now also in SGO the massive implications of the RUBY study, the studies that were now presented with checkpoint inhibitors in endometrial cancer. And then we have the more aggressive tumors, the P53 mutated tumors, which need a more combination type of approach just because of their aggressivity. Here you see the clear differentiation of the survival groups according to the molecular classification, the various groups of TCGA, PORTEC-1 and 2, in unselected and selected groups, very nicely put together by Leon del Castillo in GCO a couple of years ago. It's a very nice article that I will all recommend you to see and to read. So why do we need? Let's try to put it all in order. Why do we really need a molecular analysis apart from the fact of prognosis for those patients? So first of all, it's about diagnosis and classification. That's a very nice slide that I borrowed from the Austria team of Christian Martin and Nicole Conchin. Prognostic relevance of POL-E and P53 and MMRD. Screening to identify which patients have a higher risk of Lynch syndrome in case of MMR deficiency, so that we target and we tailor genetic counseling only for those patients who have really a higher risk of being genetically mutated, and of course now predictive for treatment. There was a very nice study and systematic review and meta-analysis regarding molecular profiling correlation with Lynch syndrome, evaluating 53 studies of almost 13,000 patients. What we have seen was that approximately a fourth had a micro-satellite instability or mismatch repair deficiency according to just simple immunohistochemistry. 16% of them would have a somatic MLH1 loss mutation, MLH1 loss by methylation, and 3% of endometrial cancers were attributed at the end due to Lynch syndrome by germline mutation, similar to that of colorectal cancer. And this has massive implications, not just for the patient herself, in terms of also colon cancer development, but also for the family. So let's have a very close and detailed look at the actual subtypes. Yeah, what are the implications? What are the characteristics? We start with the POLE mutated, the best group. Yeah, it's the best group, the best prognostic group. Only 5 to 10% of endometrial cancers will have a POLE mutations, and this occur much more frequently in endometrioid histology and in younger patients group. It is a group with a considerably higher burden of somatic mutations. And it has really captured a lot the interest of the international community just because these patients, they do amazingly well. Even in higher stages cancers, they just do very well, so that the trend in the future will be to probably just operate those patients and not give chemotherapy or even radiotherapy. The POLE enzyme in this group is responsible for high fidelity replication, and therefore the mutations in this domain leading to high mutational burden. What happens is that it increases susceptibility to immune surveillance, and this is likely or a part attributed of the improved outcomes that we know for these tumors. The histopathological findings tend to have more aggressive features, interestingly, so high grade depth of invasion, even LVSI, but this does not get translated to a worse outcome. It is still not very clear whether the improved outcomes were observed just because these patients had a higher rate of adjuvant treatment, just because of these more aggressive features, or whether they would really have a better survival no matter what. For that reason, the escalation programs for the POLE-mutated patients in future studies, including the PORTEC-4A study and the RAINBOW study, will really show the reality of the reason why these patients do well, regardless of what, and whether we really need to give them adjuvant treatment or not. There are some key issues to POLE testing. So POLE testing currently can be tricky. Why? Because it can only be accomplished by sequencing strategies. Yeah. So there are still many hospitals, and even I have to admit, in our hospital, we started doing POLE testing only a few months ago. It was not available before. And only select mutations have been associated with the ultra-mutated phenotype. So it's very tricky to really get it right and get the testing correct. Also, what you can't forget is, or you should know, is that POLE mutations might coincide with other molecular features. We call them multiple classifiers, where a patient is P53 mutated and POLE mutated, in which case it's POLE that wins. Yeah, it has a better survival. These patients are the non-multiple classifiers with a P53. So these are things that you should know, and even patients with a P53 mutation, they need to have a POLE testing to exclude or to identify the multiple classifier. The second group is the mismatch repair deficiency group, or else deficiency or proficiency and macro-satellite instability. So the MMR pathway is a multi-protein pathway which is based on cell recognition and DNA and repairing of DNA damage. It comprises of 4 key genes: the MLH1, the PMS2, the MSH2, and the PSH6. Sorry, and this is something that your histopathologist needs to discuss with you in your tumor board when we have a newly diagnosed endometrial cancer. The mutations in any of the genes can be hereditary or somatic, and the loss of protein expression can also be due to epigenetic silencing. So these are important factors that have to be considered. And they affect around 20 to 30% of endometrial cancers that will have an MMR deficient profile. So this is the rate. The most common group is the copy number low group, or the it's practically the default group of patients without a polymutation, without an abnormal P53, with yes a proficient MMR. So that's why they're called in the PROMIS terminology, no specific molecular profile group, NSMP. The prognosis of this type is intermediate, as I've shown you in the curves before. And this is where we really need to work more for better stratification in the future and therapeutic planning. We are not really, these are more gray tumors, and we don't really know, we need a bit more better strategies in the future. And then we have the copy number high groups. These copy number high groups are those who have the P53 mutations. These are bad tumors, they're aggressive tumors, the poorest prognostic factors, and it is, again, a dilemma, often remains a dilemma because patients need better therapeutic strategy. So let's have a look at some clinical implications and some nice results of how patients are being tailored according to the molecular profile. This is, again, from Leon Castillo, a very nice big analysis of patients with high-grade endometrial cancer. You see here that there is a very clear differentiation of the prognosis of the molecular groups. You see here the worst is P53, and the NMSP, the MMR deficient, as opposed to the patients with a polymutation. Sorry, the MMR deficient and the polymutated are the best prognostic group independently of stage. This is the key thing, that the molecular profile is an independent predictor of survival, of prognosis, of response to treatment, independent of stage. And this is something that we have to know and we have to understand in our new clinical practice. The P53 mutated patients are the patients with the worst outcome, and that is why they need more aggressive treatments even in stage 1. They need better staging, they need better approaches that we all need to refine in the future. So in order to try to bring all that into practice, we have a couple of years ago published the triple guidelines, the ESMO-ESCO and the ESCO-ESTRO-ESP guidelines of endometrial cancer. These are the chairs of the 3 groups, and Nicole Conchin, Karen Kreuzberg, and Matthias Guil, an excellent group where we really, for the first time officially in guidelines, have taken the molecular classification and made it official. Yeah. And we have said that we have tried to give a correlation with the old prognostic groups of low, intermediate, high disease with the molecular classification. You see here the polymutated patients, the deficient patients. You see here the P53 patients in the high group. So we have tried to make it as easy as possible in a table that would be understood by everybody. It was a very popular, and it is a very popular article, and it was praised as the most downloaded article in 2021 in the International Journal of Gynecology Cancer. So what do we say there? We say that molecular markers for endometrial cancer are determinants for treatment decisions, and we encourage the molecular classification in all endometrial cancers, especially in high-grade tumors, but it should be done in all endometrial cancers. If there is a restriction in the availability of polytesting, this may be omitted in low-risk and intermediate-risk endometrial cancers. That was written in 2021, where polymutation was not so broadly available. Now it is, and now the motto is just in everybody also polymutation, just because, especially in the future, I think these patients will not have any systemic treatment at all. We have classified them as low. Here you see stage 1 and 2, even endometrial cancers without residual disease, low risk. We wouldn't recommend even any treatment, depending, of course, on the patient's profile. as opposed to the high risk of endometrial cancer patients, where even in stage 1, the patients will need adjuvant treatment, either in combination or radiotherapy or chemotherapy, depending on the stage, depending on the morbidity profile of the patient and the surgery they have had. So the molecular classification is now part of the treatment algorithm, decision-making process for those patients. And this is something that even in countries with restricted systems and lower infrastructure, we need really to pursue just because the patients benefit. Yeah. And we have addressed the issue of double classifier patients with mixed profile, so that we can address also those better. So let's have a look again about the actual benefit of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. You see in the POTOC 3 translational results, all patients with poly mutation, they do extremely well, no matter what you do with them. Chemotherapy, radiotherapy, a combination of both, as opposed to patients with non-poly mutated tumors. That was very nicely presented in our meeting in the last ESCO meeting that we organized, and these are results that are coming out more and more. And I think the future, I've said it again, I've said it before, we'll say it again, is to probably de-escalate. So de-escalate intense and degree of adjuvant treatment for those patients. On the other hand, the patients with a more aggressive profile, the p53 mutated patients, you see here, they have a highly significant benefit from the chemotherapy, more systemic approach than just radiotherapy, which is a local approach. So we now will go and stratify patients to radiotherapy alone or chemoradiotherapy or nothing, depending on their molecular profile. What happens with the multiple classifiers? The multiple classifiers, you see here, the survival curves. The multiple classifiers will have a better survival than the single classifiers for p53 mutated, both even if they are combined with MMRD or polymutation. Yeah, you see here the curves very, very clear. So how in the actual clinical routine, do molecular profiles influence our surgical staging procedures? Can we say, the polymutated patient will do so well, I don't even need to do sentinel, I don't even need to do a mental biopsy, I don't even need to do anything, I just need to remove the uterus and done? The answer is we don't really know. And for that reason, there is a very nice study now that is starting from Leuven and Gemelli, the Eugenie study. This study is a study that will assess the necessity and extent of surgical staging according to the molecular profile. And we will see how far do we need to stage surgically patients with polymutation, with MMR deficient profile, proficient profile, NMSP, and p53 mutation. And we will see whether the adequacy of surgical staging even correlates with survival in these 4 distinct survival groups. So this is also a very nice study that shows not how we can with the molecular profile tailor systemic treatment and radiotherapy treatment, but also our surgical staging and surgical approach. So in the last few minutes of my talk, I will talk to you about some therapeutic consequences. You see here radiotherapy, yes versus no. It has significantly different impact if the patient is MMR deficient as opposed to if she's MMR proficient. No difference here, huge difference here. Yeah. Radiotherapy here the same. In stage 1, patients with who have specific mutations as opposed to those who don't. A summary, a very nice table of summarizing the importance of patient selection on whether they will benefit from pembrolizumab, dostarlimab, a combination of lenvatinib and pembro, and you see here the overall response rates that can reach up to 65% depending on the molecular profile. All these drugs are expensive drugs, yeah, and for that reason we can't just give them to everybody, and we have to tailor therapeutic strategies and also spare toxicity from those who will not benefit. That is why by doing the molecular profiling in the beginning, the patients will benefit most and will get spared morbidity. Lenvatinib and Pembro, a very nice study, a very nice new combination. You see that patients who have an MMR proficient tumor, they have, and even in the all comers, you see here how the hazard ratio is similar, and you see that it can play a role in the decision-making process. So there is a new study, the Rainbow study. I'm sure that all of you have heard of it. This is a study just to fill the gap of the fact that there is no really level 1 evidence available for black and white recommendations of surgical staging, systemic treatment, and radiotherapy treatment depending on the molecular profile. And this is why we now have developed the Rainbow program. It's practically it's a translational aspect of the PORTEX series, where, for example, we see that in the P53 mutation patients, we'll give PARP inhibitors. In the NSMP, we will just give hormonal treatment. In the MMR deficient groups, we will direct them more to immunotherapy. And in the mutated patients, we'll do nothing, just observe them and just operate. So this is one of the most important studies in gynecology currently, and will yield results that will really shape the future of endometrial cancer patients for our patients. How important the molecular staging is, I hope you will see in a few months. I can't unfortunately show you more than these slides, but we are currently in the process of revising the FIGO staging for endometrial cancer. We are in the last stages of manuscript correction, where we now have implemented molecular classification in the actual FIGO staging, where, for example, patients with cervical tumor, cervical extent of the endometrial cancer, but are polymutated, will now be downstaged to stage 1 instead of stage 2, and the other way around with P53 mutated patients. So this is something that will come out and will, I hope, help you direct your patients better, but also will help in collecting better evidence of what we should do in each group. So what is the summary? New future pathways of diagnosis and treatment in endometrial cancer, a revolution. Yeah, endometrial cancer was for years and years the poor child of gynecology, where nothing really much was happening. And now there is a surge of new diagnostics and treatments. There is a very clear direction towards individualization of surgical, systemic, and radiotherapy treatment. But of course, we can't close our eyes. All these things are expensive. All these things need resources, need infrastructure, and we still really need to work on the broader implementation worldwide, which remains a challenge. And this, I think, is the task of us for the next generations. Thank you very much.
That was a fantastic talk by Dr. Fotopoulou. I think we used to say that is the wave of the future, but actually it's our present. And in our institution, we've just started testing each patient with uterine cancer because it is so important. So great talk. We'll move to our next lecture by Dennis Curlew, who will be joining us remotely to discuss minimally invasive surgery in endometrial cancer, technical aspects.
Thank you very much again, and thank you again also for the invitation. I will, if you don't mind, I will use the same method that I used this morning, just to give my talk on the pre-recording presentation and be available for questions later. I hope you will enjoy this talk, which will be as practical as possible. So please run the pre-recorded video.
Thank you again for the kind invitation. Today, my topic will be minimal invasive surgery in endometrial cancer, but focused on technical aspect, how to achieve it. A brief reminder of the history of minimal invasive surgery in endometrial cancer, which includes vaginal hysterectomy, which is not so innovative. And you all know that all the necessary steps of surgery for endometrial cancer can be completed laparoscopically. And since 2000, we also know that some of them, especially aortic node dissection, can be completed using an extraperitoneal endoscopic approach. And there will be a big chapter about robotic assisted surgery, and not robotic surgery. It's robotic assisted laparoscopy. The rationale for the use of minimal invasive surgery is that many of us master laparoscopic hysterectomy, and also more recently that staging is more and more limited to sentinel node only typical minimal invasive surgery procedures that limits the need for full para-aortic dissections. It's, however, had been shown to be feasible, and so some patients, especially patients with serous carcinomas, need a mantectomy. It is also feasible by minimal invasive surgery. And you see here how these two slides are 30 years old. So you see that with only bipolar cautery and scissors in the past, we were able to perform infrarenal aortic dissection, and also that with the same instruments able to perform an omentectomy, knowing that omentectomy is better with multifunction instruments. It's more convenient. There is an evidence that we need minimal invasive surgery because it is safe, does not increase perioperative complication, and decreases actually post-operative complication with a decreased blood loss also, and a brief improvement of quality of life, which is not the main topic. We all know this from evidence, and I only show here the outcomes of meta-analysis, relatively recent, that shows that survival is not impaired by the use of minimal invasive surgery. That intraoperative complications are the same, but postoperative complications are in favor of a minimal invasive approach. And in the real life, the fact is that the prognosis is overall worse after laparotomy, but after adjustment for confounding factors, it's exactly the same. So there are so many arguments to use minimal invasive approach, supported also by European and also international guidelines, that this is a preferable approach, and we must succeed, and we need technical tips to succeed. And there is even a quality indicator. It's to be able to manage more than 80% of endometrial cancer using minimal invasive surgery is really a target, and the minimum target is 60%, but it's very low. And the proportion of conversion, once we have starting laparoscopic surgery, how many are successful, and it should be less than 10% failure. And even 10% seems to be very high. However, it should include obese patients. So after this introduction, I will concentrate on technical aspects, and technique is there to improve the results of the minimal invasive surgery policy, and improve the success rate of this kind of surgery, and decreasing, of course, the risk of complication. One of the objectives clearly is to reduce the conversion rate, and I will elaborate on laparoscopic skills, knowing that quite often we have to deal with obesity in endometrial cancer, that spillage is a risk, and we absolutely have to avoid it to avoid a risk of complication related to dissemination of cancer cells, especially in the peritoneum. And in this regard, we have to elaborate on the use of uterine manipulators. And finally, just to deal with all of this issue, I will details on the role of robotic assistance. First chapter, reduce the conversion rate. We need tools. We need tools, and especially in obese patients. But there are two of them have to be detailed. One, it's absolutely preferable to have some kind of cul-de-sac presentator. I'm not speaking about manipulator, just showing where the cul-de-sac are. It can be a relatively expensive instrument. This one is a Storz Hall instrument. You can also use a McCartney tube, but when resources are low, we can also use simply a packing of the vagina to delineate the cul-de-sac, and it helps a lot to successfully complete a simple hysterectomy even in obese patients. Another issue to reduce the conversion rate is to be able to perform suture, and ironically, suturing is only the last step of the operation. It's a short step. It should be straightforward. In open surgery, it is straightforward, but we still need to be skilled and to be trained in suture. Having said that, in my experience, the V-lock and the barbed wire is really an help to avoid making too many knots, etc., and it makes life simpler. And also, it's always possible to conclude the operation vaginally, but I'm not in favor of this policy, because I always fear that vaginally after a laparoscopic hysterectomy, it could be difficult to identify the edge of the vagina and difficult not to include the bladder in the suture. So it's really preferable to do it laparoscopically. It can be taught, it can be learned. It's not that difficult. It's only require a minimum of skills. Also, to reduce the conversion rate, we can use laparoscopy, but only to prepare vaginal hysterectomy, which, after all, is kind of minimal invasive access surgery. But vaginal surgery only may be problematic, especially when there is a need to remove the ovaries. It is feasible vaginally, but not always successful and a little bit risky at times. So using laparoscopy in any kind of patient is always easy to divide the infernopelvic ligaments. So that's a very important point, and also to explore the abdomen, and that's one of the components of surgery in gynecologic cancer. Another technical point is that my advice is, if we decide to proceed to vaginal hysterectomy, it's preferable at the time of the laparoscopic step for the annexal management to also divide the dorsal leaf of the broad ligament. You see here this peritoneum that has been divided, and this actually mobilizes the uterus. You see how we can mobilize the uterus only by dividing the peritoneum. You know that, maybe some of you know that I do not believe in uterosacral ligament. There is no ligament here, so only dividing the peritoneum is enough to mobilize the uterus and make the vaginal hysterectomy easier. And also, once we have started with laparoscopy for the upper pedicle, round ligaments and IP ligaments, we can use the same instruments for the vaginal route. It's not V-notes, but I've performed kind of V-notes for years using my laparoscopic instruments without need to expensive devices, just to do exactly the same that we do with suture and clamps, using bipolar cautery and clips to complete vaginal hysterectomy. So the combination of both techniques probably limits the risk of conversion. Another way of reduced conversion is to liberally use the sentinel node. Today, sentinel node is a mainstay of node assessment for low risk, intermediate risk cancer patients, and even more and more for high risk. Only a limited number of patients require full pelvic lymphadenectomy and aortic dissection, and clearly most conversions in the past were related to the need of of high aortic dissection, which is the most difficult laparoscopic surgery in our field. So sentinel lymph node, really, it's an advance. And if we absolutely need upfront an aortic node dissection, we can do it in obese patients, especially extraperitoneally. It's easier in obese patients just because the bowel is not in the way. And you can see here in this picture that with the left extraperitoneal approach, we can completely dissect the aortic area. And this is the inferior mesenteric artery and the bifurcation of the aorta. And in obese and especially moderately obese patients, and when there is an absolute need of aortic lymph node dissection, it's an option to start with aortic dissection, because after having started hysterectomy, you can no longer use the extraperitoneal approach because you cannot no longer dilate the extraperitoneal space. So there are tips and tricks to reduce the conversion rate. What about reducing the risk of spillage? Spillage is an issue. You see here an old case of patient who had peritoneal carcinomatosis with umbilical metastasis after faulty laparoscopic surgery. So any spillage, tumor rupture, morcellation should be avoided. But there are always alternatives to avoid this, and especially when extracting the uterus, using additional colpectomy, or I believe much more practically, using mini laparotomy can be considered to limit the risk of spillage during the extraction of the uterus. That can be vaginally, that can be difficult. So there are many ways to avoid spillage. One is very simple. It's simply closing the cervix. There is absolutely no evidence of this, but it's so simple. Why not doing it? All the more after the LAX study that showed an increase in recurrences in cervical cancer, and also after the results of the SUCCOR study that showed that closure of vaginal cuff may overcome the risks of laparoscopic surgery in cervical cancer. So closing the cervix, why not? And placing a thread on the cervix, and it helps to handle the uterus. Closing the fallopian tube to avoid retrograde contamination of the peritoneum. There is absolutely no evidence of the utility of this procedure, knowing that the presence of cells is not, as cancer cells, is not associated with high risk of recurrence. So it's absolutely not clear that simply contaminating with reflux is an issue. Dealing with volume, so I've already mentioned this, using mini laparotomy, but also bags. We now have big bags, and these bags can be liberally used, and especially when we have closed the cervix, we can completely make hysterectomy, a no-touch hysterectomy using these bags. I've also used in my career aspiration of uterine contents. Some endometrial cancer have huge tumor volume but necrotic volume, so you can aspirate it just like the hydatidiform mole, and the volume of the uterus is much reduced, and the uterine content, the uterine volume is much lower. And finally, uterine manipulators. What about them? There is a study from 2017 that showed no effect of the manipulator, so no risk of using an intrauterine device. On the contrary, another more recent study showed a detrimental effect of the uterine manipulator. So the issue is still open, all the more that in this relatively recent series, it has been clearly shown that initial negative cytology can become positive after minimal invasive surgery, even though, as I already mentioned, this is not clearly a prognosis factor. But if we combine all studies, and this is the outcome, the result of a recent meta-analysis on 18 studies, There is clearly no significant difference in incidence of LVSI by the use of manipulator, and no significant difference in the rate of recurrence. And also a more recent study from Korea has shown the same after this meta-analysis. So really, manipulator is not an issue, but my personal advice is to try not to use it. And the final chapter is the obese endometrial cancer patient, which is a real problem. Clearly, laparotomy should be avoided because there is much more morbidity after laparotomies and after laparoscopy in obese patients. The problem is that there is a conversion rate that increases with body mass index. This has been known for years. And for example, in the relatively old LAB2 study, conversion rate was more than 50% in women, in morbidly obese women, which is clearly too much. And in contrast with experience, on the contrary, LAB2 was a multi-centric study with many centers, but with a single center study or studies based on centers with experience is minimal invasive surgery, the conversion rate is much lower, 6-10%, which is reasonable, and this has documented the quality indicator of the ESCO. So 6 to 10 is still too much, and how can we reduce from 60% to 10% with simply experience and technique? The key is the placement of trocars. Of course, we can use an additional trocar, we can suspend the colon, we can use extraperitoneal dissection, but the key is the placement of trocar that should be very high, above the symphysis pubis. The belly is not the landmark. The landmark is the pubis, and in this patient, the pubis is here, so the suprapubic port is just below the umbilicus, and the endoscopic port is above the umbilicus, and the two ancillary trocar as well. So this is absolutely crucial to successfully complete surgery for in endometrial cancer obese patients. Anesthesiologists and OR team are crucial because you all know the beginners pestered by the nurses, by the anesthesiologist. All these people must know that it's better for the patient not to open. So it's important. It's really a team job. And finally, robotic assisted can be used, and this is the last chapter about sophisticated tool. I'm not a believer of single port microlaparoscopy. It's really, in my opinion, not useful sophistication. The problem with robotic assistant is that we don't have any evidence of patient benefit with the robot. And we have one French randomized study that has been published but not very well publicized because it's not against the current trend and current marketing or robots. And for example, we have studies, we have randomized studies, but it's this study from Sweden has been used as an argument in favor of the robot. But when you look at this, at the results, you see that there have been more transfusion in the robot-assisted group, the only major complication in the robot-assisted group, and the number of conversion was presented as a success of this study for the robot. And you see that with laparoscopic surgery, I call it skill-assisted, rather robot-assisted, we are not robots, there were 5 conversions, but none of them were related to the approach, okay, adhesions, etc., etc. So it's 0 versus 0, clearly no benefit of the robot, at the expense, of course, of a very higher cost. So comparable rate of complication between laparoscopy and robotic assisted, but of course higher cost. Even regarding outcomes, prognosis can be worse with the robot, and this is a result of this study and also another unpublished study. So there are reservations about the use of the robot. So I'm finishing this talk before my time with the take-home messages. And take-home messaging are this one. every precaution to avoid uterine rupture. Uterine manipulator seem to be safe, but can be replaced by something else anyway. Sentinel node is very important. Skills, tips and tricks, and the absence of evidence of robotic assistance that still should be documented in obese patients. So we are starting a randomized study at Gemelli Rome comparing in obese patients only in center experience in both approaches, comparing robotic and laparoscopy. But my conclusion is that we still need to learn laparoscopic surgery, and I invite you to come to a course at the IRCAD Strasbourg organize this fall. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Kirlo, thank you for such a nice talk. I would say that Professor Kirlo is considered to be pioneer developing of minimal invasive surgery in oncogynecology, and such a comprehensive talk today highlighted all the aspects we as oncogynecologists should pay attention at. And we continue with the next talk. Professor Flo Bakes, sentinel mapping in surgical treatment in endometrial cancer.
Hi, I'm Flora Backus. I'm a professor at The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center and James Cancer Hospital Comprehensive Cancer Center in Columbus, Ohio, United States. Thank you to the program directors for inviting me at this nice summit. I apologize for not being there in person, but I'll be talking to you about sentinel lymph nodes in endometrial cancer. Here are my disclosures, and none are related to this talk. For this talk, we will go over the rationale of sentinel lymph node mapping, the procedures associated with it, and outcomes with sentinel lymph node assessment in terms of morbidity and survival. So let's talk about the goals of sentinel lymph node mapping. For the first goal is to decrease the morbidity of a lymphadenectomy, to provide prognostic information, inform treatment decisions, and all of that without compromising survival. So here's one of the biggest risks and complications associated with a full pelvic lymph node dissection, lymphedema. And we all have seen patients with this, and it really can vary widely from stage 1, mild lymphedema, to all the way to stage 4, with a lot of discomfort associated with it for patients. You can see how there can be a pretty big discrepancy in the amount of swelling in each of the legs. And unfortunately, we haven't really been able to figure out why this happens in some patients, why in one leg but not the other leg. But we do know that there's some things that we can do to decrease the risk of forming this lymphedema. So here's a study, the CENTEREX study, which was a national prospective multi-center study. This was done in early stage cervical cancer from March 2017 to January 2021. All patients underwent a radical hysterectomy with sentinel lymph node mapping, with or without full lymph node dissection, tumors greater than 2 centimeters. And they had surveys on lymphedema and quality of life preoperative, and then at 3, 12, 24, and 36 months postoperatively. They included 200 women with early stage cervical cancer. They used validated patient-reported outcome measures. They found that the incidence of lymphedema 3 months postoperatively was 5.6% for those patients who had sentinel lymph node mapping only, versus 32% for those who had sentinel lymph nodes with a full lymphadenectomy as well. They concluded that early lymphedema significantly impaired several physical, psychological, and social aspects of quality of life. And here are some data in endometrial cancer. These are systematic reviews and meta-analyses. There are 7 studies, but 3 of those compared sentinel lymph nodes versus full lymph node dissection. They had different methods of assessment, as you can see on the left here, either by a physical therapist or patient-reported outcome surveys. And here we see the incidence of lower extremity lymphedema which varies from, with the sentinel lymph node dissection from 0 to 27%, but with full lymph nodes from 10 to up to 41%. We can see that overall in each of these studies, there is a very big odds ratio with a significant reduction in the risk of, in the incidence of lower extremity lymphedema if you do a sentinel lymph node versus full lymph node dissection only. So how do we do this? Sentinel lymph node mapping procedure uses either isosulfane blue, methylene blue, or patent blue, whatever is available. You can use 99 technetium and then do a lymphoscintigraphy or use a gamma probe to detect where the hot lymph node is. A lot of people have shied away from those two methods also and have used indocyanine green dye that can be detected with near infrared fluorescence imaging. So if we use blue, we see these lymph nodes go to these channels and we see blue lymph nodes. If we use green, we see green channels. But the difference here also is that these are the more typical ones. But the benefit of when you inject this dye at either 3 and 9 or in all 4 quadrants in these two methods, we are going to see the actual draining pattern of the uterus. And so for some, that's in a typical pattern, but for some patients, they are in unusual patterns outside of the areas where we normally would do our full pelvic lymph node dissection. So those lymph nodes may have been missed if we didn't use a sentinel lymph node mapping technique. These are some pictures of patients of mine here. We see the nice blue channel using isosulfane blue, and the blue nodes light up here. Here we see in that same patient, we also used green and injected actually both. We see it in the same place, but lighting up in the immunofluorescent mode, near infrared modes, and we see that immunofluorescent lymph node here. Successful mapping happens in bilateral in up to 87-90% of the patients, and unilateral, most patients at least have unilateral mapping. Sensitivity is 85 to 99% and a false negative rate about 2 to 3% with a negative predictive value of 88 to 99%. It's really important that we follow this algorithm that was developed and published by Dr. Barlin. So we want to do a retroperitoneal evaluation and excise all of the mapped sentinel lymph nodes and then do ultrastaging on those. But also any suspicious nodes must be removed regardless of mapping. And that is important because if you have a lymph node that is completely replaced by tumor, this tumor may also be blocking the lymphatic channels. So the nodes may actually not be able, the dye can actually not travel to the node and may not light up. So if you have suspicious enlarged lymph nodes or suspicious lymph nodes, please remove those also, as otherwise you may be missing involved nodes. If there's no mapping at all on the hemipelvis, then a site-specific, so you do a full lymphadenectomy on that side, and a periaortic lymph node dissection is at the discretion of the attending. However, if you have no mapping in the pelvis, it is very important to see if there's any channels that are running straight to the aorta area. So in about 1 to 2% of patients, we see skipping of the pelvic lymph nodes and going straight to the aortic lymph nodes. So you definitely want to make sure that you're not missing any sentinel lymph nodes there, and that will require opening those spaces. So where do we find the sentinel lymph nodes? So in this study, they did some mapping. 95% are in the external iliac or obturator space. 38% had sentinel lymph nodes in an unexpected location. And 5% had sentinel lymph nodes that were only in an unexpected location outside where we normally look. 13% had a single node metastasis in an unexpected location. So we also think that if you do sentinel lymph node mapping, you may actually pick up more, have a higher chance, higher yield to pick up a positive lymph node. So what should we do with these sentinel lymph nodes? Well, regular lymph node assessment is just a single cut along the long axis of the lymph node with hematoxylin and eosin, or H&E. In ultrastaging, we do serial sectioning of a sentinel lymph node with immunohistochemistry, the cytokeratin that highlights these tumor deposits. So this is a nice graph of what sentinel lymph node ultrastaging entails. So in a non-sentinel lymph node, you do your one cut. If it's positive, you stop. If it's negative, you stop as well. If it's a sentinel lymph node, you do your one cut. If it's positive, great, you stop. If it's negative, though, you do additional sections and you stain those with either cytokeratins or an H&E to determine if there's any additional levels of involvement. And so by doing these ultra staging or serial sectioning, you can detect low volume metastasis, and it improves the sensitivity from 81 to 94% and decreases the false negative rate. So the AJCC, the College of American Pathologists, and the NCCN definitions states that macrometastases are greater than 2 millimeters, micrometastases are greater than 0.2 millimeters and or greater than 200 cells, but none greater than 2 millimeters. Isolated tumor cell clusters, or ITCs, are small clusters of cells that are not greater than 0.2 millimeters. They're either single tumor cells, clusters of less than 200 cells, in a single histological cross-section, and they're detected by routine H&E or by IHC. Sentinel lymph nodes and recurrence patterns. So what do we know about this? So this is a study of 472 endometrial cancer patients. Patients had a lymph node dissection versus sentinel lymph nodes plus lymph node dissections. And they looked at the recurrence, and there was a higher recurrence rate, 14 versus 9% for those who had a lymph node dissection. The 4-year progression-free survival was not statistically significantly different. But when we also look at pelvic sidewall recurrences, we see that there was a difference here of 10% versus 3%. And this was in 71% versus 31% of those with recurrences. And so an increased risk or decreased risk of sidewall recurrence if you had a sentinel lymph node dissection also, suggesting that if we find those lymph nodes that are in unusual locations, that you may remove those positive lymph nodes and have less of a chance that you have a recurrence in that area. How about survival outcomes with full lymphadenectomy versus a sentinel lymph node biopsy only, or how about with low volume metastases in sentinel lymph nodes? So the National Cancer Database study of women with stage 1 to stage 3 endometrial cancer who were treated with a hysterectomy and a lymph node assessment. There's a large number, almost 65,000 with a lymphadenectomy. A smaller percentage was sentinel lymph nodes, and then another portion that had sentinel lymph nodes and full lymph node dissection. In this study, race, stage, grade, lymphovascular space invasion, and adjuvant chemotherapy were independently associated with overall survival, but the method of lymphadenectomy was not. And we see here all these hazard ratios that are not statistically different from lymph node dissection only, suggesting that it is safe to do just a sentinel lymph node biopsy rather than doing a full lymphadenectomy along with it. What about low volume disease? So in this study, St. Clair et al. Had 724 patients. 2.6% had isolated tumor cells. The majority all got chemotherapy, 87% chemo, 9% radiation, but 4% had no adjuvant treatment. The recurrence rate for ITCs and negative nodes were similar, and also similar to micrometastasis, but those patients with macrometastasis, which we can also see on the curve here, had a worse recurrence-free survival. So really macrometastasis is where it counts. When we look at the patients who had adjuvant therapy, we see that macrometastasis has overall a much higher rate of recurrences, almost 35% versus less than 10%, that there's a higher rate of nodal metastases and nodal recurrences, distant recurrences, and also multi-site recurrences. Those numbers are overall very low with either negative nodes or ITCs or micrometastasis. In this study by Plant, this is about isolated tumor cells in endometrial cancer. So they had 31 patients, or 6% with isolated tumor cells. A third had chemotherapy, a third had external beam radiation, and a third had no adjuvant treatment or vaginal brachytherapy only. 3% recurred. 0 out of 28 endometrioid patients recurred, because that one of the patients who had a recurrence was a carcinosarcoma who recurred despite getting adjuvant treatment. The 3-year progression-free survival was not different between ITCs and negative nodes or micrometastases, but those patients, again, here in blue with macrometastases, are the ones that, despite treatment, still do the worst. So then we did a multi-institutional study of a sentinel lymph node assessment. This was a retrospective study also, with or without full lymphadenectomy. And patients were eligible if they had isolated tumor cells in the sentinel lymph nodes. They had to have serial section of the sentinel lymph nodes, no micro or macrometastases in any of the nodes, and they had to have stage 1 or 2 endometrial cancer. So there were 175 patients with ITCs only. Half of them had sentinel lymph nodes only, half had sentinel lymph nodes with a lymphadenectomy. Half of those patients had stage 1, the other half 1B and 2. A little bit over half had grade 1, but there were also some patients with grade 2 and 3. Lymphovascular space invasion was common, almost 70%, and 77% had high intermediate risk criteria by GOG 249 criteria. The median follow-up time was 31 months. If we looked at isolated tumor cells and outcomes, 5.1% developed a recurrence. The 3-year recurrence-free survival was 93%, and at 5 years, this was 91%. The time to recurrence was pretty standard at 17.8 months. And when we look at the recurrence-free survival comparing chemotherapy with or without radiation, pelvic radiation, or no adjuvant treatment, there was no difference between the 3 treatment groups, suggesting that treatment of ITCs is no different if you use adjuvant treatment or no adjuvant. The outcomes are no different if you use treatment or no adjuvant treatment. When we excluded isolated vaginal recurrences, the recurrence rate was 5.3% for those who had no adjuvant treatment or vaginal brachytherapy only. Similarly, in pelvic radiation, as well as in chemotherapy with or without radiation. Here's an ongoing study, ENERGY CC010. This is a phase 3 trial of the impact of sentinel lymph node mapping on patient-reported lower extremity lymph dysfunction. This is spearheaded by Dr. Ed Tanner. And this study compares the rates of lower extremity limb dysfunction, which is defined as a greater than 4-point increase in the GCLQ symptom score from baseline in patients with apparent uterine confined endometrial cancer. The study opens just this past fall in September 2022, and the current enrollment is 9 out of 428 that are needed. These are the study arms. So they're randomized 1-to-1, patient with sentinel lymph nodes versus full lymph nodes. And then it's clinician that selected adjuvant therapy. NCCN guideline directed therapies are recommended. And then the biggest outcomes are here, the patient reported outcomes and lymphedema assessments. So in conclusion, sentinel lymph node biopsy is safe and decreases the risk of complications, especially lymphatic morbidity. Sentinel lymph node has a high bilateral detection and low false negative rate. The sentinel lymph node biopsy has similar survival outcomes compared to full lymphadenectomy, and the risk of retroperitoneal or distant recurrence is low, less than 5%, if the sentinel lymph nodes have ITCs only. Adjuvant treatment does not significantly affect recurrence-free survival or recurrence patterns, so the indications for adjuvant treatment should be tailored to uterine or cervical factors or histology, and not just on the presence of ITCs in sentinel lymph nodes. However, micrometastases do need to be treated, as we don't have enough data on these and may portray a higher risk of recurrence. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you to Dr. Backus. I'm excited to hear that it sounds like you'll be incorporating more sentinel node dissections in your treatment of patients with endometrial cancer soon with the arrival of such technology. So that's really great for your patients here in Kazakhstan and the surrounds. Next, we'd like to welcome Dr. Wendell Naumann back to the stage, where he will share information on how to treat patients with early stage and high intermediate risk endometrial cancer. Dr. Naumann.
All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about high intermediate risk endometrial cancer. My biggest disclosure is that much of what I'm going to tell you is going to be obsolete, and I'll talk to you about why that is within a year or two. So I'm really going to talk about the endometrioid cancers. This is the largest percentage of the cancers that we deal with, and it has a mortality of about 11%. And you can see there's a wide variation between grade 1 and grade 2 and grade 3 cancers. And so we're trying to pick out those cancers that have a higher risk and need adjuvant therapy so we can lower these numbers. So first of all, we truly believe that we need adequate staging. We talked about the sentinel nodes. We traditionally used the Mayo criteria, where we would stage people based on frozen section, outer half invasion, grade 3 tumors, with tumors greater than 2 centimeters in size. And this would yield a 22% positive node rate. And if you didn't have these risk factors, your lymph node positivity rate is pretty close to 0. We talked about, Dr. Backus talked about the move to sentinel nodes, and this really does improve your ability to know what the nodal status is with very little morbidity. It takes a lot less time to do this than a full lymph node dissection, and I hope that this can be accomplished at most sites. It does require specialized equipment for the ICG injections, but it is very sensitive, 97% for patients with positive nodes, almost 100% if you include all comers. The only false positive node in Emma Rossi's study was one where the patient had prior retroperitoneal surgery. So our original trial, and I'm old enough to remember putting patients on this trial, was GOG-99. These patients were completely staged and had at least 1/3 endometrial invasion. This trial was actually controversial when we did it because we so believed that radiation was necessary. We actually didn't want to put patients on trial because we thought it was going to be so positive. How could these patients not require adjuvant therapy? Well, as many of our biases turn out to be sort of not true, that actually turned out to be the case. The hazard ratio in this trial was 0.86, so there was a slight decrease, but this was not statistically significant in terms of the overall survival. And many of these patients died of other causes. And so I think this really convinces us that radiation probably was not necessary in the majority of patients that had negative nodes. And so that drove a need for staging patients. But in this trial, we could define a higher risk group. So the pelvic radiation was associated with a lower vaginal failure rate. So the radiation cut the vaginal failure rate in half, but didn't improve the overall survival. So again, was there a risk group that we could potentially focus on? And they did a retrospective analysis and looked at the risk factors that played out. And of course, these were lymphovascular space involvement, grade 2 or 3 cancers, and outer third involvement. And if you were over 70 and had 1, if you were over 50 and had 2, or if you had all 3 of these at any age, you were considered at higher risk. And again, the risk doubled in this group, again from 13 to 27% for observation, and from 6% to 13% with whole pelvic radiation. Again, the overall survival was a little bit lower in the observation group, And so we wanted to concentrate on this. And really, if you look at these, it's the patients with all three risk factors that are at highest risk of failure. So they had almost a 30% failure rate, as opposed to 15% with one or two risk factors, and no failures in the low risk group. If you look at this, about half of the patients who had events were the patients who had all three risk factors. So if you now break these patients up into low risk and high risk, you start to see some difference. There was no benefit to the radiation at all in the low risk patients, but in the high risk patients, the hazard ratio was 0.74. Now, this was not statistically significant in this trial, but did give us some indication that perhaps we could impact these patients. I think the area where we really wanted to impact was this distant failure rate in the high intermediate subgroup. So these patients have about a 19% distal failure rate with observation. It was actually lower in the whole pelvic radiation, and it's not clear exactly why that was, whether the pelvic radiation stimulated the immune system or perhaps prevented distal spread. But we did notice that there was a lower rate of distal spread in the radiation group. Now, if you look at all the trials, this is the original Norwegian Radium Hospital trial, Portec 1, GOG 99, Portec 2, and the Aztec trial. There's really no trial that's shown a benefit in terms of overall survival with radiation. What we've shown is that if you give radiation, whether it's pelvic or vaginal, you have a much lower vaginal recurrence risk. What about adding chemotherapy to try and address this issue of a high failure rate? And there were two studies, and these were actually reported together. This is the Nordic study, the ERTC 55991, and the Iliad 3 study, which added chemotherapy to radiation. These were actually reported together. Now, this is a higher risk group than we traditionally think of high intermediate risk, and this included patients with stage 3A to 3C disease. But nonetheless, these were reported. As you can see on the left, the PFS was actually improved with the chemotherapy in addition to the radiation, but the overall survival was only marginally improved, and that was the hazard ratio is 0.07 on that. And that leads us up to Portec 3, which was radiation compared to chemoradiation with cisplatin followed by paclitaxel and carboplatin. The primary outcome for this was overall survival, and this was powered to show a 80% power to detect a hazard ratio of 0.62. Now again, if you look at this, the study included some patients that we would consider high risk, not high intermediate risk. So this was sort of the high intermediate risk with the stage 1B and 1C patients in the old staging system, but it also included stage 3 patients. So patients with stage 3A or positive nodes, clear cell carcinoma and serous carcinoma, quite different biologies. And we already talked a little bit about, Christina covered some of these issues in terms of how we've divided these up. And unfortunately, many of the endometrial cancer trials have lumped all these together, and it's made it very difficult to interpret the literature and the benefit assigned to these different treatments. Again, if you think about serous, a cancer that we know responds better to chemotherapy than radiation and has a distant spread, well, almost a third of the patients in Portec 3 actually had a serous cancer. And I don't know that I would treat a serous cancer with radiation alone. Again, if you look at the stage, 40% or almost 45% of these patients had stage 3 disease. So it's not quite the high intermediate risk population. Nonetheless, the hazard ratio is 0.79 for PFS, which was not statistically significant. I'm sorry, the OS was 0.79, the PFS was 0.77, which was marginally statistically significant. But again, looking at distal recurrence risk, the distal recurrence risk was 6% lower with chemotherapy as opposed to chemoradiation as opposed to radiation alone. So but again, the benefit is probably driven by patients with stage 3 disease. Again, your PFS was 64% versus 79% with the addition of chemotherapy, and that makes sense. The OS was 74% versus 83%, and that was highly statistically significant. So again, I don't have any evidence that you need to add chemotherapy in that high intermediate stage 1 group, but certainly chemotherapy is of benefit in the stage 3 patients. And again, the hazard ratios on those were strongly positive. Now again, the pelvic failure rates have a poor prognosis in the PORTEC trial. So the vaginal recurrence risk, you can see many of those we can salvage, but if you have a pelvic failure, those patients do very poorly. So one of the things that we have to be careful of is the fact that our treatments can actually lead to toxicity and have long-term adverse outcomes. And I think the late report of the Oslo, the Norwegian study, shows us this. And this was very similar to GOG-99. It was patients with stage 1 endometrial carcinoma, all patients. A very large trial where they randomized patients to vaginal brachytherapy versus vaginal brachytherapy with whole pelvic radiation. 43 years of follow-up. Those patients who were less than 60 when they got their radiation actually had a worse survival than those patients who got vaginal brachytherapy alone. And what's the problem? Well, you had almost a twofold increased risk of second malignancies. So we have to be better about picking out the patients that really truly need adjuvant radiation, because we don't want to do harm for these patients in the long term. So one of the issues that the GOG addressed was maybe we can lower local recurrence with vaginal brachytherapy and then give chemotherapy to prevent distal recurrence. And so this was a superiority trial looking at the superiority of vaginal brachytherapy with 3 cycles of chemotherapy with carboplatin and paclitaxel versus traditional pelvic radiation with or without vaginal brachytherapy. Now, in this trial, staging wasn't required, and I will point out that this trial in a high intermediate risk factor used outer half rather than outer third, probably because staging wasn't required. These curves absolutely overlap, so this was a negative superiority trial. Hazard ratio is 0.97, so we really didn't see any difference between the chemotherapy group and the non-chemotherapy group in the high intermediate risk. And if you go back and look, it's very interesting to compare the high intermediate subgroup of GOG-99 to the group in GOG-249. The vaginal recurrence risk, the pelvic recurrence risk, and the distant recurrence risk were almost identical. So it probably was representative of the high intermediate risk of GOG-99. I think one thing that we should point out from 249, the patients that appeared to benefit, my slide didn't work, were the serous or clear cells. And that favored the chemotherapy group, as we would expect. And again, it was probably not the best idea to lump serous cancers into the same treatment paradigm that we use for endometrioid cancers. Again, we've started moving more toward chemotherapy rather than radiation, and this was the Japanese GOG trial. Again, a very mixed bag of patients. You had stage 1C all the way through stage 3, and if you look at it, about just over 50% of these patients had stage 1C disease. So again, it had some high-risk patients that may have driven some of the benefits. Overall, there was not a difference between the two groups. But what we saw in this group is there was a really high vaginal failure rate. So there were 9 vaginal failures in the chemo group versus 2 in the radiation group. But when you looked at the higher risk group, there did appear to be a benefit. But again, this was a group that had positive lymph nodes. And so I think over and over we see that the chemotherapy is really necessary when we need treatment and coverage of the lymph nodes, whereas radiation is probably better in terms of preventing pelvic failure. So again, this is a list of the trials. It's really just a summary of the trials that we talked about. So I think, in conclusion, the pelvic radiation decreases local failure, and vaginal brachytherapy may have the same benefit, but I would caution you there was a database study which showed that the risk of bladder cancer, long-term risk of bladder cancer, increased approximately 70% when we give vaginal brachytherapy. And so I think, we really need to think about going back and looking at our long-term results of some of these, perhaps in a database study, or if you have data on these. So let's not forget that. But chemo and pelvic RT is better in pelvic RT alone, but it seems to be limited to the stage 3 patients. And vaginal brachytherapy and chemotherapy was not superior to pelvic radiation in this high intermediate subgroup as defined by GOG 249. Again, if you look at the guidelines, I think it just, they're all over the place. It tells us that we don't have definitive information. So you can see in stage 1A and 1B, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, in green, observation is an option in all of these except for 1B grade 3 cancers. And vaginal brachytherapy is an option in the same light. So I don't know that pelvic radiation is wrong, and maybe we're better at selecting out the patients who need pelvic radiation, but I think for all patients with stage 1A, grade 3, then pelvic radiation is probably over-treatment. So we're going to talk about the next steps, and I know Christina mentioned some of these in her talk, and this is why the concept of high intermediate risk is going to go away. Our staging system is going to be turned on its head. We're not going to use anatomic staging as much as we're going to use molecular staging to stratify our patients in terms of risk stratification. As she talked about the PROMISE algorithm, the POLE cancers, if you have a high-grade endometrial cancer that looks very ugly, almost like a serous cancer, but it's P53 negative, that's when you really need to think about POLE, because those patients are not as high risk as the histology might suggest. We talked about the other factors and the fact that P53 cancers, mutated cancers, are very aggressive and need more treatment and have a poor prognosis. So we've already gone over the PROMISE algorithm, and I think everybody is interested in this in terms of Christina talked about the ESMO, the risk stratification, NCCN guidelines are going to come out soon with this, and the WHO is also considering molecular classification. So again, what the old type 1 and type 2 doesn't quite fit, right? So we have type 1 cancers, the endometrioids with P53 mutations. We have histologic type 2s that might be P53 negative. We've got these POLE mutated cancers that are probably better prognosis than their histology would suggest. And then we have the MMR deficient patients that may respond very well to immunotherapy and checkpoint inhibitors. So again, just a little of this, if you look at grade 3 tumors, there's a wide variation. Even in stage 1A, you can see that the PROMISE algorithm separates out the stage 1A grade 3 tumors in terms of prognosis as well as the 1B tumors. So we have to think about molecular staging in terms of our treatment algorithms. I'm glad I'm not a medical student and I don't have to remember this, so I have to ask them on rounds and hopefully they'll know, but this is going to be very complicated. So if you have a stage 1A, you can't have lymphovascular space involvement, so that significant lymphovascular space involvement is going to change your stage. Stage 1B can't have aggressive subtypes. So if you have a clear cell, it's no longer a 1B clear cell, it's going to be a stage 2, because the aggressive subtypes and the lymphovascular space involvement are now considered stage 2B and stage 2C. So, we have a lot, so if you have a P53 abnormality, now that's going to be automatically a stage 3, regardless of the histologic TNM stage. We talked about the POLE and about how we are considering de-escalation of treatment for these because we know their prognosis is good, probably even without adjuvant therapy. Now, as was mentioned, many of these patients got adjuvant therapy because the histology of these cancers is often very ugly. And this was mentioned, this is the Rainbow trial, and I think this is a great opportunity to learn and to really now separate out these cancers in terms of the treatment and look at these individual subtypes as different types of cancer. Again, as was mentioned with P53, we're going to treat these like ovarian cancers with the potential for PARP inhibition in a randomized trial. For MMR deficient patients, we're going to look at radiation with or without PD-1 inhibition. And for the standard types, we'll look at hormonal treatment. And again, hormonal treatment's not shown to be of benefit, but perhaps in a high-risk group with endometrioid cancers only, we can see a difference in that. And then for the POLE, we really want to know if we can truly de-escalate treatment and not have to give patients adjuvant treatment in this setting. And this is the PORTEC-4 trial. This is again, another schema. I know this was reviewed in a similar way, looking at some of the mutations, particularly CTNB1 mutations in terms of prognosis. For the MMR deficient patients, this is Flor-Bacchus's trial, GY020. This was started a couple years ago, has 168 patients, and this is randomizing patients to vaginal brachytherapy or vaginal brachytherapy plus PD-1 inhibition in patients with intermediate high-risk disease. So basically like 249, but with pembrolizumab. So that's all I have. And again, I think this is a rapidly evolving field and very exciting that we're getting a lot of the changes that we can use to tailor our treatment for our patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a nice talk. It's a wonderful review of ongoing, just finished trials on investigation project. In such a way, it's possible to collect the biggest cohort and understand what is the actual percentage of survival. And we are pleased to announce next speaker, Professor Brown. Updates in uterine sarcoma.
Let's see. There we go. Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. And first, actually, let me thank my co-moderator for being here. I know it's a lot coming from Ukraine and now from Austria. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
I'd also like to thank the organizing committee, Diliara. I'd like to thank Dr. Asel Sarbellina for translating my talk and so many other talks today. We couldn't do this without you and be effective in the knowledge we share. I feel like it's coming home to friends. We were last here in 2017, and so it's really wonderful to be back. Dr. Naumann has led the tumor board monthly since our last visit, and I've been lucky enough to participate in some. I've been very impressed with the level of knowledge that each of you have and the desire to gain more knowledge. And so that's reason number 2 that I'm very happy to be here today. So we'll talk about uterine sarcomas. This is, of course, a bit of a rare histologic subtype or group of subtypes. And I speak to you about this today from 2 areas. One is the co-chair of the rare tumor group for the NRG, the cooperative group in the United States, now reaching out to other international groups for participation. And also because as part of that, a couple of years ago, we were fortunate enough to be asked to give an update on uterine sarcomas as part of the NRG. And so we brought together a large group of experts surrounding this. Dr. Alexander Shushkevich, who was an IGCS global scholar with us in Charlotte, put together the summary white paper on this that was published in GYN Oncology. So what I'm sharing today is really a compilation of all of those data. We'll talk about the published data. We'll review the different histologic subtypes, discuss surgical principles, and discuss future options in treatment. So in the United States, there were an estimated 1,600 cases of uterine sarcomas in 2015. Now I know that is very different. Here in Kazakhstan, you have about 1,200 cases of uterine cancers annually. But if you think about 5% of uterine malignancies are uterine sarcomas, that's about 60 patients a year. And that means that probably everyone in this room will be responsible for taking care of a woman or women with uterine sarcomas. They're very different from everything else that you've heard so far today. And so it's important that we recognize the differences in care for uterine sarcomas. Now, there are multiple subtypes that are very difficult to classify just with traditional tools, and they all have distinct genomic features. It's important to know that we separate uterine sarcomas into several types, and I will spend the majority of my talk today discussing leiomyosarcomas. These represent 2/3 of the uterine sarcomas that we see. Endometrial stromal sarcomas represent about 21% of the sarcomas that we see. These tend to be very hormonally sensitive, and so are treated with hysterectomy and hormonal manipulation, typically with letrozole or with megestrol acetate and tamoxifen. The other category that you see includes undifferentiated uterine sarcoma, rhabdomyosarcoma, adenosarcomas, which tend to be more benign, picomas, and other rare histologies. Now, uterine leiomyosarcoma is a very aggressive tumor. Even stage 1 patients have a recurrence risk of about 50 to 80%, very different from the rest of the uterine cancers that you've been learning about all afternoon. Surgery is really the only potentially curative option for these patients who have limited leiomyosarcomas. And in fact, as I will share with you, adjuvant radiation and chemotherapy do not impact overall survival. Now, the staging of uterine leiomyosarcoma also is different. This is very much based on the size of the cancer and the presence of extrauterine involvement. This determines not only the stage, but also the prognosis. As you see, the staging on the left designates stage 1 as limited to the uterus and either less or more than 5 centimeters. Stage 2 extends beyond the uterus, still within the pelvis. Stage 3 involves abdominal tissues, and stage 4 is more distant. What I would like to draw your attention to on the right is the difference this makes in terms of outcomes. For stage 1 leiomyosarcoma, the 5-year survival is 63%, but for stage 4 disease, it is dismal at 14%. Endometrial stromal sarcoma, again, as I mentioned, is very different. Stage 1 having nearly 100% survival, and even stage 4 having a 70% survival rate. Now, staging systems are not ideal because it's hard to tell how a patient with an early stage sarcoma limited to the uterus is going to do. They don't always do poorly. In fact, small, low-grade tumors that are confined to the uterus do the best. And we see in Rob Giuntoli's work here that we can separate out how patients do based on their stage and size of tumor. And if we combine all of that information on the right, you'll see that patients who have a small, low-grade tumor confined to the uterus have nearly 100% survival, and that looks very different from patients who have a high-grade, larger tumor. So how do we manage localized uterine sarcoma? So hysterectomy is really essential, and we are first surgeons, so let us talk in greater detail about that. The impact of oophorectomy actually is not well established because there are very limited data sets, and probably the prognosis is driven more based on histology and less on the presence or removal of the ovaries. We'll spend a few minutes talking about how to determine whether what is presumed to be a fibroid uterus is benign or if it is a rare sarcoma before surgery. Because the challenge here is surgical extraction. In other words, if we see a patient who has a large, what we think is a fibroid uterus, how do we know if that patient truly has a fibroid uterus, a benign leiomyoma, or if they have a leiomyosarcoma? It's hard, and we'll talk about some of the warning factors and the way that we can triage into determining that. Additionally, we can detach anything laparoscopically. That's easy. Getting it out is the hard part, and getting it out without spillage is the other challenge. So we'll talk about morcellation, intact extraction, or in-bag morcellation, and the different details of that. What are the issues with power morcellation, in or out of a bag, vaginal morcellation, mini laparotomy, or other containment strategies? And this became very important a few years ago, and with my involvement in the AAGL, I was fortunate enough to delve into this and actually testified to the FDA surrounding this. The first mention of vaginal morcellation, not power morcellation, but removal piecemeal of a large specimen through the vagina, dates back to 1949. In 1993, Steiner published on laparoscopic power morcellation, and 2 years later, the FDA cleared the first power morcellator as an intermediate risk device through a specific process in the United States. It was not until 2013 that there was an index case of power morcellation in what was thought to be a case of benign presumed fibroids. It turns out, unfortunately, in this female who you see on the lower left, she was actually an anesthesiologist in Boston, the pathology was, in fact, an unsuspected leiomyosarcoma. This incited a frenzy in all of surgery, and a question of, should we use power morcellation? Should we abandon power morcellation? What is the benefit? And are we subjecting all women to a laparotomy if we remove power morcellation from the strategy? And so really, without examining these data, from a fear of lawsuits, Johnson & Johnson withdrew power morcellation, and hospitals banned power morcellation. The FDA actually did not ban morcellation, but they did place a warning on power morcellators. And you know, while we were really afraid that all patients were going to have a laparotomy, the industry very much rallied to develop larger bags and to develop technology for in-bag morcellators. And gynecologists got better. We got better at an in-bag technique so that we did not have to abandon laparoscopy or minimally invasive surgery. Our patients can actually gain the benefit still of minimally invasive surgery, but we know now to use a bag and to contain the uterus prior to removal. So when we sit down with our patient who has what we think is a large fibroid uterus, and we have a conversation about the risk of this actually being an unsuspected sarcoma, I think it's important to share that the risk is very low, but it is not zero. And we are terrible at estimating this. That risk ranges from 1 in 352 to 1 in 6,400, depending on the meta-analysis that you use. What we have learned is that increasing age is key, and you see this here in Jason Wright's work. There is a massive increase after age 50, and there are some other risks that go along as well. Menorrhagia, anemia, a solitary finding, or certain MRI findings. It turns out that with the algorithm that has been used, a combination of preoperative imaging and endometrial biopsy yields 86% sensitivity. Now that's not perfect, but actually the group at Hopkins went on to implement an algorithm, and they have had 0 cases of a missed leiomyosarcoma. Now there is probably some risk of worsening prognosis with uncontained power morcellation. And so that's really what this graph shows. Morcellation itself is not a sin. We see no difference between non-power morcellation, which one would assume would be in bag, or no morcellation at all. The group of patients that has a worse prognosis is uncontained power morcellation. And so this is really what we strive now to avoid. And with the technology and the skill sets that we have, we can. So surgically, our strategies are to detach the uterus and cervix and adnexae, keeping them intact. We place them into a bag, and we avoid peritoneal spill. We can remove this, as you can see, with a variety of different techniques. We can do this through a port site. We can do this through a mini laparotomy. We can do this usually through the vagina, so that there are no increased incisions. What you see on the right is technology where we place a bag in the patient's abdomen. We desufflate around the bag, we insufflate the bag, and then we have a clear view where we can power morcellate inside the bag. So there are lots of technologies. But what if we move on now past surgery and we say, what do? We have a patient with a leiomyosarcoma. We have a patient with an early stage uterine sarcoma. Well, what I'm going to show you is that the early studies showed no benefit to chemotherapy. That was as early as GOG 20, that looked at observation versus doxorubicin. And we saw in the EORTC study that radiation also showed no benefit compared with the observation. Let me show you this timeline. There has been a lot of work done surrounding the treatment of early stage uterine sarcoma. So this is after surgery, looking at adjuvant therapy. So let's start off by looking at Marty Hensley's work in 2009. She took 18 patients who had uterine-limited leiomyosarcoma and administered adjuvant gemcitabine and docetaxel for 4 cycles. What she found was a 59% 3-year progression-free survival rate and a median progression-free survival of 39 months. This was thought to be then an active agent. She went on to study this further as the basis for the SARC-005 trial. Again, with uterine-limited leiomyosarcoma, she took 46 patients in this phase 2 trial. Patients were given adjuvant gemcitabine and docetaxel for 4 cycles, followed by doxorubicin or adriamycin for 4 cycles. And what she found was similar, a 3-year progression-free survival of 57%. The median progression-free survival was not reached. So these are pretty good numbers for something with a concerning prognosis. Now, this is the SARC-GIN, the French sarcoma group, took some of this information and compared radiotherapy with a combination of radiotherapy and chemotherapy. And that was a pretty toxic regimen of ifosfamide, doxorubicin, and cisplatin. These investigators found an initial benefit to progression-free survival, but no significant benefit in overall survival, and it was very toxic. In addition, this trial included a variety of histologies. So again, we know that these tumors act differently. Carcinosarcoma actually is really thought to be an epithelial tumor, not a sarcoma. So this carcinosarcoma, or MMMT, we now know through Matt Powell's work with GOG 261, is best treated with paclitaxel and carboplatin, actually not paclitaxel and ifosfamide. Also, this trial included high-grade endometrial stromal sarcomas, and so one wonders how truly there was a benefit to progression-free survival. This trial was toxic enough that it was closed early due to low accrual. Stephanie Ricci subsequently studied a group of 108 patients and compared patients who received chemotherapy to those who received radiotherapy to those who were simply observed, again in early stage uterine sarcoma. And her findings were very interesting. There was actually no significant difference in progression-free survival. The 3-year progression-free survival was about 40% across all groups. And in fact, there were about the same percentage of patients who recurred, 74% in the observation cohort, 72% in the group who received chemotherapy. Now, the group who received chemotherapy did experience a longer overall survival, and that's thought to be because recurrences were more likely salvaged in the chemotherapy cohort. Subsequently, we have some depressing information. So Bogani published on a meta-analysis of leiomyosarcoma patients who underwent observation versus chemotherapy. And though these authors found a minor benefit in relapse-free survival in the first 3 years, there was absolutely no benefit in longer-term 5-year survival. Additionally, Siegel did an NCDB database study, and this was a rather complex propensity score matched study in which 300 patients who had received chemotherapy were compared with 300 patients who did not receive chemotherapy. Now, there are limitations to this study because it was a database study. Exact agents were not known, and it was impossible to calculate progression-free survival. But we can see that there was no difference in overall survival in this study. Littell looked at, similarly, no chemotherapy versus gemcitabine, gemcitabine docetaxel chemotherapy, and found that, interestingly, the 3-year overall survival was no different in patients who had received chemotherapy versus no chemotherapy. That's quite contrary to Dr. Hensley's findings of her retrospective review. GOG 277 subsequently was sort of the culmination of Marty Hensley's work. In this trial, she took patients who had high-grade uterine leiomyosarcoma. They were all stage 1, and they had all previously had a hysterectomy. Half of the patients received gemcitabine docetaxel followed by doxorubicin, and half the patients received hormones or observation alone. What she found was that recurrence-free survival, there was a 3.4-month difference favoring the chemotherapy arm, but overall survival, there was a difference of 12.1 months favoring the observation-only arm. Disappointing for someone who has spent her whole career studying sarcomas, and of course very depressing for our patients. To touch on radiation therapy for early-stage uterine sarcoma, this was Nick Reed's trial, phase 3 trial of radiotherapy versus observation. It took a long time, 1988 through 2001, accruing 224 patients of all sarcoma histologies, not just gynecologic. That included carcinosarcoma, leiomyosarcoma, and endometrial stromal sarcoma. With a median follow-up of 6.8 years, there was no difference in progression-free or overall survival with radiotherapy, and you can see those curves below. So, what do we conclude about adjuvant therapy for patients with early-stage uterine sarcoma? No benefit. After all of that work and all of the patient care, unfortunately, it's a very challenging discussion that we have to have with our patients who come in with a well-staged uterine sarcoma. It's hard to sit and tell these patients that they have a substantial risk of recurrence, but we don't want to do anything. That's really hard to say to a patient. And a lot of times they'll ask, well, can I have radiation or can I have chemo? It's reasonable. It's probably not going to hurt them, but you know, everything that we do has side effects, and it does take away the opportunity to use those agents for salvage if they recur. So Marty Hensley wrote an editorial, which I'm sure was quite personal for her, difficult choices in stage 1 uterine leiomyosarcoma, it's okay to stand there. And I think that's the take-home message for early stage uterine sarcoma, is that sometimes observation is the best option. Now, let's switch gears because there's a different message for adjuvant therapy for advanced stage uterine sarcoma. If the sarcoma has escaped the uterus, I am not suggesting that you do nothing, okay? So we have looked, as you can see in the GOG, at numerous different agents. And actually, the reason that Dr. Hensley chose gemcitabine docetaxel and also adriamycin is because of these single agent response rates. And in fact, that led to the doublet of gemcitabine docetaxel with a 36% response rate in patients with advanced stage uterine sarcoma. Now, the GETIS trial took our 2 most active regimens. This is hard to see. But these patients with advanced stage sarcoma were randomized 1-to-1 to either receive doxorubicin for 6 cycles or gemcitabine docetaxel for 6 cycles. And what we found is no difference in overall survival. So even though these were not different from each other, the 24-week overall survival was 87% and 83% respectively. How do we choose then between these 2 agents? Well, I think this comes down to evaluating toxicity. And what the GETIS trial showed us was that the combination, the doublet of gemcitabine docetaxel had 16% unacceptable toxicity compared with only 2% of doxorubicin, yielding a statistically higher total withdrawal during treatment from the doublet compared to doxorubicin or adriamycin alone. And so that has really led us to favor doxorubicin as the preferred first agent in these patients. I'm going to back up. Just to summarize, I think that this tells us we have 2 regimens for advanced stage uterine sarcomas that can work: doxorubicin and gemcitabine docetaxel. I would favor doxorubicin or adriamycin first because of the improved side effect profile. Now, what are the future directions? Interestingly, and I don't think this is ready for incorporation into practice, but our colleagues in interventional radiology are looking at multiple different ways to either embolize or ablate these isolated lesions. And so sometimes when a patient has an isolated lesion that is accessible, we can use these investigational methods to ablate or embolize the foci of sarcoma. So in summary, how do we use this information? I think surgically, it's really important to do the appropriate preoperative testing. If you have a postmenopausal patient who has an isolated fibroid, who has menorrhagia, you know, I would be quite worried that that patient might have a sarcoma. I think that with the current technology that we have, minimally invasive surgery is reasonable to detach the specimen, but make sure you bag it to remove it. Next, and unbagged, uncontained power morcellation should not be an option anymore. I think that once we have the diagnosis of a sarcoma, in a uterine-limited sarcoma, observation is very reasonable because there's no survival benefit for anything other than observation. In patients who have more advanced disease outside of the uterus, there's no survival benefit from combination therapy, and so single-agent doxorubicin, or adriamycin, is still recommended as that first line for recurrent disease, for palliation, and as a reference arm for trials. Combination therapy can be valuable if the patient progresses on doxorubicin or if tumor shrinkage is required for symptom control, for preoperative treatment, or if the disease is imminently life-threatening. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for interesting review. It's a rare topic, but from time to time, unexpectedly, we can meet such malignancy in our clinical practice, even not in oncological clinical, but even in normal gynecological. But this topic is very close to me. I suppose tomorrow we'll continue discussion. And I would like to invite the next speaker, again, Professor Neumann, in order to continue your talk about the treatment of endometrial cancer.
Thank you. So this is a continuation of the endometrial cancer spectrum. So I think that there is big news here that the standard treatments have changed recently, and I'll go over some of that data today. So we've had a long development, many chemotherapy regimens to get to the standard chemotherapy regimen in recurrent endometrial cancer, which was paclitaxel and carboplatin, and the adriamycin was eventually dropped from that regimen. So over many years, this was performed through randomized clinical trials in the GOG. These are the current guidelines. So we talk about the primary treatment of carboplatin and paclitaxel with the possibility of anti-HER2 therapy, which I'll get to later in this talk, as primary therapy. Now, one of the things that is reasonable in patients, particularly in recurrent estrogen receptor grade 1 tumors, is hormonal therapy. And very often I will try this before I go to chemotherapy. And I've had a few patients who've had just dramatic responses. We've had over half a dozen trials within the GOG on different hormonal regimens. The one with the highest response rate and the longest overall survival was Magestrol, 80 milligrams BID, and tamoxifen, 20 milligrams BID. And these are alternated every 3 weeks. And the idea is that the tamoxifen has some effect and allows the upregulation of the progesterone receptor between treatments. And this is a very well-tolerated regimen. I've got probably half a dozen patients who are still on this after many years with recurrence. Some of the other hormonal type regimens, there is a trial, there was a phase 2 trial of letrozole, which is an aromatase inhibitor, and everolimus, which is an mTOR inhibitor. As we know, many of the patients with endometrial cancer have mutations in the PI3K pathway, so this is a very interesting combination. We know that the estrogen actually can interact with the KRAS pathway and stimulate the PI3K pathway through that mechanism. And with this trial, there was a 32% response rate. But if you look at the estrogen receptor positive endometrioid cancers, the response rate was actually 46%. So a very active regimen fairly well tolerated, although everolimus does have some risk of pulmonary toxicity with pneumonitis. This was successful enough to be taken to a randomized phase 2 trial run through the GOG. This is GOG 3007. And this randomized patients, everolimus and letrozole, to the sort of the standard hormonal therapy of tamoxifen and megestrol. The megestrol dose was a little different in this, but again, sort of a standard hormonal therapy. And this was the result. If you look, the hormonal response rate was 25%. The everolimus letrozole rate was 22%. There was, it looked like there was a little bit of an increase in PFS of about 3 months and an increase in the OS of about 16 months. Although this was not designed to be a phase 3 trial, it was encouraging, and this combination will be moved forward. I will point out that in this trial, again, many of our trials are criticized because they lump cancers together that shouldn't be put together. So if you actually look at 3007, only 50% of patients had grade 1, grade 2 estrogen receptor positive cancers. So we probably shouldn't be using these regimens in high-grade cancers and clear cell and serous cancers. Another interesting compound would be the CDK4/6 inhibitors that are used in breast cancer. This is a trial looking at an aromatase inhibitor and ribociclib. And again, in the endometrioid group, the response rate was 35%. For the grade 1, grade 2 endometrioids, the response rate was 45%. Again, these generally are very well tolerated medications if you can get these for this indication. So again, these hormonal regimens are beginning to get into the systemic therapy in terms of hormonal, but they haven't been listed as of 2023, so hopefully that'll be updated soon. We talked a little bit about chemo and radiation and the role in the high-risk group, the stage 3 group. As I mentioned, the chemo radiation appeared to be better than radiation alone. And one of the questions we had is, can we drop the radiation from the regimen? So in other words, now we went from radiation to radiation plus chemotherapy in the high-risk group, and now we're looking at chemotherapy alone, sort of a de-escalation. And this was GOG 258. This was for surgically staged stage 3 or 4 endometrial cancers. Probably shouldn't have included clear cell and serous, although you could make an argument that both of these arms had chemotherapy in them, so that would be acceptable. These patients had a large residual disease. I'm sorry, they were ineligible if they had large residual disease or carcinosarcomas. When we look at the total and the cell types, about 18% had serous cancers and only about 3% had clear cell. The vast majority of these patients had no residual disease. Interestingly, the chemoradiation and the chemotherapy curves overlapped for both progression-free survival and overall survival. I think this was somewhat of a surprise, particularly to the radiation oncologists. And again, if you look at the sub-analysis of this group, there really wasn't a group where the radiation was better on the right consistently as opposed to chemotherapy on the left in the forest plot. Particularly stage 3C. So again, we, up until the results of this study and then the update of this study that was presented at SGO recently, there was still debate about using radiation in patients with positive lymph nodes. But as you can see, the hazard ratio actually was better for the chemo alone arm. What about IO therapy? So again, we talked a little bit about IO therapy in cervix with the Keynote 826. The same has gone on in endometrial carcinoma. It turns out that particularly the MMR deficient endometrial carcinomas respond quite well to chemotherapy. This was a trial of pembrolizumab in MSI high or MMR deficient patients and non-colorectal patients, including it included colorectal and non-colorectal, and you can see that in black was the non-colorectal, and a lot of these were endometrial cancer. So in this trial, there were 149 patients from 5 different trials treated with pembrolizumab for up to 2 years. The overall response rate was 39%. If you had a response, again, the responses were very long. 3/4 of these responses lasted more than 6 months, and some of them were permanent. You can see the curve on the right. Interestingly, we didn't have any approved drugs in the United States until this trial outside of progesterones in endometrial carcinoma. Surprisingly, the FDA gave a tumor agnostic approval for pembrolizumab in MMR deficient tumors, and we got an approval with the inclusion of 14 endometrial cancer patients. It's quite a feat there. So again, the response rate was 36% in that patient cohort. And this was the accelerated approval in February of 2018. A subsequent trial, Dr. Brown was on the steering committee for the Garnet trial looking at dostarlimab, which is another PD-1 inhibitor. This was presented in 2021 at IGCS. In the MMR deficient patient population, for first-line recurrence, the response rate was about 50%. For 2 or more prior lines, the response rate was 36%, so quite good response rate with about 10 to 12% of patients having a complete response in this setting. Now, in the MMR proficient patients, single agent PD-1 inhibition has been somewhat disappointing with rates of about 15%, very similar to what we saw in cervical carcinoma. There were a couple of complete responses, but for the most part they were partial responses. So how do we improve the response rate in MMR proficient patients? And that was the addition of lenvatinib, which is a small molecule tyrosine kinase inhibitor. It does impact VEGF. It's got multi targets to it, so it's kind of a dirty TKI. This probably impacts the tumor microenvironment, improves the immune response. And this was the trial of lenvatinib plus pembrolizumab as an open-label phase 2 trial. The primary endpoint was the overall response rate at 24 weeks. This was also known as Keynote 146, and this was presented by Vicky Maker and published in The Lancet. And you see the waterfall plot is quite impressive. The response rate in the MMR proficient endometrial cancer patients was about 38%. However, the response rate in the uterine serous carcinomas in this trial, even though the numbers were small, was about 50%. So both groups tended to benefit. And this is the numbers of responses. So you can see the overall objective response was 38%. The duration of response was not met, so that was very encouraging. So if people respond, again, these responses are very, very deep. So this was subsequently put in a randomized phase 3 trial, so Keynote 775, which randomized patients to lenvatinib and pembrolizumab to chemotherapy. This is the confirmatory trial for full approval. Co-primary endpoints of PFS and OS in patients with recurrent endometrial carcinoma with 1 or 2 prior chemotherapies. So the response rates were doubled in the lenvatinib and pembrolizumab over investigators' choice of chemotherapy in the MMR proficient group. So response rates are approaching that that we saw in and some of the other things. This is, for those who haven't used lenvatinib, it can be a difficult drug to give. The toxicities, a lot of hypothyroidism, a lot of diarrhea, which is sometimes difficult to distinguish from colitis, from the pembrolizumab, and patients lose their appetite and feel fairly poorly many times, and the dose has to be reduced in the majority of cases. Again, there was overall survival in basically all groups that they looked at. This was also effective in the MMR deficient patient population, as you can see with the curve here. The hazard ratio here was 0.36, and the overall survival, the hazard ratio is 0.37, so very effective, although most of us will use single agent checkpoint inhibitors because they are very active in this patient population as well. This is the progression-free survival. Again, the hazard ratio is 0.6 in the MMR proficient patients, and overall all comers was 0.58. The overall survival 0.68 to 0.62 for the combination. So again, this is the lenvatinib and pembrolizumab is now compendium listed and fully approved in the United States. So as with other cancers, there was a desire to move immune therapy to the frontline setting with chemotherapy, or with or without chemotherapy, I should say. So this is the LEAP-001 trial that should read out very soon. We may see it at ASCO or ESMO this year. This compared lenvatinib and pembrolizumab to the standard carboplatin and paclitaxel in frontline endometrial cancer. Now this is going to be a very interesting result if this is a positive trial because of the recent announcements that were presented at SGO, and that was the results of two trials looking at immune therapy in the front line. One was the GY018 with pembrolizumab, and the other one was the RUBY trial with dostarlimab, both combined with carboplatin and paclitaxel. These were simultaneously published and presented at SGO this year. So the trials are really very similar in terms of the design. GY018 again used pembrolizumab, RUBY used dostarlimab, both target PD-1. GY018 was a total of 21 months of treatment, and the RUBY was 36 months of treatment. These both include measurable stage 3 and 4A or non-measurable 4B. The RUBY trial included clear cell and uterine serous carcinomas. It also included MMTs. The time out from adjuvant chemo was a little different. You could be treated with adjuvant chemotherapy and still put in these trials, but you had to be 12 months out to enroll in GY018, and you had to be 6 months out to enroll in RUBY. Both were separated by MMR status. The stratification was a little bit different in terms of RUBY and GY018 in terms of ECOG performance, adjuvant chemo, prior pelvic radiation, and recurrent versus primary, although this probably didn't have a huge effect on the trial. The endpoints, both of them used investigator PFS, and the GY018 separated out by MMR and status as a predefined clinical endpoint. RUBY was a larger trial and used a co-primary endpoint of PFS and OS. The frequency of imaging was slightly different, with RUBY being every 6 weeks and GY018 being every 9 weeks. Both trials had about 3/4 of their patients as MMR proficient, so a good sampling of both MMR proficient and MMR deficient patients. This is the curve for the MMR deficient group in both GY018 and RUBY. You can see the hazard ratios are excellent and almost identical at about 0.3. The other thing that's striking in these curves is that when you get to 24 months, there are almost no recurrences. And I suspect that we're going to be curing a large percentage of those patients. Those are very, very flat curves, and with immunotherapy, we know that once you get to 2 years, you're probably in very good shape, even if you've stopped the immunotherapy. In the MMR proficient patients, these are the trials. Again, the Ruby trial is a little bit more mature. It's 65% of events, PFS events, and GY018 only 38%. But the hazard ratio is a little bit better for GY018, but remember the entrance criteria are a little different, so you can't even come close to comparing those two hazard ratios, because again, Ruby included serous cancers, it included carcinosarcomas, much higher risk patients. Again, the overall population for Ruby, the PFS was 0.64, and the OS, which is only 33% mature, was 0.64. The nominal p-value on that is 0.002, but the alpha spend made that statistically non-significant. So we'll have another analysis with a little bit more alpha spend. I suspect that's going to be positive by the statistical plan. Again, we talked a little bit about the endpoints. Ruby had a dual endpoint. GY018 was looking only at PFS. So what about individual therapy? So going back to the, by the way, going back to the trials, so if we have, so what's going to be interesting is we may have a non-chemotherapy, lenvatinib and pembrolizumab as an upfront treatment option. And we also have chemo plus pembrolizumab or dostarlimab as an option. So it's going to be very interesting to see how people choose which regimen that they want. And obviously the advantage of a non-chemotherapy regimen is you don't lose your hair. But it may be that, that we don't know how to sequence patients after the initial treatment. So again, we have to redo now our second line treatments. So what about other therapies? I mentioned HER2. HER2 is obviously a target that is treated in breast cancer with trastuzumab, which is an antibody to HER2. This was looked at in high-risk patients, and we know that about 30% of uterine serous cancers and MMTs actually express a high level of HER2 and can be targeted. And this was a randomized trial that Amanda Nichols-Fader put together and showed a hazard ratio of about 0.44 for patients treated with trastuzumab. So we have incorporated this into our treatment algorithm if they are HER2 positive. Now, there's some exciting developments in the breast cancer world that hopefully will make it into the GYN oncology world. So trastuzumab is just an antibody, but as I mentioned earlier, we now have these antibody drug conjugates. There is TDM1, which is trastuzumab that is hooked to a microtubular poison. It's a maytansinoid microtubular inhibitor. It has a drug antibody ratio of about 4, so there are 4 molecules on each antibody. And then there's a second generation which uses a different warhead, same antibody but different warhead, and it uses a topoisomerase warhead, and it actually incorporates 8 molecules of the chemotherapy per antibody. And there's some subtle differences in the design, which I won't get into, but again, pretty exciting data in breast cancer. So TDM1, the first generation, did show an improvement over treatment with trastuzumab alone. This was the Catherine trial. But more exciting was the Destiny trial in breast cancer. This showed a marked improvement, again, a 72% reduction in recurrence risk by PFS, and a 44% reduction in recurrence, in death. So highly statistically positive group. So we're really excited about the possibility of using both of these molecules, but particularly TDXD in the treatment of HER2 positive endometrial cancer. I think the other thing is this molecule is so good Normally we get a HER2 positive and we have to reflex to FISH to see if this is enough to treat with trastuzumab. It turns out that any expression of HER2 is probably adequate for treatment with these molecules. And this is the status trial, it's a Japanese trial, and you can see this was in carcinosarcomas. That's an incredible waterfall plot. All but one patient responded. The response rate in the HER2 high, the confirmed response rate was 54%, but again, all the waterfall plot showed a benefit. And even in the HER2 low, there were only 10 patients that stained 1+ for HER2 that would normally be, quote, negative by FISH. And these patients had a 70% confirmed response rate. So very, very encouraging. And I hope that we're able to get this for our patients in the near future. I suspect that with this trial being published, the NCCN guidelines will be updated. And I suspect there'll be more trials with these compounds in endometrial cancer that are HER2 expressing. What about VEGF inhibition? VEGF obviously is positive in ovarian cancer. The MITO-ENDO-2 trial looked at standard chemotherapy with or without bevacizumab in patients with advanced stage 3 or 4 recurrent endometrial carcinoma. The overall response rate was about 20% higher. We know this is the case when we add bevacizumab to chemotherapy in ovarian cancer. Very similar data. This was marginally statistically significant. The PFS improved by about 3 months, and this was statistically significant. And the OS, although immature, the median OS went from about 30 months to about 40 months. Although that was not statistically significant, we'll wait for the maturity of those data. So again, these are the curves for the MITO-ENDO trial for PFS and OS. But I think what's really interesting, and we talk again and again and again about the targeted therapy in our patients, and this is the use of p53 as a biomarker for response to bevacizumab. And if you look, the p53 wild type, there was very little improvement in the patients who were p53 wild type, but a significant improvement in the p53 mutated patients. And again, I think that's how we're going to start separating out these patients. And before, we might not have seen these differences because we lumped everybody together. And they're clearly different tumors and respond differently to different biologic agents and probably to different chemotherapies. So again, this was GG86P. This was a 3-arm randomized phase 2 trial looking at paclitaxel carboplatin plus bevacizumab, carboplatin paclitaxel plus temsirolimus, which is an mTOR inhibitor, and ixabethalone, carboplatin, and bevacizumab. Now the bevacizumab group did the best with carboplatin and paclitaxel. But we know there are a lot of mutations in endometrial carcinoma. So all in the PI3K pathway, P10 being the most common, KRAS in about 32% of patients. We know this is a complex pathway, and we have blockers for almost everything with the exception of maybe KRAS. We can only block the G12C mutation, but we can block AKT, we can block mTOR, we can block all of these other options, particularly the mTOR inhibitors that we mentioned already. This is the importance of some of the mTOR inhibitors in that trial, looking at the biomarker patients who were KRAS positive. So let's see, yeah. So the upper line, I don't have this was the mutant patients. I'm sorry, it was not KRAS. This was the mTOR mutant patients. Again, got a big benefit out of temsirolimus. We mentioned the CDK4/6 inhibition with letrozole before. This was a trial of letrozole and palbociclib. I can't say that very well. But again, the PFS was 0.56 with the CDK4 inhibitor as compared to letrozole alone. So again, very encouraging results with these compounds. This is a trial of oral selinexor. These drugs are getting harder and harder to pronounce. I don't know what we're going to do in the future. We're going to have to come up with nicknames for them. But this was GOG 3055. Again, using this as a adjuvant therapy after a PR or CR with chemotherapy. Selinexor is an inhibitor of a XPO1 mediated nuclear export compound, and this compound exports the major tumor suppressor proteins out of the cell, and this compound blocks it. So it leads to retention of these compounds and cell death. Again, the PFS on this was statistically positive, so we're very interested in that. It was very highly positive for the P53 wild type. Again, another example of targeted therapy and how we can make these therapies more effective in certain subgroups of endometrial cancer. I'm not even going to try to say this. I can't say this. It's a hormone receptor disruptor for the estrogen receptor. And so this is progesterone versus progesterone with ipiserpid. Again, in grade 1, grade 2 endometrial carcinoma. Actually, I'm sorry, this is an oral AKT inhibitor. So again, a blocker of the PI3K pathway. This is another trial looking at that. So we're going to see a lot of these trials coming out that have some activity within these cancers, and we're going to limit these to the cancers that they're probably going to be effective in. So again, what are our questions that we have to answer? We're going to have to figure out now what is our second line therapy if immunotherapy has moved to the front line, which it has. There is some interest in looking at adjuvant pembro and chemo after surgery in high-risk patients. So we'll have that trial out very soon. Can we replace chemotherapy with IO therapy? Can we go chemotherapy free? I don't know if we're going to be able to make that leap, but I hope so. There's a lot of trials out there that are going to mature in the near future, looking at checkpoint inhibitors, looking at checkpoint TKIs, looking at, we've already talked about the checkpoint plus chemotherapy, and then the use of PARP inhibitors, and we've talked about the Rainbow trial as well. So I know that's a lot of information, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We have a few minutes for just one or two questions before we adjourn for the evening for dinner. Who might have a question? Yes.
I have one question for you. Do you follow the ESMO recommendations about not prescribing adjuvant therapy for endometrial adenocarcinoma at stage 2 with Pol associated mutation?
With a poly?
Yes, with a poly.
Yeah, so again, I think what we're going to see is we're going to be all molecularly classified. I think that it's probably okay. I'm nervous about it, to be honest, until I see randomized data. But I think we'll know very soon if we're, again, the polies are very well behaved, as you saw.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Anyone else with a question? Yes, ma'am. Is there a microphone?
Thank you for all your presentations. It was very nice to hear this kind of information. My question is for you, Dr. Brown. What about the rate of the findings of leiomyosarcoma after embolization of uterine artery, which was done, for example, due to the benign fibroids? Is there any data
That's really an excellent question, and it's actually one that we've discussed. But that's a rare situation in a rare tumor. And I am not aware of any data surrounding that. I think there are a couple of case reports, and that's all. It does makes me very nervous. Similarly with ablations, endometrial ablations, which is a very common problem for abnormal uterine bleeding, because we're temporizing something that could be a very aggressive cancer and potentially delaying life-saving therapy. So I share your concern, but don't have a solution.
Thank you. Sorry. Yes.
So I have the endometrial ablation is an interesting issue. I think a couple things. So one, please make sure that the woman does not have a family history of endometrial cancer or colon cancer when you do an endometrial ablation, because they may be at risk for Lynch syndrome. And I do have some concern, and it's just sort of anecdotal, but I've seen some advanced endometrial cancer that sort of was hidden because of endometrial ablation. So I think we don't have a lot of guidelines on who to use this on in terms of obese patients or patients that are at risk for endometrial cancer. I don't know if anybody else has experience with that or not.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you to our translators for making this accessible to everyone. So thank you. Enjoy your dinner this evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 10 a.m.